Player Shin Han, congratulations, you have defeated the ancient dragon's lair dungeon. Then Shin, that's his name, sighs loudly and says, you guys are making me do all this work when I'm almost 60 years old. And by the way, our hero Shin is 55 years old. He spent 30 years living as a swordsman, but the biggest achievement of his life was making it into his country's top 100 ranking, which basically means he's just a needle in a haystack. Shin notices a book radiating with a blue mana aura. He says, is this my reward this time? A skill book. He says, I've consumed artifacts before. Can I eat this too? But then he notices a bright light from the sky, and a system notification tells him his constellation is the model student who's late to develop. We could just call him the nerd and be done with it. The nerd praises him for his hard work, especially his final blow to the dragon. Shin says, the person who made that dramatic entrance is the one I have a contract with. His name is Uncle Daha. Shin laughs and thanks him. Shin continues speaking. I'm really grateful to Uncle Daha because he made a contract with me even though I'm just a third-rate swordsman. Uncle Daha's skill is that all of the player's stats, whether from effects or titles, will be doubled as soon as they reach level 850. And once they reach level 900, those stats will be tripled. Of course, our guy Shin is only at level 650. And because of these tough requirements, he still hasn't benefited from Uncle Daha yet. And Uncle Daha tells him, come on, hurry up, man. And with all this talk, Shin says, alright man, I was gonna eat it anyway, but you interrupted me. Anyway, here goes, Bismillah. And Shin says to himself, the Devour Relic skill is the only skill I got when I awakened. And in order to understand my skills, I try to cook these relics. A sword with a few things like that. And man, what a delicious meal! He even tried frying them and making them super crispy. But after all that, Shin didn't gain anything or feel any different at all. Over time, he just ended up finishing his pointless experiments. And after 30 years, when he used the mana synchronization skill near a relic, he noticed that he could activate his unique skill, Devour Relics. But unfortunately, he realized this way too late. The other people became strong as soon as they awakened, and after Shin devoured the relics, absolutely nothing happened. He angrily says, isn't this thing supposed to come with an instruction manual or something? There's no way this book is actually a skill book, man. And Uncle Daha says he's sorry because there isn't enough information about the skill inside this book, and that he can't help. He tells him that he still has plenty of time left, and that he should at least try one more time. Shin angrily says, a lot of time? Who said I have a lot of time? I'm close to dying, man. You don't even know how old I am. If I'd had a son when I was 20, that kid would be about 30 by now or something. Maybe even older than that. And if I'd actually had a son, I'd probably have grandkids by now too. You might not get that because you're just a planet. But people die, man. So Daha says, I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to hit a nerve like that. Shin replies, don't worry about it. My life's full of regrets anyway. I could never forget the back of that person from my past. I tried my hardest to be like him. But now, I'm just so tired. I've gotten really old. If only I were a bit younger. So Daha just stays quiet for a moment, and he smiles from behind his book. Meanwhile, Shin keeps talking. He says, since I want to retire, so get ready to find someone else to hire, Daha. But at that moment, a magical aura covers the whole place. Shin looks over at Daha in fear and asks, what's that? But listen, my friend, I have to tell you that this was Shin's last remaining memory. And he was 55 years old. Then he gets a notification from the system telling him that Daha is using the extract that Shin had been experimenting with all this time. Honestly, I have no idea what it is, but we'll find out later. He gets another notification saying that time reversal has begun. My friend, the cells in the gates are simply environments that allow people to awaken their abilities. Basically, they're what let them become players. Isn't that right? And the guy with the glasses who's talking Yan, he's a journalist named Park. And he's answered by a girl with red hair named Han. She's the owner of Hang Young Company. And she tells him, exactly, you could say that the cells are basically the starting point for players. As for the gates, they're like different worlds. In other words, they're gateways to completely unknown worlds and mysterious areas. And these areas are full of monsters. and these areas also have to be explored by the players. So Park asks her, in that case, what do you think about this year's dungeon? She gives her opinion. Meanwhile, there's a guy with black hair sitting and watching them on TV. He says, I really have gone back in time. It's been such a long time since the last time I saw this series, and wow, that's Shin when he was little. 4 days have passed since he came back, but he still doesn't understand what happened, since he went back exactly 30 years after he lost consciousness. He woke up in his apartment from 30 years ago, and he wasn't in the body that was supposed to be 55 years old. Instead, he was in his 25-year-old body, with all the memories he had lived in the future. And no matter how hard he tried to figure out why he went back in time, all the clues pointed to Uncle Daha. There was no other evidence besides that. Shin sighs and says, even though I'm still really confused, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I need to get some training in. He's holding a bronze-ranked artifact in his hand. It's a dagger that gives him 17 attack power and 10 in speed. Shin says to himself, this bronze artifact, I was really lucky to get it. And in this time we're in now, it's easy to get, even though its rank is low. But I know a secret skill it has. A notification pops up from the system telling him that the absorption rate is now being calculated. It tells him that 10% of the dagger stats will be absorbed. And since he's used it before, he'll be able to absorb 20% of it. And Chin says to himself, even though the stat absorption rate is really low because I haven't used it for a long time, but the most important thing of all is the hidden skill. A notification pops up from the system telling him that mana synchronization has started to interact with the famous dagger. Chin's hair turns white and his aura completely changes. A notification pops up from the system telling him that he's entered the subconscious world. Chin says to himself that this subconscious world is something he needs to get through in order to be able to absorb this artifact. Chin says to himself, I'm always nervous every time I come here because I never know which dish is gonna appear for me. And suddenly, a dish appears with a chicken. Man, it looks super fancy, really top notch. And the best part is, this video is after iftar, so you can't blame me for making you hungry. It's not my fault at all. And the dish is placed in front of him along with the notification from the system telling him that the absorption process has started. The system tells him that the chicken in front of him is charcoal grilled, drizzled with olive oil, and my friend, topped with barbecue sauce. And he's the one adding his own flair. I'm not responsible for any of this. I watched this video while I was fasting. Honestly, I have no idea about any of this. And Chen says, I'm just grateful it's a regular dish. I mean, I was worried it might be something like a charcoal grilled centipede or something, with soup showing up for me. Even if the dish looked exactly like that, I wouldn't mind eating 200 of them, honestly. And he's eating the thigh, man. And the absorption process begins. He gets a notification that his speed stats have increased by 2. And the hidden skill, Devil's Rush. He managed to acquire it. Then he gets another notification from the system telling him that the famous dagger, which was fully absorbed, will now disappear forever. And Chen returns to the real world. He says it's a shame that it was destroyed, but it's not a big deal. I wasn't gonna use it anyway. I got a useful skill, just like I planned. And that's what matters. I should get moving, man. At cell number 85, there was a team there called the Yuan team. Someone comes running quickly and says, Boss! Yuan asks, what brought the leader of the transport team here? So he tells him that one of his team members has withdrawn. It's a new guy who joined 4 days ago. His name is Shin Sang-han. Yuan tells him, don't worry about Mr. Shen. We decided that he's gonna join our team. The transport team leader says, what? Excuse me? What did you just say? He's on the players team, not the transporters. Yuan says to him, I gave the final approval here. Is there any problem? The transport team leader replies, of course there's a problem. He hasn't even been awake for long yet, and he hasn't finished the Players Academy yet. And adding someone like him to your team is something that's never happened before. If you do that, the team's balance will be completely messed up. How am I supposed to assign work to my people now? So Yuan says to him, hey, transport team leader, can I tell you something? He replies nervously, yes. Yuan continues, isn't it me and my team who handle everything when it comes to sorting and dividing? So why are you worried? He responds nervously. Of course, I'm sorry. Then he gathers himself and walks away. Yuan says to someone with him, balance. Yeah, so what? If you give those carriers a chance, they'll talk however they want. His assistant says, but boss, why did you even accept Zin in the first place? Honestly, I agree with him on that point too. Yan replies, what, you too? He continues, I'll tell you why. If anyone's gonna die, it'll be him, not us. He needs to act stupidly to get himself killed. That way, our value as players will go up, and those carriers will be completely silenced. Besides, what can a level 1 guy even do? His assistant says, I didn't know that was your plan, boss. And he starts laughing. Then someone appears in front of him from a distance. He says to them, hey there, from now on I'm starting my job as a player. My name is Shin. Everyone looks at him slyly. Shin thinks to himself, everyone here really knows how to show their feelings. Even though I kind of expected at least this much. But they're not holding back at all, and they're not even trying to hide the envy and cunning on their faces. Yuan comes closer, laughing loudly, and says, finally, our rookie is here. Shan is here, guys. I'm glad I got to see you. I thought you'd show up late on your first date as a player. But wait, is that weapon of yours a longsword? Yeah, I watched a lot of videos on YouTube. Yuan tells him, the longsword is one of the hardest weapons to master. Then Chen says, don't worry, I'll at least try to protect myself, so don't worry at all. Yuan says to him, that's the spirit I want to see. The men need determination like that, kid. Anyway, let's get started with our raid on the dungeon. And they actually go through the gate. One of them tells the group, as soon as you enter, stand ready at the entrance. The team goes in and they say, I wonder how many damn monsters we're gonna kill today. Another one says, I don't know, but I'm sure I'll kill more than all of you combined. Shen enters, and Yuan is silently watching him. He thinks to himself, he watched some silly YouTube videos. Does he really think dungeons are just some kid's game? He's way too arrogant for someone who just awakened as a player. He must have a death wish, and I'm absolutely sure of that. Anyway, as for the invasion plan I made, the Goblin Dungeon will be the ultimate barrier for beginners. He'll find out his place real soon. That damn bastard is about to realize exactly where he's headed. After a while, the look on his precious face completely changes, and he says, I'll get that damn bastard. What the hell is that? That's insane. Who is that guy? That's the artist Mohammed Ramadan himself. And it's Sheik, the one who wiped out all the goblins, even their boss. And right in front of Shin, lying on the ground, is their severed head. And Shin is surrounded by an aura of mana. Man, what a sight. And Yuan says, scared, what I just saw, is that really what I'm seeing in front of me, guys? Ghouls are monsters that show up in games or fantasy novels. And because we're so used to them, we definitely have a bias against them too, thinking ghouls are weak. But of course, that's only compared to monsters like dragons, so they're definitely dumb, savage, and really weak. But because of that, new players get really cocky. They always go after ghouls without thinking much about it. And honestly, ghouls are pretty simple creatures. They're usually over 2.5 meters tall and weigh about 180 kilos. And because of these impressive traits, there's a huge gap in strength between them and humans. That's why ghouls have been given the nickname the Wall of Death. And before all this happened, one of Yuan's teammates, while they were in the cell, told him, keep in mind, Chen, just because you're new or a beginner, you won't get any special treatment. And the leader of the defeated team spits on the ground and says angrily, you're acting like a player just because you were awakened now, you arrogant bastard. Sin gives a forced smile and says, I'll do my best. And he says to himself, no one's nice to beginners, huh? Then the guy who was talking to him at first says, do your best. You're gonna need more than that. He mocks, do your best, huh? Sin smiles and says, so that means I can fight on the front lines when we face monsters, right? He replies, what? Are you crazy or something? But then he's surprised to find a ghoul right behind him. Zen thinks to himself, this is my first fight since I came back in time. He tells them, I'll take care of this ghoul. But before he can finish his sentence, the guy with the black hair rushes in front of him, blocks the ghoul's attack, and angrily says, you damned fool. Are you out of your mind or what? How are you planning to use such a huge sword when you're already moving so slowly, even without anything? Sin tells him, I didn't need your help. The guy with the black hair says to him, enough talking, show me your skills already. So Shen replies, great, just look in front of you then. The guy with the black hair says, what'd you just say to me? And he adds, you should be grateful to me in the first place. Then the ghoul suddenly lunges at the guy with the black hair, making him freak out. But at that very moment, Yuan attacks with the ghoul's arm and stops them at the last second. Yuan angrily says to them, are you here just to trample over everything? Gather your courage and kill. Stay behind me, I'll take out this bastard. The ghoul attacks Yun, but he blocks the strike and says, is that all you've got, you filthy scoundrel? He stabs him in the heart, and the whole team cheers. Well done, our leader! Is he dead or what? But the monster gets even angrier and attacks with its claw, but Yuan dodges at the last second and says, damn it, I didn't kill him. Meanwhile, Shen watches silently and thinks to himself, Yuan is supposed to be the highest level among all of them. He's supposed to be at level 50 by now. And right now, he can't even hit the monster hard enough. Yuan attacks again and yells at the monster, die, you bastard! He stabs it in the heart again and shouts, die, die! The ghoul falls to the ground. Everyone says he killed it all by himself, and they start cheering loudly. Yuan tells them, that was nothing. You're all doing great. So they say to him, of course, since you're here, let's keep going. But at that moment, the roar of the ghouls fills the place. The whole area is overrun. But these aren't ordinary ghouls. No, these are higher level ghouls, and they're armored too. The team asks, Captain, what are we gonna do now? He tells them, it's best if we fall back now for the safety of our team. And he thinks to himself, we're in trouble. Earlier, with Cat, I was able to defeat that filthy little punk. But now, all these ghouls are higher level and armored too. Shin interrupts him and says, do I really need to try my luck? Everyone says, is this guy crazy or what? What did he just say? People start talking even more because of him. Yuan says, Shin, I know you're really excited because you've become a new player. But at that moment, my friend Shin doesn't wait for the group and charges forward. He grabs his sword in front of Yuan. Yuan shouts, you're gonna get yourself killed, you fool, get back. But Shin starts swinging his sword. He charges at the red ghouls, and he slices one of them in half. And he does it easily, in the blink of an eye. The plays fall silent for a few moments. Shin says, this huge sword was a really good choice. That cut was literally smooth as can be. His team is in total shock. They ask him, what just happened right now? A high-level ghoul was sliced in half. I know the sword he's holding is a long sword, but that's impossible. So Shin asks him, is this because I'm at the first level? I know that this cut didn't feel the way I know it's supposed to, like I'm used to. The red ghouls get even angrier, and they start charging at Shin. He swings his sword and says, maybe my level is really low, but I've got experience under my belt. Shin weaves through the red ghouls, swinging his sword in one swift motion. And as soon as his sword hits the ground, a huge red ghoul appears in front of him. Its axe is right above Shin's head, my friend, but Shin dodges it with ease. And he says, oh right, do you know how many of you I've killed before when I was younger? The whole team is shocked and says, is that really Shin? Could he really take them all out by himself? Shin swings his massive sword, stained with ghoul blood, with total calm. And he says, you're the last one, you armored ghoul. The armored ghoul attacks him. He roars and charges at him multiple times. But Shin leaps into the air and dodges his blows. He looks at him coldly, his eyes glowing with the blue aura. Then he swings a sword. He manages to land a cut on his neck. And Luan says, his skin is really thick. That attack didn't work. It didn't work, Shin. No, that's really bad. And the ghoul is already swinging his axe at Shin again in the blink of an eye. And just before his axe chops off Shin's head, at the last moment, Shin bursts out laughing as he looks at him and says, don't be so dramatic, man. The armored ghoul freezes completely in place. Then a system notification pops up, telling him that the level 1 Demon Rush skill has been activated. The armored ghoul stays frozen right where he is, with his weapon right next to Shin's neck. And Shin is standing there totally calm and composed. Seriously, man. At that moment, a system window pops up explaining the Dragon Rush skill, which was at level 1. It's a hidden skill, and has a 15-second cooldown between uses on the same target. It prevents the opponent, whether human or monster, from moving for 2 seconds. Its success rate and activation depend on the opponent's resistance level. Shin smiles and says, yeah, that's exactly right, buddy. Just stay exactly like that. He grabs his sword, and the ghoul starts to appear more and more, making louder noises, but this time it's scared. In the blink of an eye, its head goes flying and lands right in front of Yuan's team. Yuan says, what did I just see? Wasn't he just awake for only 3 days? And not just that, but the freezing skill he used too. That wasn't just a very short freezing skill. Nah, I remember that the longest time any player in this world ever reached was 1.5 seconds. But that's not even all. And it's not just his incredible skill with that massive sword. Should we go ask him what kind of YouTube videos he used to watch? And Yoan, my friend, is in a completely different world. He says a real freezing skill. But what is this? Not just that, but against an armored ghoul too. He just woke up a few days ago, that's all. Where did he get that skill from? And Shin is in a completely different world too. He asks, are these really all the monsters? Then he gets a notification from the system saying, congratulations, my friend, you've leveled up and met the requirements to earn the title Little Dog Who Knows No Fear. It's an F rank title that gives you +5 to your evasion stats. Shin says, I'm not interested in levels at all, but that title was something I totally didn't expect. Then he gets another notification from the system telling him he has a stat point that he can freely allocate wherever he wants. Shin says, I've already planned to increase my stats. Unfortunately, I learned this too late in my life. But luck stats are directly related to skill success rates and the drop rates of items for monsters. And now, that's a must for me. Then he gets a notification from the system saying, your luck has increased by 1 point now, dear. Yuan comes up behind him and asks, are you really the player Shin? The skill you just used was the freezing skill, right? Where did you get a skill like that? Shin says to himself, I went back in time and I'm using my skills really well, but I can't tell anyone about this. So Shin tells him, I got the skills as soon as I awakened as a player. Yuan gets really angry and says to him, can you at least try not to dodge my question? Are you sure you weren't just super lucky and got a diamond level artifact or something? He looks at the bloodstained sword and his eyes start to glow and light up. So Shin says to him, if you want to take a look at it, man, go ahead and check it out as much as you want. Yuan is surprised, coughs a little, and says, alright, let me take a look. He checks out the sword and finds that it's just a regular, ordinary sword, nothing special. So that skill really was yours. Shin laughs and says, didn't I kill them? Yuan mutters to himself, damn, I've been clearing dungeons for years, but I haven't even gotten a single weird skill, not even one at his level, even though I'm level 50. But anyway, today's split of the money. But then someone says, boss, the mid-boss just woke up. Yuan says, let's go. Then he adds, thanks Shin for taking care of those weak monsters for us, but don't overstep your boundaries. Your sweet little skills won't help you in the big leagues against the demon ogre we're about to kill now. Shin smiles and thinks to himself, I almost forgot the reason I came back to this team when I first traveled back in time. Then Shin says, hey Team Leaguer. Yan replies, what, are you scared or something? Shin asks, if I kill this demon ogre all by myself, is it possible for me to get the artifact just for myself? Isn't that at least the reward I deserve if I kill it? And we find out, my friend, that the reason he went to them in the first place was because this team pays people according to their performance and doesn't cheat them. And that was something really important at the beginning. So let's continue, my friend, now that we know why Shin joined this team. And when he chose them, he did so because they actually pay people based on their performance and don't scam them. And we learned that this was something really important at the beginning. Then we find out, my friend, that the Crimson Red Stone is an artifact you can only obtain by defeating demonic ghouls. And even with that, even if you kill hundreds of demonic ghouls, it's still very hard to get it. In fact, the chance of getting it at all is almost impossible. But anyway, in the future, or more accurately, before he went back in time, after his team failed to defeat that demonic ghoul, he was really lucky that they saw the Crimson Red Stone when another team got lucky and managed to get it. And in the past, or the future to be more precise, there's another nice flashback where Shin is sitting on the ground injured, and the team members ask, boss, how did you manage to get it? No, this isn't gonna make us a lot of money, because the only effect it has is the slow skill. So the guy tells them, enough talking already. But at that moment, Shin said the slow skill. And now Shin, the one in the present, said, this skill is exactly what I need right now. And he tells the team, if my memory serves me right, this team splits the loot based on how much you contributed. Isn't that right, Yuan? So if I defeat this monster by myself, I guess there shouldn't be a problem, right? Yon stays quiet for a bit, and Shin thinks to himself, this slow skill is going to be really important for the future. But anyway, most people would just think badly of you or think that these newbies are arrogant if they ask for something like that. No, actually, no one would even believe I was being serious. And sure enough, within seconds, two guys were in front of Shin telling him, shut up, you idiot. Are you stupid or what? Who do you even think you are anyway? Do you really think you're something special just because you killed a few ghouls? Honestly, someone needs to tell him to chill out, guys. Anyway, Yuan calmly tells him, Do whatever you want, Shin. Everyone is shocked and asks, what do you mean, boss? But Yuan ignores them and keeps talking. Anyway, that's only if we fail to defeat the monster, and that's it. In that case, you can go into the cell by yourself and kill the boss, man. Shin thinks to himself, this is easier than I imagined. He replies to Yan and says, I guess that means I'll just be standing there watching you from a distance, right? Yuan tells him, exactly, just do whatever you want. The team says, wait for us, Captain. Yuan thinks to himself, that arrogant jerk is acting like he's something special just because he has one strong skill. I'll make sure I clear this entire dungeon by myself and shut him up for good. I'll show you the difference in experience between us right now on the battlefield, Jin. He opens the massive door and finds the demonic ghoul standing in the middle of the room, surrounded by a black aura. This is the mid-level boss, the bloodthirsty demonic ghoul. The guy looks pitch black, literally. Yuan tells everyone to get ready so we can start the fight. Yuan thinks to himself, even though this guy looks terrifying all in black, but I've heard he's actually easy to defeat. He tells his team to surround it in a circle and attack from behind. Yuan sarcastically thinks to himself, he said he'd kill this monster alone? Sorry, but you won't even get the chance to do that, Zen. Yuan tells him, come on, attack. But in the blink of an eye, Yuan was already on the ground. Blood was dripping from his head. He says, what just happened to me? Shin thinks to himself, I was worried when they started running toward the monster. But who would have thought they'd literally charge straight at that monster? I thought they were just running to get into position. But whatever, that's why they always fail. Because I've known for a long time that they do this kind of thing. And the guy with the blonde hair says, Captain, what are we gonna do now? We're all gonna die like this. Yuan gets up and says to himself, why are all the monsters here so strong? Even those advanced ghouls from before were really powerful. Damn. I shouldn't have gotten my information from the market. Yuan says, alright, there's no need for us to defeat this boss today. Let's fall back. But then Yilin notices Shin behind him, leaning against the wall and looking at him with a big, bright smile, like a kid waiting for his turn to play PlayStation. So Yuan says to him nervously, wait, don't tell me you're... Then the guy with the yellow hair says, you really are crazy, Shin. And Yuan says, it doesn't matter, everyone fall back quickly. The monster's eyesight is weak, so we can escape from it now. It's just a mid-level boss. And also, Shin, what about you? What are you gonna do? So Shin says to him, what do you mean by that? Yuan snaps back, I warned you, but I'm not responsible if you die because of your reckless actions. Shin sighs and says to him, don't worry about me, Yuan, I'm not dying today. He grabs his massive sword, and in the blink of an eye, the monster charges at him. Shin stands there calmly, takes a breath, and a blue aura wraps around his sword and his entire body. He says to himself, if we're comparing my stats to the ghouls, there's no way I can win this time. But anyway, the experience I've gained over the past 30 years is what I have with me now. Shin manages to block the monster's attack. The guy with the yellow hair says, did we just hear the sound of metal clashing? No, hold on a second, my friend. Did he actually manage to block his axe? Shin says coolly as he heads toward the demonic ghoul. My hand went numb from that hit. I think all I can really do is block your attacks. But the redstone hanging on his chest starts to shine as he appears. And Shin says to himself, it's been a long time, Redstone. The reason I'm obsessed with you is because of the slow effect your skill gives me. If I combine it with a Devil's Rush, it'll create the strongest mix between two skills. And that's because I have the Devour Relic skill. And even though it's hard for me to use the Devil's Rush skill, or have a skill with 2 seconds of freezing, that means if I use it with the slow skill, I'll be able to make those seconds last forever. I could literally freeze the monster forever, no problem. And all of this is thanks to the slow skill. And Shin says confidently, why are you just standing there like that? Aren't you gonna attack, you potato lump? So the ghoul gets angry and attacks Shin fiercely, my friend. And Shin says, that's great, that's exactly what I wanted. This way, I'll be able to find your weak spot easily. Shin manages to stab the monster under its honor, and he activates the Devil's Rush skill. He freezes the monster's movement for 2 seconds. Yuan says, wait, are you telling me that his skill even works on a mid-level boss? No way, that's beyond imagination, my friend. So Shin says, I knew that ghouls only have basic intelligence, but you're supposed to be a demon ghoul, not just a regular ghoul. But in an instant, Shin's confident expression turns to surprise when the demon ghoul attacks him with its leg. At the last moment, he's able to block the ghoul's strike. he gets pushed back because of the force of a hit. He says, I forgot about that. The demon ghoul has a high regeneration ability, and it can remove the effects of freezing. And to be able to use the skill on it again, I need to wait 15 seconds. That's why I need the slowing skill. But I can't freeze it again. I need to defeat it. Meanwhile, the demon ghoul charges at him, and Shin manages to block it. He attacks him once again, and he says, even though you're stronger, your attack style is really simple. They exchange blows. Yuan and his team are watching the fight from a distance. The guy with the yellow hair says, Captain, we need to go now. At this point, his skills aren't even working, and that could cause us trouble and the monster might attack us. Yan replies to him saying, I don't understand how. There's a huge, massive difference between their stats. How are your skills not working either? Why did you decide to challenge a monster this strong, Shin? Why are you able to keep such a calm expression on your face? Are you really just a beginner, Shin? And Shin is smiling widely and says, come on, let's finish this fight that's dragging on too long. I've been through situations like this before in my life, my friend. And he says to himself, if I'm really this weak, I need to focus everything I have on a single point, forget about cutting down my enemy, and use their own strength against them to my advantage. The demonic ghoul charges at Shin at an incredible speed. Shin smiles in the face of certain death. He says, this is your end. In the blink of an eye, he targets the monster's body, and the monster's axe shatters instantly. A notification from the system pops up telling him, congratulations, you have defeated the mid-level boss. Congratulations, you've leveled up twice and earned a title at the level of any demon hunter. This title gives Shin 5 times the healing speed whenever he faces any mid-level boss. Shin says, I've already gotten 2 really good titles. Isn't this just like being a solo player? But then he notices Yuan coming back toward him, looking stunned, and he's not alone. Everyone with him is coming too. Shin thinks to himself, to avoid annoying situations like this, there's only one way that comes to mind. Shin says, I swear I almost died. What I was about to do? I wonder if leader Yuan had encircled the monster before leaving. And then he starts to hype Yuan on. He tries to praise him a bit. The guy with the blonde hair says, I always knew our leader was super strong. Yuan responds, surprised. What do you mean? He notices that Shin is looking at him in cyan, and basically he tells him, you're not that bum. Right, Yuan? I'm giving you the chance to save your reputation. The red stone appears from the monster's corpse. The whole team looks at him. Yuan thinks to himself, so basically what you're trying to say is that all I really needed to do was keep my promise to you, Shin. He says, with a bit of frustration, I really did lose completely. Then he tells the rest of the team, everyone, pay attention. We've just defeated the mid-level boss. We need to get ready for the final boss. Everyone responds, yes, boss. They start heading up the stairs to face the final boss. Everyone keeps talking about how their leader's really strong. And that Shin is just lucky because he has a special skill. Nothing more. Shin says, now that the audience has gone, I guess it's time for me to have lunch. In front of him appears a silver-ranked artifact that increases health by 10 and strength by 10. It also grants him the slow skill. Shin enters the world of the subconscious. And then Shin goes straight in to have his lunch, my friend. And like I told you, watch the video after you break your fast so you don't regret it later. And then, my friend, a plate of meat appears in front of him. But man, what a piece of meat. Just look at that. It's wobbling side to side. Shin grabs the plate and says, man, all of you are fasting right now. But I'm not. I've already eaten. I'm the only one eating here. But honestly, I just can't respite you guys on this point. I've been fighting the beast for a while now and I'm starving to death. And honestly, this food looks super tempting. Just look at that piece of meat. Look, man, it's so tender, just falling apart. Anyway, damn you, Shin, you made us hungry with you. And shout out to the artist of this manga. This is just the writer, the editor, and everyone else giving up. We demand a ban on food and manga. Literally, every review I record for you guys now has food in it. It's like the whole world knows it's Ramadan. Just to show you food. It's really strange, honestly. Anyway, my friend, Shin manages to absorb 20% of the power from this artifact. His strength and health both increase by 2 points, and he actually gains the slow skill. Shin is able to add this skill to one of his existing skills. Shin says, why do I feel so anxious? But he decides to add this skill to the Devil's Rush skill. Then he gets a notification from the system telling him that if he uses the Devil's Rush skill again before its cooldown ends, you'll be able to extend its activation time. And if you try to use it a third time, there will be a 90% chance. If you try a fourth time, there will be a 60% chance, and so on. And if you use it 5 times, there will be a 30% chance that you can keep the skill's effect going. And Shin says, after coming back to reality, I'm guaranteed at least 4 seconds of total freeze on the enemy. So no matter who you are, you won't be able to stand against me, my friend. I used to think this was only theoretically possible, but it turns out it's actually practical. Then Yuan comes up behind Shin and says, let's talk now. So Shin says to him, sure, what do you want to talk about? Right now, we're standing in front of the gate of the Raging Ghoul, the last boss in this dungeon. So Shin says, you want me to join you guys? Is that it? Yuan says, no. Shin is surprised. Yuan continues, I'd be a failure as a leader if I didn't use a team member like you. Let's work together, She. Shin says, now that's more like it, but you know my conditions, of course. Of course, Shin. The guy with the yellow hair says, we're ready to enter the boss's room, boss. Yuan replies, great, let's go. And everyone, please pay attention. But the guy with the yellow hair is really resentful towards Shin. He glares at him with anger and jealousy, but Shin notices this, and he stays quiet. He thinks to himself, he gave me a weird look a little while ago, didn't he? Yuan continues, saying, this is our last fight for today. Let's go. And after that, let's celebrate this achievement, everyone. A while later, in the final boss's room, the raging ogre is sitting on the ground. A murderous aura appears around him. Yuan says, I'll go in first, Shin. Alright, but Shin tells him, no, Very, just stay with me. He grabs his sword and tells Yuan, but Shin, this time, seriously, you shouldn't act on your own. But Shin completely ignores him and thinks to himself, usually raging ghouls have less resistance or immunity than demonicals. That's why it'll be really easy for me to use the freezing skill. And if I attack him calmly, I shouldn't have any problem at all. Shin charges toward the final box, and the two of them rush toward each other. Shin says to himself, but wait, did I really tell him to stick with me? Since when do I say things like that with such confidence anyway? When I was a kid, I was always scared. Even after I grew up and got old, I struggled just to survive in the first place. I can't live that same life again. He attacks the monster and says, I really need to change. I'm gonna change that weak past, and I'll change my future too. That's why I need to show up and prove to everyone my amazing skills and my strength too. Yuan is completely stunned and says, Shin, you're the monster, not the ghoul in front of you. And Shin shouts out loud, the boss will be frozen for 4 seconds. Hurry up and attack him. Everyone rushes towards him, and the ghoul gets hit from all directions. After that endless barrage of attacks, a notification pops up from the system saying that Shin has succeeded in defeating the final boss, the rampaging ghoul, and has cleared the red ghoul dungeon. The guy with black hair says, did we really succeed that easily? I didn't use any elixirs at all. Then another guy says, yeah, it looks like we really did win. See how the freezing skill made everything so easy? And someone says, the teleportation boss. Does Shin have his own teleportation working for him? Now, do I really need to ask him now? So the boss says, I was actually thinking of asking him myself. Then the other guy says, no man, I need to make a living too. Shin says nervously, look how they've all changed. I wasn't even thinking of doing anything for them in the first place. Then a system notification pops up saying Shin leveled up twice more and earned a title from this level. And the title is called Overwhelming Power. What it does is increase the duration of effects by 10%. Shin says, that's honestly an amazing haul of titles. I've never gotten any title in the past. But still, that's nothing compared to that guy, Gangsu, the Ghost Blade, or the Title Collector. Or you could even call him the Perfect Sword. He's the strongest sword user in all of Korea. He have countless titles. Exactly 2 years after the player era began, he was a monster who easily surpassed level 500 before we went back in time. He was someone I looked up to. But now, there's no reason I can't catch up to him, or even surpass him. Now I have the chance to step on the gas too, right alongside him. Luan says to him, what are you doing all by yourself, Shin? He replies, I'm just showing off my muscles. He answers back, alright man, whatever you said. Anyway, you did awesome today. Here, take this. So he asks, take what, man? Luan tells him, don't worry, it's just a bronze relic anyway. It doesn't really matter. You'll literally beat everything today all by yourself. And honestly, I also feel like at the end of the day, it's just a bronze relic, so I can be generous with you about it. Shin says, man, you're really straightforward, aren't you? Li Wan tells him, exactly, I wouldn't have given it to you if it was valuable. He laughs and says to himself, I'm giving you this because I know we're not going to see each other again from this moment on. Man, that's really painful. But I still need to admit it. Shen, you've become someone who lives in a completely different world from us now. And yellow-haired guy gets more and more resentful. He says to himself, the boss cares about him more just because he has that damn skill. I've been his servant for such a long time. That's just not fair at all. That damn guy. Let's just die together then. He grabs his phone and says, hello? Yes, sir, it's me. Later at home, Shin is super happy and says, that's why I'm a player. Porters only make about $200 a day. But I got 6,000 so easily, plus a bonus prize too. And this is the bronze ring that gives them 10 extra strength points. And Shin says, even though it's just a bronze ranked artifact, who would have thought I'd get an artifact with a weight reduction skill for free? And this weight reduction skill lets you use 1 mana point per second to reduce the weight you feel from all artifacts to just 1 gram. So Shin says, that's why I get why it's only bronze. Most players will run out of mana before they even get a chance to swing their sword. But that's most players. Shin grins slyly and says to himself, I discovered my skills after 50 years. But that also happened because I studied hard and consumed an artifact that needed mana in the past too. But the results were shocking. The special effects of artifacts that require mana to use get a bit weaker, but they completely lose their mana consumption. And Shin says coolly, who cares if the skill gets weaker? The more my skill improves, the better it gets. And somewhere else, we see the guy with the yellow hair saying, that damn kid, I saw him with my own 2 eyes. He has a skill that lets him freeze monsters for 4 seconds. Then the other person says, are you raising your voice at me, punk? So the yellow-haired guy says, I'm really sorry, boss. So he says to the guy acting all tough, so what? Do you want me to get revenge for you or what? The yellow-haired guy replies, of course not. That kid is really rich if he can use the freezing skill like that. So the guy with the axe says, then what do you want from me, man? The yellow-haired guy says, I'm talking about business. Business, boss? Yuan likes that too. Can you imagine? So the guy with the axe says, so basically you want revenge in the end. Why didn't you just say that from the start, man? Then the one-eyed guy says, but hey, listen up, kid. The yellow-haired guy answers, but his ear practically flies off in an instant. He screams in pain and with a devilish laugh says, who do you think we are? Are we working for you or something? Then he pours alcohol and juice on his ear that got cut off. Just imagine the pain, kid. He literally screams, and the one-eyed guy tells him, you'd better pay up. Pay the right price, because I'm gonna charge you what your ear is worth, the one I'm about to cut off. Now, tell me quickly, where is that damn scoundrel? Back at the training grounds, Shin is holding his sword and says, who would have thought I'd end up eating cold cucumber salad that tastes like... But whatever, man, my stomach's already upset for no reason. But anyway, there's always light at the end of the tunnels. Shin grabs his sword and flips it in the air like it's just a piece of plastic, it's so light. The sword's weight drops to just 100 grams, and that's without using any mana at all. And that's thanks to his new skill, if you remember it. Shin says, so I'll use the giant sword for now, since its weight doesn't matter to me anymore. And that's really awesome. He looks at his stats window and says, even after all this, I still need to attract the attention of the Quickabats. And since a player can only make a contract with 1 quickie at a time, so I need to think this through carefully. And if possible, I want something that works well with my best stat, which is luck. But anyway, for now, let's focus on gathering stats, because I'm still a bit too weak to even talk to them or get their attention. I think the only thing I can do right now is train. After a while, Shin gets out of the car and says, I felt like I was gonna die. 3 days of non-stop training and driving for really long distances. But anyway, I managed to acquire a new skill. And this skill helps him adapt to all kinds of swords more quickly, except for one-handed longswords or, for example, daggers. Shen stands in front of Gate 101, a gate for solo players only. And he says, no? On top of all that, I need months just to enter a dungeon like this that's meant for a single player. But I'm really happy that I was able to reach one like this so easily. Shen looks behind them and notices a black car in the forest. He says to himself, who would have thought they'd even follow me into the forest? I don't know what they want, but whoever they are or whatever it is, it's better for me to deal with them inside the dungeon. Shin goes in, and right behind him, the one-eyed guy and 2 others follow. Shin says, "Isn't this dungeon supposed to be for solo players only?" Shin is sitting there totally calm on a rock near the entrance. He continues, "There's no way you guys just happened to enter this dungeon by mistake. Anyway, this is my territory now." He says to Axe Guy, "Are you stupid or what?" Shin thinks to himself as he grips his sword, they're not just some ordinary team. He tells them, "I won't report you guys if you just leave quietly." He continues thinking to himself, they don't have any healer or mage on their team. They're not interested at all in being able to keep fighting. That's something any team should have if they're gonna raid a dungeon. But instead, they made a whole team out of just archers and swordsmen. They're a squad specialized in hunting people. The Hyena Pack squad. Axe Guy says, "That bastard thinks he's something special." And he tells another guy, "You idiot, you're gonna die here, and it won't even matter to them if they find any trace of you." Shin thinks to himself, in the past, they were wiped out by the players' organization after a long search for them. He responds to them saying, "Yeah, I know you came here to do exactly that, and hey, life's good." And he thinks to himself, in teams like these, the archers are the toughest people you can deal with. So the archer says to him, "Very impressive. Let's just wrap this up quickly." But Shin tells him, "Yeah, exactly, man. That's what I was waiting for you to do. I want to get rid of 4 bodies. What's the best spot here in this cell?" Abu Balta says to him, What? You really think highly of yourself, man." He stops him with one eye and says, "Let's do this the easy way." Abu Balta replies, "The easy way? I wanted to break his jaw and wipe the floor with him." Shin laughs and says to him, "Obedient dog. Listen to your boss carefully, and it'd be better for you not to waste any more of my time. Come at me all at once." Abu Balta says, "It'd be better for you to shut that damn mouth of yours, you punk." And he charges at Shin at full speed. But Shin doesn't even care about him in the first place, and he says to himself, "Survival of the fittest. What better saying is there than that to describe the dungeons? The monsters always want to kill you in the dungeons. And in those same dungeons, there are also the relics that you and the others are after. Your life is always on the line. If you die, it means you're weak. And there are absolutely no rules when you're inside the dungeon. That's what you have to kill if you want to survive." That's what I experienced in the past. And that rule still applies in this era too. And as a result, everything that happens here is just self-defense. In front of him lies Abu Balta, sprawled on the ground in a pool of his own blood. The other 3 are pushed back. Shin says to him, "Hey, where do you think you're going? Come here." The one-eyed guy tells them, "Keep your distance from him. And you, Archer, cover our backs until we get into position." He replies, "Got it." He thinks to himself, he killed Abu Balta just like that? No, even if he was a fool, he managed to reach level 100. But that bastard just woke up not too long ago. How did he manage to beat him? And behind them, Shin is literally spinning his sword like a fan, man. Then the archer starts shooting arrows at Shin and yells, "Die, you monster!" But at that moment, Shin throws his sword and all the arrows shatter in an instant. The last words of the archer are, "What's happening is madness." The one-eyed guy looks at what just happened and says, How did he swing that giant sword of his? Now, that means he doesn't have any weapon right now. This is the best time to attack him. And Shin says to himself, "I'm really fired up now, huh?" The one-eyed guy says, "Attack him now," and they block his path before he can reach his sword. But at the very last moment, just as he's about to grab it, they're already attacking him. Their blows cause that huge explosion. But the look on the orange-haired guy's face completely changes. He says, "What the heck is happening?" Then Shin, who's flying above his sword, says, "Hey man, you scared me." So the orange-haired guy says to him, "You really are crazy." Shin creates his sword, but Gentai, the one-eyed guy, grabs the orange-haired guy's head and uses him as a human shield to block Shin's attack. And Shin says, "When I think about it, aren't all of you organ traffickers? No matter how much I think about it, you all work together under something like trust, right? But I think your goal was to awaken using mana stones through organ transplants. Isn't that right? I might not look like it, but I've seen a whole lot in the past." Gentai laughs and says, "So what would change now that you know what we're doing?" Then he attacks Shin, but Shin's sword stops right in front of Gentai's face at the last second. Shin says, "I was just asking. I was worried you might end up being really boring." A notification pops up from the system telling him that Gentai has been frozen for 4.4 seconds. He says, "How is that possible? I'm frozen in place. No, wait, is this because of those small wounds? No. Who could possibly do this? Is there a skill that strong?" Then Shin says, approaching him calmly, "It's all over now." He thinks to himself, over? What does he mean? What's he talking about? Am I gonna die like this? That's impossible. I was always the one who killed. That was my life. I was always the hunter. How am I the prey now? He remembers when he used to kill the newcomers. They used to beg him to let him live. And he says, I was always the hunter. So Shin is standing in front of him and he coldly says, haven't you experienced this before? Are you scared now that it's finally your turn? After a while, Shin is washing his sword clean of blood. He tells himself, I shouldn't get used to situations like this since it hasn't even been that long since I came back. But it doesn't matter. I guess this was just self-defense. Anyway, he looks back and a notification pops up from the system telling him he got 8 artifacts from this cell, including their belongings. He says, I guess all these artifacts are mine now, right? Shin puts on his jacket and now his stats are 37 in strength, 20 in endurance, mana, evasion, and defense. His physical endurance is 28, his luck points are 19, and his level is now 10. He says, I wanted to avoid a situation like this, but with my stats jumping up like that all at once, turns out it was worth it. I'm glad I don't gain weight when I eat relics, but even with my stats, that doesn't mean I'm as strong as level 50 players yet. Shin thinks to himself, how much time has passed since I came back? My growth rate has really become insane. And I also got this ring. It's a silver ranked item. It's the Ring of Healing, which can remove any negative effects from the player for 10 mana. If you use it again within a minute, it costs 20 instead of 10. He says that the axe guy who rushed at him at first, who would have thought he had something like this? But wait, that means if I had put all my trust in freezing, I could have died really easily. Looks like I need to be more careful next time. Shin starts to absorb the ring. After a while, on his way inside cell number 101, there's a group of ghouls, and one of them notices that Shin is behind him, and he's taking a calm breath. He says the requirements to get the Unlucky Day title, I needed to kill 500 monsters with my eyes closed. Shin actually has a piece of cloth over his eyes. The monsters start attacking him, and he says coolly, so when are these monsters going to attack me? He looks at his sword, which is shining and really tempting them. Shin says to himself, I can actually sense their presence. I need to feel the movement of the air and listen very carefully to everything. Focus. I need to maintain my state of concentration. Shin is in his own world of excitement. He senses the movement of the monsters as ripples and waves in the ground. Shin says, I actually did it. The monsters start charging at him, and he cuts them all down in a single sweep. He falls to the ground. He says, this is an amazing feeling. Then an arrow comes flying towards Shin at high speed. Shin notices it. He catches it right away. He says, I think I now know how to use presence sensing with ease. He breaks the monster's arrow. The look of terror appears on that monster's face, and Shin walks toward it completely unfazed. He says, a little while ago, I was in a really bad spot, but thanks to that, I remember the past. As a result, I think my senses have gotten better now. But anyway, there are a bunch of experience points in front of me. You'd better come at me, you bastards. They charge at him, but Shin just rushes right through them with ease. He cuts them down left and right. Even the last monster left, the last expression on its face was pure terror, right before Shin literally finishes it off. And after a while, in the middle of his carnage, Shin finds himself surrounded by countless corpses, in a literal sea of blood. He gets a notification from the system telling him he leveled up twice, and he earned a title from this level up. It was really a lucky day to get it. Honestly, I don't feel like I did anything worth mentioning, but this title gives me 20 extra luck points. And when I kill any type of monster more than once, my luck points will increase by 0.1 for that monster type up to a maximum of 10. And Shin says slyly, finally, I got the titles I wanted. A group of monsters comes out of a tunnel, staring at the terrifying scene of all the corpses in front of them. Shin says to them with a human-like tone, why would I waste a chance to get free luck points right in front of me? You can almost feel the monsters thinking to themselves, who's the real monster here, him or us? And after all this chaos, your luck points go up by 30, my friend. And in the end, there were 49 points left. Shin laughs hard. His eyes are practically filled with dollar signs from how easily he boosted his luck stats. He says, I just added 30 points for free, just from a single title. That's better than any platinum level title. No, it could even be worth 500 million. Actually, maybe even a billion. But then a crack in space-time appears behind them. A notification pops up from the system telling him that the area around them is starting to disappear. Shin says, finally, I can buy a house for myself to live in this life. But then he notices the huge space-time crack behind him, and he says, clearly scared, is this for real? He gets another notification from the system telling him that 3 asteroids have come just for him. The destroyed world cleaner asks if he wants to make other people unlucky, and the space conqueror asks him if he has some time to chat. The Lady of Luck smiles and reaches out her hand to him. The 3 of them appear in front of him. Shin says, that was faster than I expected, my dear. No, and on top of all that, there are 3 of them, not just 1. So Shin says to one, what do you think of this little offer I made? The Lady of Luck is amazed by him, and he's surprised too. He says, was I really that arrogant or what? Honestly, I'm not sure, because I've never experienced anything like this in my life. I mean, I'm talking about the past, because I need to be confident in myself. She becomes more and more amazed by him. A notification pops up from the system saying that her mission is that she's interested in him. She tells him she's interested because she's never seen a lucky swordsman before. So he says, oh, luck, huh? People really did say I was lucky. And he thinks to himself, honestly, that's a relief. Because that means all these constellations are interested in making a contract with me. But why not take my time and check this out too? Then he gets a notification from the system saying that the Destroyed World's employee praises him for his hidden story. Shin thinks to himself, this constellation is well known among the Reapers. Is he interested in me because I killed such a huge number of monsters in such a short time? And a notification pops up from the system saying that the occupier of that space is interested in his true desires. Shin says, honestly, I don't know why he showed up. What I do know is that he usually appears to players who, for example, have some kind of affinity or something, like being holy players. But if that's the case, could it be that he appeared because of the Ruler of Luck? I've heard she's really famous, even among the different asteroids. She looks at him, and he gets a notification from the system saying that she doesn't have any special desires. So if he wants to make a contract with other asteroids, she promises him that she's willing to let him make a contract with her again later. Shin is surprised here and says, really? Then he thinks to himself, I forgot that about her. Archers who can leave their arrows even when they're shooting them out in space. Now, with the effect of the world, he didn't even need to worry about running out of arrows ever. And that's the strongest archer in the world, Hashimato Yuki. His destructive power was extremely high, and he also had massive luck points, even though some people doubted the stories about him, thinking they were just nonsense. But in reality, that was because of 2 asteroids at the same time, with whom he made a contract, which allowed him to make the impossible possible. The Lady of Luck. Shin laughs, and he says, who would imagine that 3 asteroids would show up in front of me like this? I need some time to think about it. Honestly, you surprised me. I have to consult my dad. And everyone is shocked, and all 3 of them say at the same time that he's ignoring it. That's kind of worrying. But let him decide his own fate. One of them says, it looks like he made the wrong decision. And Shin says, I just can't believe these asteroids, honestly. But the Lady of Luck really is absolutely impressive, no doubt about it. But if I consider the possibility that I won't have any more asteroids visiting me in the future, my decision here will determine my fate as a player. And in the end, during the first 10 years of my life as a player, only 1 asteroid even thought about reaching me, and that was Uncle Daha. But then we found out it was actually Aunt Daha. Just a difference in appearances, that's all. I mean, appearances can be deceiving. The important thing is, he said that his appearance was like a light at the end of the tunnel for me. I was really happy, even though my situation was pretty pathetic before he showed up. But as soon as he appeared, I started thinking about a bright future ahead of me. But in reality, nothing actually changed at all. Nothing happened at all until I turned 55. Honestly, I had no idea how much asteroids could actually help you. And it was all because of these crazy requirements. But even though the power of asteroids is super important for players' lives, I never actually needed to use it in the first place. No, actually, I just wasn't interested in using it at all. In the end, I was able to go back in time because of it, so I guess I should be grateful for that. But anyway, that means I need to be more careful. I'm supposed to know that I can't go back in time again. But wait a second, a celestial power, absolute destruction, luck, me. He just presses accept like that and makes a contract with the goddess of luck. And a notification pops up telling him that even if the player dies, the contract with the player will last for 30 years. And beings from other worlds start looking at Shen and the goddess of luck and those who are making their contract. And another notification from the system tells him that 15 asteroids are starting to congratulate him on his contract, and they wish him to do his very best. Another notification says that 3 asteroids have become hostile toward him because they wanted to make a contract with him, and they'll do anything and everything to stop his progress. So Shin says, why are so many people interested like this? But anyway, good luck to both of us, goddess of luck, and she praises him for his wise decision. He says to her, now why don't we, but before he can finish, a notification pops up from the system saying the effect of the contract is, tell me what you wish for. It gives him 1. All your attack attempts will be critical hits. If you obtain an effect of rare rank or higher, you'll unlock all its hidden properties. You have a 100% chance to obtain an artifact from mid-level bosses and true bosses, even if their level's low. Shin says, what's all this? Isn't this all just cheating, guys? Then another notification pops up for him saying if you use those points you always use to upgrade your luck points, each point will now count as 2. This effect also applies to the points that you've already used them. So Shin Oba says, all of this, not just what we finished, all of this is still with me, and then Lady Luck looks at him and asks, so what do you want to do with all the other offers with these astrolades? So he tells them, oh that's right, you two can go back now. I need to focus on my queen first. And they're surprised. He says, this space father, does that mean I have to wait until next time to meet you? And the World Smasher warns them, telling him that the Crusher will do everything he can to get revenge for what he did. Lady Luck laughs and praises him for standing firm and staying so calm. He says, with these really strong negotiations, I don't even need to worry about the future. I just need to relax a bit, because there's always a better opportunity coming in the future. And in the final boss room, Shen is fighting the boss with all his might, and Lady Luck is absolutely dazzling. Shen says, is that all you've got? You're the last boss in this dungeon, you better show me something more, you loser. Come on, let me see it. He waits for a moment, then charges at the monster with all his strength. The goblin boss roars and throws Shen far away, then heads straight toward him. He puts Shen under the effect of tyranny. Shen says, finally, the effect of tyranny. Even though it's not as bad as total freeze, it can still leave the enemy unable to fight. Shen uses the power of the ring. The goblin boss attacks where Shen is, but is surprised when Shen manages to dodge the blow and drives the boss's weapon into the ground. Shen says that even though this skill has some pretty obvious limits, like you can't completely stop someone from moving, so I think it's really useful against weak monsters. Shen says, I guess it's time to test my luck now. Robe spreads throughout the boss's body and tries to use the same skill, but Shen interrupts him at the last moment. He says to him, did you really think that would work on me twice? And then activates his skill. Shen uses the Devil's Dash skill and freezes the monster for 2 seconds. Shen says, those 2 seconds are more than enough. My friend, he attacks him again and again, saying, and another 2 seconds. The monster screams in pain as Shen attacks once more, and he applies the special effect of the skill, extending the duration for another 2 seconds. The monster is in a state of absolute terror. Literally, it became a puppet in Shen's hands, guys. Let's continue, my friend, after Shen finishes off his gobbling. A notification pops up from the system for him. You have completed the dungeon Swamp of the Fiends. The chosen one. Your level has increased. Shen's feeling a bit exhausted, and the system tells him that he has earned this ranking title. And it finally tells him, finally, it's over. Now I can rest. And the title he earned is Don't Touch Me. A ranking among the rest of the titles. As we mentioned, it gives you 30 points in luck and 10 points in evasion. And there's an additional effect too, which lets you strengthen one of your skills. The player's system will apply the enhancements accordingly. Shen says the first thing was the Minotaur and the undead that were after me. And now, this dungeon. Did I push my body too hard or what? Anyway, he gets a notification from the system, which is the luck ruler. It tells him, you have a really good amount of luck. And you were actually able to survive all of that today? So Shen says to her, won't most people just assume I'm just lucky? She replies confidently, telling him that luck is a skill, and she's happy to support a lucky player like him. Shen tells her, you changed your mind pretty quickly, honestly. Anyway, she tells him that all of this is thanks to her, so he says, alright, just be quiet for a bit. Now let me go ahead and raise my luck stat first. Very nice, my luck is already over 100 now. As soon as any of your stats go over 100, you get an extra 10% boost to the effects related to that stat. For example, the evasion stat increases your dodge rate, and the luck stat increases your chances of getting family heirloom items. For instance, our hero here just got the cotton shield. It's classified as a silver heirloom item and falls under the support category. This shield converts any damage you take into health restoration, but it will consume mana throughout the conversion process. Our hero says, that's not important. So now I'm getting guaranteed heirloom items thanks to you. And if that's the case, does increasing my luck also raise the tier of the heirloom items I get, or what? And sure enough, a notification pops up for our hero saying, mana synchronization with Eurocodons has now begun. Then Lady Luck runs over to our hero and hugs him, and it's obvious that she's become really attached to him now. He tells her, at the very least, you'll be even more annoying, like a hardworking student who's always late. So now, my friend, let's go back outside. Specifically, near the Jami Seidel mission area. We see a girl telling our heroine, Sheenie, no. He asks her, what did you find? He says, I understand what you're saying, but I have my own ideas. She tells her, I'm so sorry, but could you reconsider? It's hardly fair my scheduled part was delayed. But our heroine is thinking to herself, no, I'm never gonna let him stop me. And specifically, my friend, 2 hours ago, on her way, Satria says, I was worried because the pearl belonged to the demon. You bought it. But I'm happy because at least I got Ozu the kimchi. Anyway, as he's driving, he realizes that everything is messed up. He says, what's this? Do I need a new car or what? What? A car is one thing, but I also need to move soon. Being at the high level makes me more vulnerable to risks and crime, and I am not willing to continue living in constant fear. Why would it be easier? I live in the city of players, where monitoring is continuous, and with all the family stuff I need, I have to think about buying used equipment to make things easier. And then my cousin just sits there acting all tough and says, money. I need money. Money is everything. I need a lot of money. And right now, there's only one place where I can actually make enough. A real source of money. They say the system was created alongside the era of the players. And with its appearance, missions started showing up. Now, there's an organization that manages these missions. Specifically, there's a system they run, the Players Association. I can do it, and for sure. Just wait for me, Mission Hall. I'm coming for you. And if you're gonna be there, my friend, then you might as well go all in. He asks Lahani about the request, and she tells him, no, there's nothing, we can't help you. We just prefer that you enter a dungeon that matches your level, nothing more. So you're trying to enter a dungeon that's like level 100, huh? He tells her, I'm confident I won't cause any problems. Trust me. And our hero says, even if I'm at level 17, going to a low-level area would just be a waste of my time. Anyway, she tells him that for someone like him, it's exactly the same thing. And she does that while laughing, my friend. But you know, she's laughing with tears in her eyes. She just can't hold herself together. She tells us that you should leave here now and go to an area that matches your level. But our hero tells her, I understand what you're saying, because a lot of people died from overestimating themselves. But I have to stay strong until the end. I'm gonna do it. But at that moment, a girl with pink hair comes up behind them and asks, so what's the problem here? Then the other girl responds to her. She says, oh, nothing at all, and welcomes her. The girl says to him, welcome. She's from the Adna Guild and her name is Miso. She's ranked at level 100, classified as a plus A, and her level is truly impressive. Kim says, Miso, the Wrecking Ball, or the player who reached level 100 and earned the title Gami, even though her skills are amazing. But what really sets her apart is that she's the daughter of the president of Shinsen Company, Kim Young-kol. This means that Kim Miso, also known as Shin Taeri, the Shadow Killer, is considered the greatest assassin in the country. And then there's Shojin Ho, one of the country's greatest swordsmen. They're all members of the same guild, which is the Adna Guild. She's the daughter of the main shareholder in the Adna Guild. In other words, she was born with the greatest diamond rank in player history. Inlami says to her, I haven't seen you before. I was wondering, why are you interested in taking on a level 100 quest? He replies to her saying, honestly, I need the money. Meanwhile, there's a group off to the side watching what's happening. They're saying, hey guys, why is Kimi Yusuf talking to him? How is that possible? Did you see that guy? He's crazy. Someone else says, leave him alone. She's just trying to be nice to a new player who's only level 17. But our hero Nashin thinks to himself, I can hear you loud and clear, you jerks. Anyway, she keeps talking to him and says, this area is going to be tough for you. He replies, I'm fully aware of that. 4 words, high risk, high reward. That's my motto. And our hero says to himself, I'm not acting this way because I hate her or anything. Even if I was rejected before, it's not like I'm holding a grudge at all. The Asura then says to him, do you realize now that you can't complete the mission because solo missions aren't allowed? And so on. Our hero was shocked at this point, and he says, now that I've thought about it, and the ban on solo missions won't be lifted until 4 years from now. He just laughs and walks away. He tells her, I think I misread the announcement. It's up to you. So she asks him, well, in that case, do you want to come with me? Our hero is surprised by her offer. Everyone is shocked. He asks, is she serious? Another guy says, I wish I were him. I'm so jealous. Our hero wonders, why is she planning things with her? He asks her, on what basis? She replies, what? Am I not allowed to help a fellow player or what? And our hero tells us, he says to her, I'm being honest with you. It's hard for me to trust women. She tells him, if that's the case, then I'm really not setting any conditions. Instead of a condition, give me a promise. If you let me down, then you have to pay the price. But if you live up to your words, then I'll sincerely apologize for how I acted. Our hero says to himself, aha, now I get it. He smiles slyly. And he says, she wants to test me. Kim Missel's reputation as a player doesn't stop there. Because literally anything she wears, these days her prices are skyrocketing. Anything she says or does gets written up in dozens of articles. However, the moment she sees you as a player full of confidence, you can pretty much guarantee the end of your career as a player. And in that moment, our hero follows up and says to her, if that's the case, why don't we start now? And he thinks to himself, her reaction will be interesting. And now, dear viewer, we go back in time a little. So, when Alwera first came to Miso's house, to the place where our hero is now, right before she entered specifically, and the person who welcomed her at the door was waiting for her eagerly, telling her that she would be waiting here, sir. So she tells him, alright, do whatever you want. She starts moving and thinks to herself that most of the guild members aren't working today. Looks like I'll have to look for new members and all that. At that moment, she went inside. She heard her stomach growling, and she said that seriously to the girl in front of her. Just trust her for now, that's it. And now, my friend, we find out that Kim Miso actually had a reason for working 2 jobs, and that happened by coincidence. It's because of the rules about the minimum number of members compared to the tasks. And that could be a problem. It's a major source of annoyance for Kim Miso. And during that time, it just so happened that she saw this player full of confidence. Since she was in a situation where she had no idea how the player might act, her interest in him grew a lot, and what happened, happened. My dear, we're back to the present moment. The important thing is, he asks, by the way, what was the mission that Mr. Shin Sang-yeon was trying to get Jan to accomplish? Here, the employee responds, of course, just a moment please. She pulls up the mission in front of her, and it's an important one. Defense, eliminate all the monsters running toward the Guardian Tower. The mission will be considered a failure if the core of the Guardian Tower is destroyed. Type of monsters? What kind of monsters are they exactly? The number of target monsters is 300. The recommended level is 100. The mission reward is 500 million won. Do you want to accept or decline? Kara's shocked and thinks to herself, what? He didn't choose a search or attack mission, but instead picked a defense mission. Descending without a support team. With these missions, you can only complete it if you defeat all the monsters. That's why it's recommended to have a team of 4 people, including at least 1 attacker. But he wants to do it alone. This is a suicide mission in every sense of the word. Anyway, he asks her, are you mad at me or something? She replies, why would I be mad at you, man? He tells her, it's just that I saw you weren't talking for a while. I thought maybe you were nervous about something. If you think it's gonna be too hard for you, we can wait until some more people show up. Other people. She brushes off the employee. And here, Masu gets annoyed, like he's just trying to help and all that. He goes on and says, maybe you want a defender, or even another striker. Or maybe, he says, but then someone grabs him by the hand like this. And she tells him, come on, let's go. And she immediately agrees to the task. And she says, tell him no, Mr. St. John, there's absolutely no problem. Go ahead with the task, dear. Now they're actually being transferred to the mission location, and the employee in front of her is shocked. She says, since Masu's going with you, I hope nothing happens, and honestly, it's better if nothing happens at all. These guys are all stunned seeing her in front of them, and one of them leans over and asks, do you really think they won't succeed or what? Then he says, it's impossible for a beginner at level 17 to clear a dungeon at level 100. But then another one chimes in and says, and you're not usually like this. Not to mention, you see that Miso is busy planning something. After all, she's the top-ranked player. Hey guys, are you aware of the new ranking system? The one created by the Players Guild? Someone replies, yeah, of course, and explains that it was established by them. because it was hard to determine a player's strength just based on their level. The other guy replies, yeah, there are two conditions to get your own guild. The first is the number of dungeons you've cleared. The second is an overall assessment of the player's combat sense. Kim Miso was ranked number 1 just because of her combat sense. So one of them says, now I get it, but what does number 1 rank actually mean? Honestly, I don't get it. The other guy replies and says, yeah, isn't it obvious or what? It means there are monsters stronger than her. And another guy, like his friend, replies, that's not important right now, guys. So he asks, then what is important? He replies, that guy just went alone with Miso to that cell. Man, he's really lucky, guys. Now, at this moment, we move on to the mission, Defense of the Age of Darkness and the Wolves. We go right into the heart of his mission, and you see Miso just standing there. And our hero's heading down and walking across that bridge. Miso thinks to herself, I have to take responsibility for my words. I'll do everything I can to help him, if anything dangerous happens to him. Our hero glances at her out of the corner of his eye. And she thinks to herself, but I hope it takes this opportunity to learn his lesson. And exactly 30 minutes ago, my dear, right when they came in here, she asks him, what did you say to him? So he says, like I said, don't get involved unless I ask for your help. And I promise you, I'll give you 5% of the profits as long as you focus only on supporting me. So he says, oh, I wasn't just imagining that I heard something like that. He replies, yes, getting a 5% profit just for supporting me is a really good deal. So he asks him, do you think I said that for a reason? Your conditions, for example, there's no way you can handle that. With fewer than 300 of them, 300, this mission's really tough. Even for someone at level 100, like me. But suddenly, the look of secrecy on his face disappears, and he says to her, just wait and you'll see. The important thing is that we succeed first, and she says, alright, but I get an extra 1% profit for every monster. You can't defeat it, and you also won't get anything if you lose against 95 of the monsters in front of you. Got it? And now, we really want to see our hero stand his ground against these wolves as they get all riled up and attack him, and he says to her, I'm sorry to have to tell you something like this, but there's no way around it, because failure is better. You don't even know who I am, do you? Our hero gets himself ready and says, I'll take care of all of them right now. The wolves actually attack him, and our hero takes him down at top speed. He takes out more than one of them in the blink of an eye with a strike from his legendary heavy sword. And he says, they make some cute sounds when they die, and that's something that's making me want to take out even more of them. It started to feel real, not just some ordinary, arrogant game, you know? Is he really that strong? There weren't any flaws in the packs now. And his stance really shows just how superior he is too. This is what John always used to talk about. And he's supposed to be a blazing warrior in my guild. A perfect balance between offense and defense. And on top of that, he avoided any moves that were pointless. Well, he was taking out several enemies with a single blow, but he still has a long way to go to surpass many of them. So what is he gonna do now? Right now, he can't just swing wildly like a regular level 17 player, can he? He has to face them, but that's true. And they're looking at him like that, and why is he smiling? She says, wait, I knew something was off from the start. Why are all the monsters so unlucky, my dear? Because of the system. He says, Demon's Fist level 1 has been activated. The monsters literally aren't moving, my dear. She says, don't tell me, did he just paralyze all of them? Did he use the paralyzing technique? She's shocked. Like that? My dear, from what she's seeing in front of her, and she was so stunned she almost fell from her spot above. And she says that was really close, but if that's the case, anyone would notice that he used the technique just now. Even though he was being cautious, because it seemed like it lasted for about 4 seconds, if it really did last 4 seconds, that means his technique lasts longer than Jinho's, and if that's the case, he has more time to use it. And he would also have enough resources after defeating all the monsters. Who exactly is this guy Dite anyway? And he says, why is Dite so easy, guys? Show me a little resistance or something, you wolves, come on. He finishes off the biggest ones among them on the blink of an eye, but then suddenly hears the sound of a howl coming from ahead. It's huge. He says to him, so you're the extra one. You, the Black Wolf. And here, my friend, it turns out that he's the boss, the real deal. He charges at him at full speed, looking really pissed off. And we find out, my friend, that the Black Wolf had never faced him before in the past. And he says, I wonder if I feel nostalgic for the past after seeing him. But then he gets a notification from the system that, thanks to the Black Wolf, he's now under the effect of Thunderstrike resistance. And this effect, my friend, is like the shock effect he used to have, but now it's on him instead. Even here, Miso, my friend, is shocked by this technique, but she had another defensive technique that protected her from it. And the system tells her that, due to her current family ties, she avoided the effect of Thunderstrike resistance. So she thinks to herself, yeah, that's right. I used a black wolf to shock him, and also, I almost forgot all about that. So now you're using her arrow? She says, right now, I'm trying to save him while he's in danger. I just think he has a way to activate the strike against the enemy. But he also has a way to get rid of this special effect. And the person is at a level where that's totally unexpected. But he gets a notification for our hero because of the healing effect. The effect was applied. He blocked the strike, and our hero moves again at full speed. She's shocked before she can intervene and says, how is that possible? A nearly perfect duelist stance, and a very long strike. But he still has the ability to counterattack, even though he's only a level 17 player. That's just impossible. And our hero says, Shinri Rizubo, are you surprised or what? And our hero thinks to himself, honestly, he was right. Because the prey you were supposed to strike down, oh wolf, is now moving. And in this moment of panic, while you're scared of me like this, I have to take full advantage of this. And so he swings his sword at the wolf and says, it's over. This is my chance to finish the mission, and indeed, without any hesitation, our hero takes out the wolf completely. He says, at first, it seemed like he was under the effect of the shock. Now my hands are dirty. Oh well, it doesn't matter since I'm already messy. At least the team got a bit of fun out of it. Come on, you damned wolves. The girl is shocked by what she sees in front of her and says, Dad, who is this guy? Honestly, I like the way he looks. I think we definitely need to have him join our team. She sees our hero sitting on top of the wolf he just took down, and suddenly the system pops up with a mission. Defeat all wolf-like monsters. He's already defeated 299, and the target is 300. He gets a bunch of notifications from the system saying he's leveled up, and our hero says, we're leveling up at an incredible speed now. He tells the system that he got the title No Fear as a reward, and this No Fear title gives him, it ignores any negative effects caused by wolf-like monsters, but monster bosses are excluded from this. Anyway, our hero's just sitting there giving it his all. He looks up at Miso and thinks to himself, looks like she's starting to believe in my skills. She was watching me as I cleared this stage so easily, just like that. I guess I'll have to keep up my act until we actually start. No ending it just yet. Suddenly, a sound comes from afar, another wolf's howl, but this wolf is different. Our hero says, are you ready or what? As it appears. A notification from the system, the final boss. The full moon. The Lord of Bosses. He attacks our hero like this, but our hero, at top speed, avoids this obstacle. And he tells us that I remembered correctly. Unconventional attacks are your specialty. Isn't that right? And the person in charge would be surprised by that. And he tells him, our hero, but over the course of 30 years, all the dead from your attacks have been analyzed. I'm sorry. And then, my friend, our hero, charges at him at full speed. He lands a blow that's honestly critical. And he tells us, every move you're about to make, I've already anticipated. Then a notification pops up from the system saying that, due to the Wolf Lord's resistance skill, the Devil Strike wasn't activated. And he says, since resilience is one of the perks of being a level 100 boss. And then Kiramisu says, this guy is honestly crazy in so many ways that I really need to watch out for. Not only does he have a way to counter confusion effects, but he can also handle that thin sword like it's a feather. Well, that's just the power, my friend. This guy plays heavy. Anyway, our hero charges at the boss to hit him. Another strike. And the boss gets really pissed and says, move it, buddy. He tries to hit him, but our hero blocks it with a sword. He literally used his sword like a shield, my friend. And Miss Miso continues, saying he's also aware of all the unpredictable attacks from the Wolf Master. And our hero says to him, confidently, I already know everything about you, you rascal. But Miss Miso goes on and says, but the worst part of all this is his attitude, trying to prove his strength. Who do you think you are, kid? Are you for real? And our hero continues, and it seems like the fight is taking longer than he expected, and he says, if I run out of tricks now, the one I wanted to show off in front of myself. And he continues, he was supposed to collapse by now. What's up with this guy, Kanzib? I don't know what's going on. He just keeps coming back, running like a hero. And he says, he still has all that energy left after all the hits he's taken at this rate. I'll pass out first. His HP is dropping fast, shocking Kira. Seeing an attack coming, he says, he's prepping a big move. He counters with a piercing strike as we dodge. So our hero spins at full speed and tells him the killer move of the Wolf Master, the one that has claimed the lives of countless players. Even though I haven't used this trick yet in the fight, when things get intense, you have to take precautions. Asa faces off against Kira, our hero, and hits him with a strike from a distance, a blow that's literally enough to cut off his other hand. But he's not done with the attack yet, because the wolf's piercing strike was coming right at him. Miso is shocked and says, "What's happening?" And at that moment, our hero actually gets hit. Miso is so stunned she collapses and says, "I'm really so stupid, I don't deserve to be a player." Even if Shin showed incredible strength, I let my guard down and allowed something like this to happen. I'm sorry, Shin. But suddenly, she notices a green light coming from the ground and says, "That light?" And what she sees, turns out a notification from the system appeared. Our hero is now the absorbing shield. The cadence was shattered and lost forever. Our hero had an alternative solution. He used the diet shield to restore all the shields he lost to health and gained a special effect. What a sacrifice! And my friend, this is something you're only supposed to get when you're on the brink of death. As we know, it gives you conditional healing, and its cooldown is 30 seconds. Any damage dealt to a specific part of the body gets converted into healing. And if the damage exceeds the player's total health points, the player will recover health up to their maximum health limit. Just imagine that, my friend. You got the win right now. Honestly, that's genius, guys. Seriously, that kid is smart. And we remember back in the past when they said a conditional healing skill didn't seem useful, even after absorbing it. And of course, my friend, when he got it, he used the shield in exchange for it. Something like that. And he targeted a much larger part of the body. So he could apply the sacrifice effect to it. I mean, he covered the head, the stomach, the chest, the left arm, the left leg, the right leg, and the back. Honestly, he covered almost every part. He didn't leave out a single spot, not even his knees or his waist. This guy basically pierced almost his entire body and is saying, "What's this?" In most cases, it would be safer to just pierce the back, but since the back is divided into 4 parts, that's not effective. So if that's the case, it makes more sense to pierce the front part of my body, which is already affected by the blow. My dear, since it was in the front part of his body, he managed to come back again. And what the system says is that because of the sacrifice effect, the player regained his maximum health points. Our hero says that if he had made even the slightest mistake, he would have died here. But unfortunately for me, I never expected that he would solve 2 problems at once, and our hero starts using the Devil Strike skill at level 1. And he uses it right on the wolf. He says, "I don't know if this is good luck for me or not, but who would have thought that hitting your right side would break through your resistance, and that I could pin you down like this? Come on, tough guy." Our hero raises his sword like that, and he says, "Let's see if I'm really lucky or not." And indeed, my friend, after he takes him down, our hero heads to Misel's house, walking through all that golden blood. Our hero says, "The pinning skill. It only worked on the 3rd try?" Well, that's good enough. Misel was in shock. And our hero says to her, "What is it? Finally, you made it, Misel." She says to him, "You could have just told me you had a decent skill. Why'd you make me worry about you, man? I thought you were done for, seriously. Are you living a second life or something like that, or what?" Our hero is kind of shocked by what she says. She says to him, "How do you know all the moves? The attack was really sneaky. I've met a lot of players before, but I don't think anyone else has ever sung like that." Our hero looks at her and smiles. He says to her, "Like what? Go on." So our hero says to her, "Like what? Tell me." And she thinks to herself, "What is this strange feeling I'm having right now?" She quickly pulls herself together and says to him, No, I didn't mean anything by it. I was just saying that it kind of reminded me of how one of those top tier players acts." Our hero is a bit taken aback. And he thinks to himself, "I thought she was going to say it was like he was going back in time or something. Isn't that right?" I felt like it was close to that word. Anyway, it's normal for an average player to never act like that. Then Misel speaks to him at home and says, "Anyway, aren't you going to do something?" He tells her, "Stop arguing." And just like that, he rips the wolf's head off, saying, "I'll end your misery now." And he forges a notification from the system saying that he's being granted the C rank title. The real duel. And we learned that a real duel happens when there's no support power within a 5-minute window, meters away from the attack target. And when you reach a state of isolation, the real duelist instinct is activated, and all your abilities temporarily increase by 20%. As soon as the isolation's lifted, the problem site related to the title's released, and at that point, the effect disappears. And our hero says to himself that this is a title meant for solo combat, so it's actually really good for me. And this is my first C-rank title. It feels strange, but for me, it's a new beginning. So Miso says to him, "You got the new title just like that?" And our hero replies, "Looks like you already knew about this. Have you ever beaten it by yourself, Miso?" She answers, "Honestly, yes, of course. I was alone." Then pauses for a moment and says, "Come on, there's no need to brag right now. Actually, I only managed to beat it thanks to the family heirlooms." Not really. I mean, it wasn't all because of my own strength. Our hero laughs and says, "Alright." Even using family heirlooms these days is considered a skill on itself. She replies to him, "Thank you for saying that," and thinks to herself, no matter what, the family heirloom I own is worth more than 200 billion. It's humiliating to be compared to someone using a cheap, oversized sword that you see everywhere. That's just ridiculous. Anyway, aren't you thinking about trying out your new title right away? Isn't that right? But suddenly, a notification pops up from the system. The title Revealer of Truth has been activated, and the system tells him that there's no playing around now. This is within a 5-meter radius of his location. And the true dueling instinct has been activated. He laughs to himself and says, "Of course not. How can I do that right now?" Then he deactivates the true dueling instinct. Miso tells him, "Anyway, I'm gonna head out first. As you know, she has to coordinate with the porters." He replies, "No, it's fine, thank you." And he thinks to himself, since the mission reward also includes the remains of the monsters that were defeated, it makes sense that she would call him. The porters? It turns out I benefited too, which is good for you, because I was always the one handling the annoying tasks. Then Miso interrupts him in his train of thought, saying, By the way, I'm gonna give up my 5% share of the mission reward for you." Like I said, he insists, telling her, "No, nothing will change my mind." She says it's fine. "So please don't refuse the offer, as I feel we'll meet again for another chance. Think of it as me investing in you." Yashan. So she asks him, "Alright, do we have a deal or what? If that's the case, then I was the first." And our hero thinks to himself, "She smiles at me like that with a knife in her hand. There's no way I'll ever trust her, not until the mission is over." Now they say, finally, the time has come. And now we'll finally get the reward I've been waiting for, if it turns out to be really great, and the one with the blue hair from the system, the Blue Moonstone, a family heirloom made from platinum rhodite. It gives you 100 mana points, 100 health points, and 50 points. A rare gem infused with the creed of the wolf tribe. The silver one that glorifies the blue moon, and finally, I got a piece of platinum rank. This is seriously awesome. Platinum starts at a price of at least 1 billion won, and at this level, there's really no difference between this and a luxury apartment in the capital. Then, system notifications start popping up, and the goddess of luck starts talking to him, asking if he believes in her now. She tells him that this amazing thing he just got is her doing. He tells her, "You're the best. And if it wasn't your doing, then whose was it?" That's luck right here. First request, first scam. Suddenly, the owner of the torn scarf starts talking to him, strongly objecting to the biased luck in his favor. The player system suggests that the constellation of luck should be removed from the system, but the constellation of luck responds. And surprisingly, she suggests that the constellation connected to the player system should vote on this matter. And the vote actually started to remove the owner of the torn scarf from the player system. And the vote tally was 1.60%. The numbers kept increasing rapidly. He basically said it straight up, like, "This is a mess, guys." And the decision was unanimously approved, so now there's no place for the owner of the torn scarf to play the role of the constellation from now on. And this guy says, "Can you even really do something like that to me?" It turns out the whole thing is that she's a very social constellation and she has a lot of friends. Anyway, since the piece is a platinum rank, the absorption rate will be at least 40%. As for the special effect, and we find out that the special effect is always active. There's never any downtime for the effect while the moon is present. Inside the cell, recovery speed increases. Health points and regeneration speed increase by 5 times. Regardless of whether the moon is present or not, monsters from the canine or wolf species fall under psychological pressure. Constantly. When facing a player who possesses the Blue Moonstone, and if the moon is visible, these monsters will completely refrain from attacking the player carrying the Blue Moonstone. So our protagonist simply says, "Does this mean I'm gonna be more of a dog than the dogs themselves?" He doesn't really know why he's acting this way, but apparently the system is now synchronizing the Blue Moonstone with mana. And after that, my friend, we head to the waiting area. Mission area. Our protagonist walks out of there looking all sharp. And then, my friend, he's totally shocked by what he sees in front of him. He finds everyone from his organization outside all taking pictures of him. They're saying, "Is that Dou Shin Sang-hyun? Did he really drop from level 101 or what? He must have really done it." Because Miso isn't the type who would lie. And Miso tells him there's no need for games. The staff member's shocked and says, "Miss Miso." Miso continues, "Who do you think put a level 17 player in a mission meant for level 100? If I were you, I would have stopped them too. Everyone did their best." She says to her, "Miss?" And she sits there crying like that, then continues and says, "Miso, it's better if you remember Shin's features because he'll be coming here a lot." And he says to himself, "Let's stop thinking about this." And we feel a bit sorry for that employee. She really went through a lot. Anyway, everyone comes over to Shin and says, "Hey Shin, I don't even know who the team leader is." And I don't know who the team leader is either.
Come on, we want to recruit you for our union. We offer the best benefits in this field. But here, dear Miso steps in and says, I'm sorry, but I just want to pull us aside for a quick word. That's why we have to leave now. So they're shocked and ask her what's going on. They're surprised and think maybe it's a contract from the Eden Union and that they want to recruit him to their side or something. And she says to him, am I right or what? Are we supposed to talk now? And he says to her, yeah, that's true. And he thinks to himself, thanks to this, I can prove that I can survive. But what is she really trying to do? Anyway, they get into their fancy car, and our hero checks his account and finds 500 million won literally have been deposited, my friend, and he's really happy. Then she says to him, that's because the mission reward is fast processing, right? He replies, yeah, it's fast. I've never experienced that before. Anyway, she tells him, I called in grade A movers. That's why I had some influence on the matter. So he says to her, no, really, thank you so much for caring about this. Then she speaks up and says, driver? He replies, all right, I understand this. Suddenly, they switch to secret mode. Our protagonist is surprised that this is happening. And he says, just as expected, there's no help without a reason, right? That's for sure. Suddenly, she tells him, I'm not really good at hinting, you know? Hey, player Shinsang Yun, I want you to join the Eden Guild. Our protagonist is shocked by her request. He tells her, this isn't about not being good at hinting or anything. Actually, it seems like you're really confident in yourself. He says, the name Eden isn't used lightly, right? I don't think you'll regret it if you make this decision. And our protagonist thinks to himself, it would be a lie if I said I didn't expect the situation at all. If I go back in time, I was just an ordinary member in a simple guild. Back then, belonging to a guild gave me a sense of comfort and reassurance. It was a small guild. As a player without talent and nowhere else to turn, but I was honestly comfortable there, at least until that incident happened. After that, everything changed. And our protagonist says, the important thing is that right now, I'm the only one who knows about this, regardless of my current rate of progress. Even all the support the guild offers could turn into a shackle that holds me back in the future. That's why I think playing solo for a while will be better for my growth. He tells her, I'm sorry, but she cuts him off and says, oh, so you're planning to start a solo guild, right? Our protagonist goes silent, stunned, unable to respond. He tells her, honestly, your quick thinking is really impressive. She tells him, even with this appearance, I'm the daughter of a very big company president. And considering your ability, Shin, my deduction isn't all that special. Besides, what really matters is that I'm the only one who knows about this right now. Our protagonist is shocked by her. He thinks to himself, she knew I was going to start a solo guild, huh? Still, she revealed her hand without any hesitation and showed clear interest in me. She set up a relationship that could bring her a huge benefit later on. This girl really is a skilled negotiator. Anyway, my friend, we head to the player city, building C near Jumpshield Station. There, we see a woman who says, like I mentioned before, the security deposit for the rent is 500 million won, and the monthly rent is 5 million won. So he tells her, come on, the way you're saying the price makes it sound like it's no big deal. Alright, whatever. Anyway, she tells him, you made an excellent deal with me overall. I'll leave this with you for now and I'll be on my way. He replies, alright then, take care. And he thinks to himself, I really managed to find a place to live quickly. But for everyone who was waiting for the apartment to just back out all at once, was that thanks to you and your lucky cake too, or what? Anyway, our guy ends up in his apartment, which is literally empty. And even though it was a short period, I went through a lot of events. I didn't know the reason behind the sudden return. With things changing so quickly, I was really confused. For a few days, I was just busy trying to figure out what was going on, even though I didn't accomplish anything. I felt lost and didn't know how or where I was supposed to move forward. But after a while, I completely changed my mind. Senses I thought I was about to forget, but I felt the rush of hot blood through my body. Youth is coming back to me again. The youth in these hands of mine wouldn't let me be at peace. That's why I decided to live a different life this time. I decided I wouldn't live submissively to anyone like I used to. And on top of that, opportunities for growth kept coming my way without stopping. So my dear, when Misa was talking on the phone about what happened, they were in the car. She says, yes, hello, this is reporter Park Jung Minimum. What's going on? Tell me. And they sit there talking together for a while. And he says, just as expected, you're really quick at getting the news and all that. Our hero, the reporter Park Jung-min, says to himself. And he already knows what happened and about the mission our hero Shin got involved in. And it looks like he's about to start publishing about it and all that. And he gets the information from Miso so he can set Shin up and treat her nicely. Anyway, our hero gets out of the car. And he tells her, thank you for giving me a ride here. She says, oh, just one moment, please. I'm planning to explore an unconfirmed gate soon. So if that's the case, I'm planning to form a team of up to 4 people. The gate will be level 120. So our hero rushes over to her as fast as he can and says, "Of course, I'm coming with you." She's shocked by that and asks him, "Do you even have any idea what that means?" "Well, I don't have a problem. You can come with us." Even though it's really strange. I mean, you strictly refused the offer to join our guild. Even though we could go into a gate like this every day, no problem, if you were with us in the guild and all that. But you're super excited about this mission. So our hero thinks to himself, finally, the chance has come for me to enter the gate. Simply put, you could say that dungeons are fixed locations. And when you go in, the entrance and exit are always in the same place. The traps and monsters follow a certain routine, but a gate is a moving place. When you explore it, the entrance and exit change dynamically, and sometimes even the monsters change their locations. But of course, the higher the risk, the better the rewards. This is the law of the player's world. And on top of all that, if it's an undefined gate, there's a system called the first entry reward system, which pretty much guarantees you'll get a high ranked artifact. And sometimes Miso has also tried entering an undefined gate before, because the artifacts that ignored the freezing effect, which she used in the dungeon I was with her in, can only be obtained this way. Anyway, she told him at the time, "We'll be in frequent contact from now on. Please, I want you to put your number here." And you know, when someone sees that the heroine has a bunch of pictures of dead people and stuff on her phone, it seems strange. Anyway, after they finished with that, our protagonist went off to do his own thing. He said, in any case, it was obvious from her face that she was carrying a lot of stories. But is there any other player without a story behind them? Even me, for example, I was carrying a secret that I could never share with anyone, no matter who they were. If it ever came out that I had gone back in time, it would be unbearably troubling. Anyway, at that moment, our protagonist wondered, where could he be? Maybe he's here now, in City Daha. Even though we spent so many years together, he could have at least shown his face. But he never came, and he hasn't spoken to me even once since then. Anyway, after that, we go to the VIP room at the Eating Guild. And there you see my dear Miso, who's sitting with someone who says to her, "I thought we could talk a bit over a cup of coffee after all this time." What are you waiting for? That he's gonna call you? Is that why you're clinging to your phone like that? She tells him, "Shin-sang, we were getting ready to enter the gate together." He says to her, "Yeah, looks like you've totally fallen for him." She replies, No, it's not like that." He says to her, "Aren't you the one who said he's someone who can maintain a poker face even longer than I can?" And on top of all that, he coldly rejected Kim Iso's offer herself. "I totally get why you're into him, you know?" She says, "You should worry now, Appa." He asks, "Why? About what?" She tells him his dueling skills were really impressive, almost at your level. He laughs and says, "Didn't you come to lunch just to talk him up to me no matter what? You really shouldn't be comparing me to him at all." And what we know, my friend, is that he's from the Eden Guild and his name is Joe Jinho. And from now on, we'll just call him Jinho. His rank is 700 among the top players. Then, my friend, we head over to Gamacha Station, Training Arena 3 and 4. We see our hero, my friend, talking on the phone and saying, "Hey Miso, how are you? I missed your call." So she says, "Can we talk for a bit? I called you to talk about a new gate." So our hero says to her, "Wow, news really does spread fast." "No problem, we can talk now." She tells him, "The thing is, an unconfirmed gate appeared about 500 meters northwest of Shoni Station on line 7. The central area has been explored once, and I've already shared the information with you now." He says to her, "Wait, really? Okay, just give me a second, let me check it quickly." She tells him, "No problem, take your time." He looks at our protagonist and actually sees the information about the gate, and we find out that the mid-level boss in the gate is the Hellhound Cerberus. It's assumed to be a type of werewolf or mutated dog. The expected level to defeat it is 100. Its main trait is causing bleeding wounds, and it has 3 heads. And our protagonist says, "Oh, what's this? It hasn't even been that long since I got the skill. But I was able to catch a fool of this quickly, so that's really awesome." Of course, with the dog and the wolf, his crazy high level doesn't let any dog or wolf attack him, if you remember. And that's when the moon is out, you know? Anyway, our protagonist says to her, "Alright, now I'm sure. Thanks for letting me know in advance." He says, "Of course, it's the least I can do. I'll get in touch with you later." So here, my friend, you see our guy saying, "You asked us to gather here," and then a call comes in. So he says to him, "I'm sorry, Captain." He laughs and says, "I was just messing with you, man. You're a famous person now. I have to understand that. By the way, I'm not the team captain anymore. Just call me brother." So he tells him, "Brother, I'm not famous or anything like that. I've still got a long way to go." He says, "Yeah, it looks like it. And from what you're saying, no one's reached out to you yet, huh? Isn't that right?" He asks him, "What do you mean?" He hands him his phone and says, "You have to see this for yourself, because right now, your picture and information have been published on the front page of the Player magazine." Our hero is shocked and says, "What? All of this?" He laughs and tells him, "It's probably best if you turn off your phone right now, because you're about to get more calls than you can imagine." So our hero thinks to himself, "I didn't really mind if news about me got out and all that. But is it normal for it to spread like this without any agreement with me?" Anyway, his friend asks him, "So have her kids and relatives started calling you one after the other too, or what?" Our hero replies, "No, I don't think so. Anyway, man, let's just get straight to the point. Looks like there's something else I should be even more worried about." He tells him, "Oh, so this is what you wanted, right?" Our hero's surprised and says, "Yeah, that's it. Thank you." He replies back, "Thank you. People listening to us now will think I'm giving you this stuff for free." But anyway, all these artifacts have endured the effects of long use. But what's the real reason? "You could have just bought a new one," he says. "I could have, but I wanted to instill your fighting spirit, rather your determination." He tells them, "Oh, so this is a new way to dodge the question, huh?" He replies, "Think of it like a legend or something nice." Something like that. And our hero thinks to himself, "How could I explain to him that the longer an artifact is used, the more mana it absorbs?" Anyway, his friend says to him, "Anyway," but at that moment, a woman comes from afar and says, "Sorry, I'm late." She says, "I had a hard time finding a parking spot. Are we gonna start the appraisal right away or what?" So our hero thinks, "Oh, who is this girl?" His friend replies, "She's the appraiser who's gonna help us complete the deal." And the appraiser here is the person who determines the value of goods or money and so on. And what he's saying here is that he brought her so you wouldn't try to lower the price just because you're one of his friends or something. He starts laughing and all that. He tells him, "Man, you're a real piece of work." Anyway, she checks out the item, appraises its value, and uses her skills. A notification pops up saying the artifact has been appraised, and then she says that the appraisal is complete. And I think there's no problem closing the deal at the price I mentioned earlier. So he says to him, "Man, what's this? Did you really think you were gonna lower the price or what?" He says, "Of course not. Why would I lower it?" But he tells him, "Before I sell it, I'll raise the price one last time. Is it possible for you to watch my dueling style?" He replies, "Come on, man. I'm not qualified enough to judge just yet." He answers him, "Enough with the modesty. I'm not so stupid that I don't realize you've become stronger than me and all that. I'm not arrogant enough to cling to my pride when I'm learning something new." He tells him, "Come on, man, seriously, that's not what this is about. You got me all wrong, man." He thinks to himself, "I hate annoying situations like this." He's totally shocked. He looks over and feels like his friend here, or to him, it's like his brother. He calls him his brother, though not by blood, so don't be confused. He's shocked too, and feels that ignoring someone who's being sincere is rude. So he tells him, "All right then, just don't worry about me and act like you always do." He replies, "All right. If that's the case, champ, I think it would be better for you to step back a bit and stand over there." So he says, "All right, fine." And sure enough, our guy charges at our hero at full speed, getting ready to hit him. And our hero says, "That's really amazing. He's improved since the last time I saw him in the cell. I can feel now that he won't stop honing his skills for even a moment." But then he says to him, "That's it, man," which shocks him, and he replies, "What? That's all. I thought I'd be able to show more." Our hero interrupts and tells him, "No, there's a scar on your left arm." So he asks him, "How did you know that? How'd you figure it out?" Our hero replies, "When you were swinging your sword with your right hand, your left shoulder was moving way too early. And I felt like you were paying too much attention to that side. And if that wasn't the case," he turns around and says, "No, you're right. I have a kind of trauma related to defending from the left side. Most of the injuries I got, whether during training or inside the cells, were always on that side. I know about the problem, but I was never able to fix it." But our hero tells him, "No, you can do it. You can fix it. Psychological trauma is actually easier to deal with than people think. All you have to do is, instead of hiding the part you focus on, you can actually highlight it more boldly in your dueling style, from the way you hold your sword to your breathing during the fight. Changing everything isn't easy, but it makes a huge difference. Try holding the sword with the feeling that you're pressing a bit more with these fingers." So he says to him, "Really? But that's a bit hard." And the one sitting there keeps telling him, "Shim, this is really painful." And of course, he says it to him in such weird voices that our friend here, the girl, was shocked when she heard. And he tells him, "Come on, man, toughen up a bit. Life's passing you by. Girl, just clear your mind, girl." Her face turned completely red as, and our hero still keeps going. And he tells him, "Don't worry, just take it slow. You won't feel a thing. Just move your hips back a little bit. The girl's done, guys. What are you guys even doing, you sons of..." Anyway, the important thing is our hero is explaining everything to him. And he tells him, "See, now you can solve your problem easily." And now, dear viewer, we continue with Shin. And he's thinking to himself while sitting in the car, "Even though it cost me more than 4 million won, it was still a really good deal. The benefits I'm going to get from it will be way more than what I paid. He remembers his brother being happy with him and all that after the training he got, and he thinks to himself, even though his brother was happy and satisfied with the lesson and the sword skills and all that, but the girl who was evaluating had some weird expressions about our training. She didn't understand anything at all. Anyway, he says, alright, in any case, I want to speed up my understanding of the artifacts so I can figure out what kind of progress I'm gonna make. How am I supposed to just wait until the next gate appears? But then, my friend, he gets shocked while he's walking because someone suddenly pops up in front of him. So he stops quickly and says, I'm sorry, are you okay? The guy replies, hello, you finally made it. Shin is a bit surprised by them. Then he walks over to the guy's car, and the guy says, I've been waiting for you forever. What are you doing? Get out of the car right now. Shin says to him, why would I do something like that? Then the other guy, the one with the blonde hair, says, man, idiots are always this angry. But at that moment, my friend, we see that the chubby guy suddenly summons some weird fire technique. Shin is shocked by this and says, there's no time to talk. Do you want to set your car on fire, or are you gonna get out quietly? And he's just muttering to himself, man. Oh yeah, now I remember. These guys are Choi Young and Choi Sung. So that's Young and Sung, my friend. Young only targets people weaker than him. As for Sung, he's just his follower. And he's always the one filming his YouTube videos. Because of his extreme content, he only had a very small number of regular viewers. But after crossing the line, he started committing crimes over and over. He started showing up in the news. He was sentenced to life in prison. And most people actually forgot about him. Anyway, this guy says, look, Young, this kid isn't moving. And our hero's talking to himself. In other words, both of them are just a blight on humanity. He laughs like that, my friend, to the point where you can't even look at him. He asks him, why does this kid make me so angry? And what we know, my friend, is that Young is at level 100 and his player rank is B, and Song is at level 75, and his player rank is C. Our hero says this to himself, I said I wanted to see what kind of progress I could make with the new artifacts, but they're not the kind of opponents I wanted to test my abilities on and all that. That's what Young says to him. Oh, what are you gonna do now, handsome? He says to him, our hero, are you happy now that I stood up like this? So Young says to him, how about we take our time? Just calm down a bit. I'm the security force here in the land of the players. A lot of people have complaints. They mentioned that there's someone who keeps driving a bad car. In other words, they're really upset because your lousy car is giving them a bad reputation too. So he goes like this, my dear, that's our hero Shin's car. Shin gets really pissed off by that move. Then Fyung says to him, so now you get it, sweetheart? If you don't want to let your car go, just grab your stuff and get out of here right now. And people are watching them from a distance, shocked by what they're seeing. One of them says, those guys are being harsh again with people. Yeah, that's what he said. Wait a second. Isn't that guy the one who appeared in the Players magazine? He's the one who went to the mission area with Kim I-so. What was his name again? Shin sang here. Anyway, Young says to Song, is he strong or what? So Song says to him, do you remember the guy who went to the mission area with MI? There are rumors that he completed a level 100 mission all by himself. Then Young says to himself, but he looks weak. Are you sure? So Song tells him, honestly, Maisa was with her. Do you really think she'd let that newbie take all the glory for himself? Then Song says, I already have an idea for the next video title. He laughs again and says to him, I can't believe how good you are at this stuff, clickbait and all that. Then he starts filming Song. He tells him, the camera's rolling, boss. Then Young goes over to keep messing with Shin. He says to him, hey man, I'll go easy on you for a bit. Let's switch to training mode and have a one-on-one duel. If you win, you'll leave the player's town right away, and of course, you'll be bound by the penalty forever. And if you win, we'll stay away from you as much as possible. He agreed. Of course, all of this is happening live, my friend. They're all streaming right now and everything. Then Young says to him, alright Shin, let's get serious. Why don't you show me those muscles of yours? Shin gets really pissed off. He tells him, if you add 500 million and put your silence on the line for this bet, then we've got a deal. But if you're scared, then just disappear from here right now. Young gets pissed off and says to him, this that. But then Song calls out to him saying, hey, Young chill. He asks him, what? What's going on? He says, can't you see I'm busy or what? But he tells him, look at what's happening in front of me. The commotion right now literally isn't stopping at all. There are a ton of messages being sent. And of course, they're all agreeing to Shin's proposal to give him the 500 million and all that. He says, damn. What's going on? So Shin asks him, well, are you in or not? Are you scared? Young thinks to himself, wait, if we go through with this, we won't make any profit from this video because it contains violence and adult content. I think I'm gonna use this opportunity to release some stress. Anyway, he says, dear Shin Ha, what's the problem? And sure enough, they start getting ready. The scene is set at the player's town building C. People are watching from a distance, asking what's going on. One of them says they're doing the same thing as usual. Our protagonist is all set up in his training stance. The system tells them that activation is complete, and now the players Young and Shin will start the duel. The players have been granted a barrier effect. Young says, like I said, 500 million and our wrists are on the line. And don't worry, I always keep my promises. I just don't want you begging for mercy later. Leave now while you still have the chance, if you want. And sure enough, my friend, we find out that the training mode has been fully set up. It says, players, please proceed with the combat training. So Sung says, the training mode is ready now, Young Chul. Young Chul replies, alright. And then Shin sighs, my friend. Young says to him, hey, did you hear it? Let's get started. I'm not joking. But at that moment, my friend, he's shocked to see that Shin is literally flying at him, about to pounce. He's stunned and says, I'm not joking either, buddy. Even if you beg, I won't forgive you. So I'm never gonna let you go, Young Chul. And when you see that, my friend Miss Miso, who's watching all this happen, she says, Shin, what's going on? And when she hears what he said, like when he told him, even if you beg, I won't forgive you and all that, she's totally shocked. Like, she can't even see him in front of her. And she says, if we look closely at him, he doesn't seem like that guy named Choi from the Utopia Guild. He's a rank B player. But I've heard rumors about him that he just does whatever he wants. Because his uncle is the head of the Utopia Guild. Then a girl comes up to her and says, hey Miso, is there a problem or what? So Miso says to her, what's up, bro? What are you doing here? And her sister says to her, why are you being so serious? She's also from the Justice Guild. Her name is Tyree, and she's an S rank. Her level is 700. She's watching TV and says, what's this? Isn't that the player you've been trying to recruit for a while now? She replies, yeah, his name is Shen. I'm just wondering why he's appearing on a live broadcast with a bunch of nobodies like that. So Tyree tells her, his moves look really good too. And you see, dear, Young is shocked by Shin, who was just about to hit him. He says to him, you traitor, you! You're attacking me out of nowhere. He dodges that hit, and then he gets a fireball ready for him. He says to him, I knew you were a liar, you jerk. Then he launches that attack at him. Shin just casually blocks it with his sword. Young is shocked by what he just saw. How did he cancel out his magic with just a sword? He's completely stunned. Even Suk is shocked. He asks, who is this kid? Even everyone watching is stunned by what they're seeing. The whole chat is literally just question marks. Shin says, finally, for the first time since I came back to life, my body is moving the way I want. And let's remember what happened, my friend, when he was talking with the examiner and his brother. He was telling her, please, Miss Examiner. The agreement ended quickly, and that was 3 hours ago. She told him, each one of you did an amazing job. He was surprised by his reaction and all that. So his brother says to the examiner, come on, let's go have a drink on a day like this. Since I have money, don't worry. It's on me today. But Shin apologizes and says, honestly, I have somewhere I need to go right now. So his brother asks him, what is it? What are you doing, Shin? Or are you just leaving and making up any excuse because I asked you for a lot of things? But Shen tells him, no, I actually already made plans to go somewhere else. So I'm really sorry. So his brother says, if that's the case, then I don't have a problem. Then his brother says, Miss Resident, we can go now, you and I. All right then, that's how it is. She says to him, really? I also forgot that there's an important event happening today and I have to attend it. Anyway, my dear, she also makes up an excuse like that. Shin is happy with the things he has, and he says, I'm sorry, but for me, this is way more exciting than just drinking and all that. So the resident tries to get away from him and says, I'll see you later and all that. But his brother runs after her, wanting to force her to go with him. Meanwhile, you see Shin sitting somewhere quiet. He starts to open up to check out the things he got. The system tells him that the absorption rate for bronze grade equipment has been set at 10%, and the longer the artifacts are used, the higher the absorption rate will get. So the final absorption rate will reach 90%. Shin is shocked and says, 90%? That's a really high number. And Lady Luck says that thanks to her, you'll be able to enjoy these benefits. He says that in most cases, you can only get a tenth of the original stats. That's actually a huge difference when someone starts using their equipment. Anyway, he says to her, there was something else I wanted to ask you about. She gets shocked by him, and he says to her, lady, you're as famous as the constellations in the sky, right? So because of that, if you don't mind, do you know of a constellation called the Late Bloomer? Lady Luck complains that he really should be focusing on her, and she scolds him for being interested in other constellations. But he just tells her that this constellation means something very special to him, and I don't really understand why you feel so upset about it. She gets shocked by what he says. Then Lady Luck gives him permission to lift his head and look at her. She tells him, kind of absent-mindedly, that she has to give up on this constellation because it's just a silly thing, nothing more. So he says, honestly, thank you, Your Highness. Then our hero grabs a pendant, and he says, alright, the matter is settled. So let's enjoy this wonderful meal. And of course, our guy here devours the artifacts and all that, and he gains their abilities. So obviously, now his level will increase. The system notifies him that the mana synchronization process has been completed for 5 artifacts, which of course have now turned into some really delicious meals. He says, the top 5 favorite foods for men are now right in front of me. Our hero is literally about to eat a royal feast right now. And he thinks to himself, even though these artifacts were used by an older man before, but who would have thought that the food that appears would also look good to younger people? This artifact had a 90% absorption rate. I wonder how much stronger I'll become after I finish eating these dishes. I can't even imagine it. And then the system tells him that the title, which is Direct Confrontation, has been activated. And this, my friend, happens during battle. Our hero ends up isolated and away from everyone else, and there's no one supporting him. This happens within a 5-meter radius, and that's why the effects of Direct Confrontation are activated. But our hero says that, even so, its effect is kind of faint. And now, my friend, we get some information about Shin. We find out that he's at level 27, and his title is Direct Confrontation. And he has 6 other titles. His tower is the Ruler of Luck, and his exclusive skill is Artifact-Devouring. Our hero has 77 in Strength, plus 40, and 90 in Endurance, plus 70, and 28 in Agility, and 60 in Mana, plus 40, and 167 in Luck, plus 65, and 30 in Evasion, and 49 in Defense, plus 29. So at this point, dear, Young is really frustrated, and everyone keeps laughing at him, saying he's scared. Did he run out of energy or what? Let's watch him now while he's scared. Young gets really worked up like that, and he charges straight at our hero, and he uses his fire technique. But even Miss Miso, who watched, is totally shocked by this move. She tells him, be careful, Shin. But her sister responds to her, who is Tairi? She tells her, don't worry, it's likely that he'll definitely dodge that attack. And sure enough, my friend, you see Shin like that, and he says, I'm doing something you haven't forgotten. And he charges forward, my friend, and he tells him, the 500 million and your share are gonna be mine, you thief. And we're shocked, my friend, that Song is also stunned while he's filming. And he says it with a sly laugh. He fell into the trap. Look, my friend, our hero has fallen into a strange trap. Even Young is shocked. And he tells him, get out of there, you fool. And our hero Shin, my friend, is stunned by the trap he fell into. And he gets a notification from the system that the conditions have been met, and the forced free skill has been activated. Player Shin cannot move. Shin is shocked that the ice is literally surrounding him. Even that girl, Terry, is shocked. She says, what is this? He can use magic outside the range of ignition. That's strange. This could actually be really useful. Then Miso starts laughing at him. So Tairi reacts to her. She tells her, girl, don't be so surprised, and listen carefully to what's about to happen. Shin can even use effect cancellation. Now you'll see why I was so eager to recruit him. So keep your eyes open. But she gets surprised when she looks at the screen. She finds that Shin isn't even in his place. Even Young is surprised. He says, what the heck? What's really going on? Where'd that guy go? And he thinks to himself, the skill must have been activated. And if he didn't have the effect cancellation skill, so there's no way he could escape from here at all. Is this person really a beginner? And you notice, my friend, that Shin is literally behind them, super pissed off and coming at him with his sword. And he actually manages to stab him in the back. He says to him, what, you think the training mode is gonna save you? And honestly, my friend, what really saved him from that sword strike, from dying I mean, was the training mode they were in, which doesn't allow you to kill your opponent. The system even says that lethal damage was prevented because of training mode. Everyone is just shocked, totally stunned. And the comments are all saying that Shin is really awesome. Some people are saying he might have used effect cancellation. Actually, even more than that. Everyone is just shocked by them. Song keeps reading through the comments. He's shocked too. He says, now that I think about it, this guy is completely different from before. So our dear Shin is standing over that kid named Young, and he's really pissed off. Even Song is thinking to himself, what kind of trick did he pull to reach this level? And Tairi's watching. He says it looks like some kind of awakening skill. Even Miso says, rescue skills. Shin has an awakening skill. That's impossible. So Tairi tells her, yeah, it looks like it's from the Transcendence or Hallucination branch. Just look at those black pupils. So I think it's hallucination. As far as I know, taking damage from that skill causes severe exhaustion. Is he planning to beat them without taking a single hit? That's a lot of confidence. Then Miso laughs and says, no, he can't be the reason. He never used a skill like that when he was with me. Besides, that skill cost a fortune. So Terry replies and says, then it's one of two things. Either he didn't have a reason to use it when he was with you, and Miso replies, finishing the second point, or he didn't actually have it, right? Terry goes quiet for a moment. She gives her that look like, yeah, you're right. And she says, or maybe he found a way to get it in a really short time. And now, dear, we move on to the appraiser, who says this is really bad. The artifact that Shin Hyun bought today, that piece should have undergone a latent ability test, right? And we find out that its ability is hallucination. She says, there's no way a hidden skill could be activated with such slim odds, right? If he managed to beat those odds, then it's almost like being chosen by the ruler of luck. And actually, dear, all of this happened because of the ruler of luck. He ended up getting a skill called hallucination. It's a hidden skill that gives his body enhanced strength, and its cooldown time is a full hour. And right now, the skill level is 1. When you activate it, all health points are fully restored. You enter a state of heightened awareness for 100 seconds. And your physical and mental abilities go beyond normal limits. You enter an almost limitless state. And in this state of awareness, decisions, actions, and information processing are much faster than usual. And if the hallucination effect ends, the user enters a state of extreme fatigue for 10 minutes at the cost of the accumulated damage. And now we see Shin, my friend, in a truly legendary frame. A frame that's luxurious in every sense of the word. He says, so what do you think about what's happening right now, buddy? And when someone is like that, my friend, his aura is terrifying in every sense of the word. He says to him, so should we stop the training mode now and repeat what just happened? So I can finish you off completely. At this point, Young starts to get annoyed, and he says, do you like this being it? I underestimated him because he seemed like a beginner. I never expected him to be at this level. I need to take him seriously now. And as he says that, he suddenly backs away. He says, the first thing I need to do is get away from him. But wait a second, does this really make sense? Isn't this exactly what that guy's song said? If I had known he was this strong, I never would have started this in the first place. Maybe that guy was just talking nonsense, nothing more, and he's trying to make a fool out of me. What's with this guy? And at that moment, my friend Shin grabs his head like this, and he says to him, hey man, what's going on? Where are you going? I'm at my final decision now. And suddenly, my friend, he slams him to the ground just like that, and he tells him, don't worry too much. Thanks to training mode, you'll definitely avoid any fatal damage. So he says to him, wait, you already won. I'll transfer the 500 million to you right away. He says, we only carry high-end items. The bet's over, but now it's personal revenge. He looks surprised and says, revenge? What revenge are you talking about, man? He says, we've dropped the revenge. I'm the one who started this. And now, my friend, we finally learn what happened from the beginning. 3 days ago, at the car center, the mechanic tells him, so we did the repairs, but you'll probably need to get rid of it soon. He says to him, what do you mean get rid of it? The mechanic replies, yeah, it's really old, and there's no way it can last any longer with me. He says, no way, that's impossible. The mechanic says, I'm sure you were attached to it, but now it's time to say goodbye. It was with you for a really long time. I'm sure it was happy too. And that's when, my dear, our hero Shin starts to cry. He says, I was happy driving you all this time. There's no way I could replace you. You have to stay with me. Of course, my friend. For any guy like us, his first car will always be... It's a car that's really close to his heart, and there's no way he could ever give it up. He says, this is payback for my car, you thief, you jerk. Now, I'm gonna show you. He tells him, no, please, I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. But my friend, what's happening is just unbelievable. People watching, just say 2 words, my friend. Let me just tell you, we're gonna switch the scene to a rainbow just so you don't see what happened. Everyone is completely shocked. People in the comments are saying this is over the top. He tells them, Young, I'm so sorry, forgive me. Then Young had an accident on himself. It smells terrible. Why'd it be like this? It's all because of him. Right then, Song is thinking to himself, damn, what are we supposed to do now? I don't care about the Me Too channel. I think we messed with the wrong person. Anyway, someone comes over and starts talking to Song, saying, Mr. Song. Song realizes the manager's in front of him and says, looks like you messed things up, didn't you? We find out that this is the manager of the Kangjang District Utopia Union. His name is Beihol. And Song says to him, I'm really sorry. But then he looks over at Shin and says to him, anyway, this is a really interesting situation. He says, I heard he awakened his power recently, but even so, he managed to defeat Choi Young, who has experience. Then he calls out to him and says, Mr. Shin. So Shin walks over to him and says, I'm here to handle the situation and settle the compensation. Do you have time for us to dock? He asks him, can you tell me your name and who you represent? He thinks to himself, what is this? What's with this arrogance? Wait just a moment. Maybe it's not arrogance, but confidence. He has experience that goes way beyond his level, and his abilities are no joke at all. Anyway, he welcomes them and says, I'm the manager of the Kandong district from the Utopia Union. And he thinks to himself, I have to do everything I can to solve this issue. And he tells him, the Utopia Union will cover any damages that occurred. He says, really? Thinking, I can cover the damage by befriending him. Then our hero says, alright then, my friend. Okay, just transfer me 1.5 billion won. That should be enough. And here's my account number. I was about to say 500 million, but that wasn't enough. Because now I've suffered psychological trauma. I want to get treatment for it. He says, 1 billion. Alright, gun it. Is it possible? Like, can I pay it in installments? And honestly, even if he pays in installments, he won't finish paying it off in the next 500 years. And we continue, my friend. We see Shane as he's about to enter his house, finally. But he finds a bunch of journalists in front of the door, and he tells them, just leave me alone, guys. You guys are really something else. I don't want to talk. Just leave me alone and get out of here. Everyone just wants to get a couple of words out of me to use however they want. I mean, can you imagine what one of them says to him? Tell us the truth about your relationship with Miss Miso. Anyway, we see our hero Shane taking off his clothes. Does my love life really have to be part of all this? I've got enough problems as it is. As if I could even think about love with everything I'm going through right now. Let's just forget about it. Anyway, why don't we just start getting ready? He's got all his gear laid out in front of him. And he says, I never actually believed that the gate raid Mitsu suggested would really happen. And because of that, I was busy last week. But I have to be okay with all the progress I've made. And you can see his current stats. His strength is 100 plus 23. Endurance is 109 plus 19. Dexterity is 33 plus 5. And mana is 71 plus 11. And luck is 167. Evasion is 30. Defense is 62 plus 13. It also tells us that, in addition to that, the demonic strike skill level has been raised. And with the effect of crushing force lock, it now has to last about 2.6 seconds. And with the delay effect, it'll last for more than 5 seconds as well. And honestly, I think it depends more on the target. He looks and finds that he has a technique called demonic strike. It's a hidden skill, and its cooldown is 15 seconds against the same target. The skill level's level 2. It claims that it can disable any target, whether it's a monster or a human. The percentage and duration of the disable effect vary depending on the target's resistance to skills. He also has another spell, which is dual wield training. It's a passive skill, and from level 2 as well, it gives him the ability to adapt to sharp weapons, except for daggers and one-handed swords, which is very high. So he says, our hero Shin, that's not all. Let's take a look at the results of my efforts. He looks and finds that he has another skill, which is sharp weapon training. It's also a passive skill, and it's from the first level, which allows him to adapt to daggers and one-handed swords at a very high level. He also has another skill, which is full charge. It's a movement skill. It's also a passive skill, and it's from the first level. It concentrates a large amount of energy and releases it all at once toward the target in front of him. The damage and range increase with the charging time, so the more you charge it, the stronger it gets. But while you're using this skill, you need to know that all your movements and skills will be restricted. So our hero says, well, this should be enough for this gate raid, right? And he says there were a lot of things missing during the last battle. I wasn't able to perform like I used to during the fight with the King of Gold. I had to take risks because of the limited combat styles. And during the battle with Choyeon Cho, I easily fell into a trap because I lacked movement skills. It's not an exaggeration to say that if they had been a bit stronger, I could have lost my life. So I really need to focus. If I keep getting careless no matter how much I progress, I'll end up following the same path as last time. The second collapse that's gonna happen in 2040. I have to face a different future. I can't lose everything like I did before. This time, in this life, I have to be much stronger. Just like the person who saved me before. Anyway, my friend, while he's sitting there all happy, someone calls him. And the caller says, hello, who am I speaking with? So the person on the other end replies, hello Shen, this is reporter Bart Jung Minimum. I'm calling you about the interview we talked about today. I hope you're still available for this. Our protagonist thinks to himself, damn, I'm in big trouble. And he says to him, it has to be soon, right? He replies, yeah, we can meet at the cafe we talked about before. Our protagonist tells us that he completely forgot about it. And the raid on the gate is at 7 p.m. And the meeting has to be at 2 o'clock. And now it's 1:45. That Shane kid is just like me when it comes to being on time. Man, you don't even want to know about my timing, guys. Even Yusuf, our great editor, can vouch for this conversation. Anyway, our protagonist is just shocked, not knowing how he's gonna make it. And he heads outside. And he finds all his buddies literally camped out in front of his house. Literally camped out. One of them has laid out a mat and is drinking tea. Another one is just sitting there eating. And another one, who knows what he's even doing. Man, just leave the kid alone. Anyway, he goes out to them super pissed off and tells them all to get out of his way. And then he activates the hallucination skill. The user's body gets strengthened and his speed increases dramatically. Anyway, my friend, at that moment, Shin finally arrives at the place where the journalist is. The reporter says, I got coffee, sit with me. He looks over and spots Shin. Did you fill the place? Anyway, the reporter asks, what's wrong? Why act like this? He replies, it doesn't matter. Forget about it for now. So he asks him, were you in a cell? He says, no, I wasn't anywhere. He thinks to himself that coming here is actually harder than being in a cell. Anyway, he tells him, sorry for being late. He replies, no, it's no problem. The journalist says, anyway, I wanted to do an interview with you about the recent events in the mission area. Looks like you've been through a lot. Shin responds to him. He tells him it's not a big deal, just a few small things, that's all. The journalist says, but Sanya Hien, no matter what you think, you've become the center of attention for all the players. And even though people say that levels and experience don't mean much with the new system, with your sudden appearance and low level, they've started calling you the super rookie. So Shin replies to him, no, that's not the case at all. The journalist says, that's very fitting. Did you know that many guilds are interested in recruiting you? Our protagonist says, I've already received a lot of calls. And he says, I think you want to hear more about the Eden Guild, right? Or maybe other guilds. But the journalist tells him, no, I'm talking about foreign guilds. Shin is shocked here. And the journalist says to him, I know this information might be new to you, just like it's new to me. But you might not know yet that there are 5 foreign guilds here. This morning, I officially requested from the Players Association to conduct an identity verification investigation. Most foreign guilds are known for early recruitment of players to gain an advantage. But maybe this is the first time there's been interest in a beginner player like you. In any case, I advise you to be careful in the coming period, because a lot of people are watching you, Shen. Anyway, we're heading to Johnny's station in the back alleys, and that's where a kinda gate appears. And as for what the champion said, I was hoping to work in a solo guild, but if it was a foreign guild, that makes me wonder, are they really on a different level? Anyway, I've suffered so much in the past. I just can't believe any of this. And suddenly, he runs into Miso, who says, hey Shin. So he replies, hey Miso. Anyway, she tells him, it's been a long time. Come over here. We still have a bit of time before the gate appears. So because of that. But then our hero Shin notices that Miso didn't come alone. She brought someone strange with her. Of course, my friend, we already know that's her sister. And when he asks about the girl, Miso introduces her to him. She tells him, this is my sister. She had decided that she wanted to meet you more than once. So that's why I brought her with me to the gate, so she could get to know you before we go in. Her name is Terry. She's also a member of the Adding Guild, just like me. What do you think about going to a nearby cafe or something, just to sit for a bit? Terry steps forward and greets him warmly. She says to him, it was a pleasure meeting you. I'm Fairy. He replies, I'm Shen and it was a pleasure meeting you too. And our protagonist thinks to himself, I already knew her even before Miso introduced her to me. There's not a single player in this country who doesn't know Taeri. She's known by the nickname Shadow Killer. And she's one of the greatest players in Korea. Her fame has literally spread beyond the country because she's one of the main reasons for the current strength of the Adan Guild. Just her presence alone is enough to shake up the guild rankings. And it looks like I'm lucky to run into a top-ranked player after all this time. Anyway, Taeri talks to him and says, hey Shin, can I ask you for a favor? Shin is shocked and thinks, why did this come out of nowhere? Anyway, he tells her, alright, if it's something I can do, I won't hesitate. She tells him, it's a simple thing. Can we have a fight with each other? Miso reacts and says, girl, what a weird request. She just got here and she's already asking for this. She replies, I told you while we were coming here. But of course, Miso wasn't really paying attention, because she slipped it in casually during the conversation and said she would see if he was worthy of starting or not. She didn't say she was gonna kill him or anything like that, so she tells her, girl, that doesn't count, you're cheating. Anyway, I'm sorry, Mr. Shin. Then she pulls her aside, and she says, girl, she just likes to challenge people for fun. But Shin cuts her off and says, honestly, I don't have any problem with it. Miso is shocked, and Shin says to her, so should we start right now? Then it shows things from Miso's perspective, and he says that one of the top-ranked players in the country is offering him a chance to take her down. It's a huge honor for me to get an opportunity like this. So Taeri says, I knew you had a sharp eye, Misa. Allow me to apologize for my unprofessional behavior up until now. But how about we just exchange 5 strikes, and that's it. Let me know when you're ready. And our protagonist thinks to himself, even though I know I don't stand a chance, I have to make the most of this opportunity. Alright, I'll do that. He tells himself it's a chance to see how much I've improved now, and what I still need to work on. But seriously, she only drew her weapon. Still, her aura is completely different. There's no need for me to waste any more time. I'm ready. And he activates, my dear, the hallucination skill. He says, I'm gonna start with full power from the beginning. And dear Miso is surprised by what's happening. She says, what's going on here? I can't ignore what I'm seeing. She says, Tari, come on, I'm gonna start with the first move. And suddenly, my dear, she moves and disappears from the spot. So our hero Shin is shocked and says, I'm an idiot. With my current physical condition, I can't rely on my reflexes to predict her attacks. She's way too fast. He tries to block the strike, and he literally barely manages to dodge it by a hair's breadth. I have to pay attention to everything. She says to him, oh, look at you. You're not easy, kid. Your moves are really good. Then she jumps over him and says, looks like I'll have to put in a little more effort. I've got 4 strikes left. And seriously, she starts moving right and left, up and down. The girl isn't leaving a single spot untouched. And he says, our hero Shin thinks to himself, she's tough. On top of all that, her speed keeps increasing. If things keep going like this, it'll be just like before. I completely ignore what I see and read her movements by instinct. But this time, it's gonna be a lot harder. Miso notices that our hero is closing his eyes and trying to operate without seeing. She says he's closing his eyes even though he knows the huge difference between him and my sister. Is he crazy or what? But suddenly, our hero activates his technique. And she says that's a completely stupid move on his part. And our hero, my friend, in the midst of using his techniques, is able to sense where the next attack is coming from and blocks it with ease. She tells him, wow, you have an incredible ability to focus. I didn't expect you to block that second strike too. Most duelists never reach that level of concentration. Well, that's because it really takes genuine experience. So our hero thinks, oh, she gets it now. She tells him, it feels like I'm facing a seasoned player. Our hero says to her, honestly, I don't even know what to say. She tells him, all right, you have 3 strikes left. And our hero replies to her, so if that's the case, can I ask for a favor too? She looks at him surprised, and she says, of course, go ahead. He tells her, thanking. How about this? What if we skip the 3 strikes and just finish it with 1 hit, using all your strength? She looks at him in disbelief and says, what did you just say? He tells her, I know exactly what I'm asking for. And that, yeah, maybe it's a bit arrogant and all that, but I feel like I won't get another chance like this again. I want 1 last hit. But please, with all your strength. And our hero thinks to himself, I was being honest about what I said. If I don't get to experience her true power, that thought would always haunt me during my training. So Miso says to her, sis, don't listen to them. But Terry says to him, alright, but I can't get it my all in this. I'll show you what I can do at my fastest speed. And she tells him that skills are much harder to control. Our hero says to her, alright, for me, that's more than enough. And our hero thinks to himself, Terry at her full speed. If I can just keep up with her, that would be a success. And so she starts getting herself ready. And our hero thinks to himself, I have to treat this like a real battle at the very moment I fail. And then she charges right at him. He continues, saying, I'm gonna die. I don't have time to get ready. I have to already be prepared. Yeah. Instead of just swinging the sword around, I'm gonna attack the empty space before she gets here. And my friend, that actually makes his sword hit her. And she's completely shocked. But then she activates her shadow illusion skill. She disappears from her spot and reappears behind him. Our hero's stunned, and she literally lands a hit right on his face. She asks him, are you okay? And our hero replies, yeah, I'm fine. And he thinks to himself, I thought you weren't gonna use any skills. And you even said something like that, so why did you use a skill now? She actually cheated using that shadow skill to vanish right in front of him. I mean, our hero definitely would have won if she hadn't used any skills. Anyway, my friend, our hero, is hurting from the hit. Why did she reach her hand out to him like that? And she says to him, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to use a skill on you. Are you okay? So our hero grabs her hand and stands up. And he tells her, you'll be fine. Actually, I wanted to thank you for how serious you are in the fight. She tells him, honestly, the honor was all mine. But next time, it would be great if we could have a serious conversation. Our hero is a bit shocked by what she said. And he tells her, of course, anytime. And Miso is looking at the long handshake between them. She tells him, all right, Terry, I'll call you later. But here, Miso steps in and says, sis, there's not much time left before we have to enter the raid. Let's get out of here. And she grabs her like that. And she says, also, it's better if you write a report about everything that happened today and submit it. Terry says to her, all right, I'm sorry. Anyway, Taliri leaves and walks away from him. She says, good luck with your raid, Miso, and call me when you're done. Miso tells her, all right, get home safe. And he thinks to himself, even though I tried my best, this is my first loss since I came back in time. If Tari had fought with her full strength from the start, I wouldn't have had any chance to face her, even though the encounter was unexpected. But I added a new goal to my list, so I can surpass it. And Tayuri looks at him like that she's walking away from a distance. And our hero thinks to himself, try your best, or something like that. I have to keep going. Anyway, my friend, let's go to Shinoi Station, unknown gate number 727. And Miso says, come on, why don't we start with a simple introduction? These are the people who will be joining our team, and are being welcome. And it's a girl and a boy. And the girl says, I'm happy to meet you. Anyway, Jin introduces himself. He says, I'm Shen, it's a pleasure to be in the company of such great players like you. Then the boy with them says, don't worry about it. We came here and we're amazed to see the miracle girl who's been making headlines lately. He introduces himself and says, my name is Park T. Asuk, and I'm a magic player specialized in ignition skills. And we find out, my friend, that Park T. Asuk is level 120. And what is his rank? Our hero asks, when you say ignition, do you mean fire magic? He replies, yes, it's the same type of magic used by Cho Young Cho, the one you faced recently. But he goes on to summon his flames, which are blue flames. He says, since I spent most of my time as a player focusing on summoning fire, my flame should be much stronger than his. Still, I'm only at the blue flame stage, and I still have a very long way to go. So Shin tells him, no, you're completely trustworthy. And he thinks to himself, he made the right decision to reach a certain level, because focusing on a single skill is the best option. That's why dealing with Choi Young was much easier, because instead of focusing on just one ability, he was spreading his attention across multiple skills, and he divided his time among different fields. Anyway, Miso also speaks odd, so our hero Shin looks at her like this, and she's the other girl. Then Miso continues and says, her name is Kang Juhee, and of course we'll just call her Juhee. She's specialized in spatial manipulation. She's a magical player who specializes in spatial communication skills. So Juhee says, yeah, what she said is true. And what we find out, my friend, is that she's level 110, and she's also a magical player. What's her rank? Anyway, my friend, she tells him, since Taesuk showed off his abilities, then I'll do the same. She tells her, Juhee, wait. But by then, it was already too late. And she uses her ability. She tells her, Juhee, I told you not to do something like that. She replies, I'm sorry. Our hero says, what the heck is that? What kind of wind power is this? This is totally different from what spatial specialists usually do. And our hero looks on like this. He's shocked by what he sees in front of him. She tells him, anyway, this is my ability. And she says to him, it's nice to meet you. He replies, all right. Stop, why are you doing this? There's no need for all this trauma. I'm just glad we can work together on this raid. And he says to himself, I knew I could do it and that I could trust her. She completed the perfect team formation. I'm a close combat fighter, with Kim Miso covering long range. And Taesuk makes up for any lack of firepower. And Jogi is there to help us escape if we need to. Except that we don't have a healer. So this team is perfect. And most importantly, the team's chemistry is absolutely amazing. Things like this really matter, especially when it comes to survival, because in the past, I also had a great team. And he starts remembering the old days, feeling nostalgic and all that, but then Miso catches his eye and interrupts his thoughts. And she asks him, Shin, are you okay? So he tells her, yeah, I'm fine. And she asks him, did you get hurt while fighting my sister or something? He replies, no, everything's great. I was just thinking about something, that's all. And he thinks to himself, maybe we'll talk about this later. Then he says, all right, let's go. Let's move forward and head in. And he thinks to himself, instead of dwelling on the past, let me focus on the present. And sure enough, my friend, after they go in, you see that this gate is between the mountains and the snow. And we find out that this gate is unknown. It's the ice hell. And that's what Shin says, my friend. By the way, Taisu, thank you. Taisu is shocked because he didn't do anything. And thanks to him, he tells them, if it weren't for your spell, we would have been completely frozen. And what you notice, my friend, is that Taisu has actually put up something like a wall of fire around them. It's called the Blessing of Flame. It increases the resistance of those affected against the cult. And Miso says, I know that Taisu wasn't like this the last time we were here, so thank you, Taisu. Everyone thanks him, even that girl, Jui. Anyway, Miso says this to our hero. By the way, Shin, it looks like you have another weapon besides a longsword. It's the first time I've seen it. Why didn't you use it last time? He tells her, I had a feeling we might face battles that rely more on movement, so that's why I had to bring it with me. She says, oh, so you're skilled at using different types of weapons too. That's pretty awesome. Most swordsmen usually focus on just one type. So he tells her, I'm just a regular guy, Shin. Honestly, I just put in a bit more effort to learn everything. And he thinks to himself, it's hard to even come up with an excuse now. That's the only problem with having a rare skill. Anyway, Miso says, you too, Gohei. She replies, yeah. But at that moment, they don't get the chance to finish their conversation with her. Suddenly, they notice a huge ogre appearing behind them. Miso tells them, Plan C. We have to start it right now. So Gohei starts getting her technique ready. She actually transports both of them up into her space. The ogre can't hit him. Then, Miso and Shin drop down on the ogre from above. Shin says, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Watch my back really well and protect me. Leave the rest to me. The ogre's shocked to find them behind him. He gets himself ready to show his strength and attack them and all that. But Miso says, Taiso, get your attack ready. Alright. He prepares this fire ability, and she gets her arrow ready and shoots it. And it's an arrow infused with Taesu's Negan power. and it actually manages to stall the ogre for our hero is able to reach him. And let me tell you, my friend, with just one strike, our hero slices the ogre into shawarma pieces, literally. Then Juhi says, alright, let's keep going now. She tries to move our hero quickly before the other ogre catches up to him. But our hero had left his sword behind, and the ogre thinks he's finished them off. But our hero appears right behind him, and he takes him out, my friend. Then he tells her, Taisu, Juhi, get ready to attack again. She says, alright. And then, my friend, she activates her level 2 Demon Strike skill. But our hero doesn't let her finish. He completely slices the ogre's face off from its body. Everyone is shocked by what they're seeing in front of them. Our hero's still swinging that heavy sword, guys. Anyway, Taisu says to Wen, what just happened now? We thought that one strike wouldn't be enough to kill it. So our hero says, I understand, but it's not a problem. I'm sorry about that, you know? And Miso says, didn't I tell you that before? My reaction was just acting at first. I was just as shocked as you guys. I'm sure you haven't told us everything yet, you sly boy. Shin, that's your name, right? And Shin thinks to himself, the way she talks makes me want to get all my skills back, literally. But anyway, even though this was our first raid, our teamwork was really good. Is this the difference in skill that experienced players have? I have a really good feeling about this. So what do you guys think about starting the second round now? And then you see a huge group of ghouls, the ones they just finished off, and they're advancing toward them. And he continues, my friend, and they're actually all able to defeat the rest of those ghouls. And that's when Taiho says to Shin, you're really amazing, honestly. You're the best swordsman I've ever worked with in my life. So Shin replies to him and says, thank you. And Miso laughs, and she says, thank you for making him happy, Shin. It's rare for Taiso to get a chance to use his full fire magic skills in any fight. He's really happy, because now he was able to do all this, thanks to you. He says to himself, our hero, yeah, now I'm starting to understand everything. That's pretty much the case for most mages. They didn't have a swordsman they could rely on, so they had no choice but to just use support skills. But honestly, that's a lot in terms of admiration or gratitude. Anyway, Miso says to him, by the way, Shin, what was that skill you used a little while ago? He says to her, what do you mean? She says, whatever it was. Honestly, I should have gotten used to this after seeing everything you can do. But you always manage to surprise me. And they continue on their journey, my fine, and they start taking out the ghouls that appear in front of them first. Then we go back in time a bit, my friend, to see the skill Shin used, the one Miso was talking about, when they faced that huge group of ghouls. There was this armored demonic ghoul coming at them, about to break through their formation. And of course, with their teamwork in battle and everything. But right then, Shin jumped in, my friend. He said to the girl from Jui, can you open an Ani gate right in front of him? Everyone was surprised by this move. How could he want to throw himself in front of an armored ghoul like that? She tells him that this monster specializes in defense. What are you doing? But she was sure he was getting ready to do something. She realized that after seeing the look on his face in that moment. So she immediately told Juhi to do what he was asking. And sure enough, she opened the gate for him. Our hero started charging through it. He powered up his ability to the max. With that power, he focused a huge amount of energy and released it all at once. He attacked the target with a powerful blast. Of course, the damage and the range of the charge both increase significantly depending on how long he charges up. But during that time, all of Shin's other movements stop. Guys, it's just a charged attack, nothing more. Anyway, my friend, our hero, actually launches the attack with that move. He shoots forward like a rocket right at that armored monster. And he actually manages to pierce right through it, shocking everyone. People are saying, is what we're seeing really real? This can't be happening. Anyway, back to the present moment with Miso. She says, I've never seen a move with that kind of power before. So Shin tells her, since I have an ability I can trust in, I thought I could use it in a more aggressive way. But suddenly, Juhi says, everyone be quiet, there's something. Our hero is shocked. Juhi tells him, I think we've arrived now. Take a look, my friend. And we see that there's a monster that looks like a wolf, but with 3 heads sleeping down below. And what we find out, my friend, is that it's the mid-boss Cerberus from the Ice Hell. So they start discussing and agreeing on a plan and all that. Juhi says, since we don't have enough information, so I'll open a portal in advance and get it ready so we can escape through it. And Taisu's kid said, maybe I could just set the whole place on fire. But our hero, on another planet, was smiling and saying, now's the time. Finally, I found my punching bag. And he's really happy about it, my friend. And of course, we all know why he's so happy. Because he's going to use it with the Nightstorm and the Wolves, which gives him his special effect. Basically, it lets any beast of his kind, like a wolf or a werewolf or whatever, under the moonlight, be influenced by it. And that's going to be something really special for our hero. And Miso was just saying, we need to adjust the plan and all that. And then Shin starts talking and she asks him, "What are you doing?" But Shin was really happy and kept hurrying to do something. He was eager to try out the things he wanted to apply to this beast. And of course, everyone is surprised by his reaction, but by now they've pretty much gotten used to it and know that's just how he reacts. Even Taisuk says, "Shin, do you even have a plan in mind?" He answers them saying, "Yeah, I think all of you can just step back and watch me, that's all." Everyone's surprised by him and all that, and they're wondering how someone could face a monster like that alone. But our hero was looking at the moon behind him. I don't know why, even though, dear viewer, it's right there in front of you on the screen now. Anyway, he doesn't really have enough time to explain all the details and stuff. But as we know, since the moon is out, his powers and attacks are gonna be much stronger. But even the smallest cloud, if it just passes in front of the moon, the effects will drop by half. So he moves quickly, thinking to himself, "I'm sorry to my friends, but I don't have time to sit and think right now." And he rushes forward quickly, my friend, right in front of that werewolf. He says that asking for forgiveness is better than asking for permission. And now, come on, after I've gotten away, you're not as nice as I thought you were from a distance. Even Miss Miso says we need to get ready to hit him with fire attacks or anything we've got. But Juhi tells him to wait. Look, doesn't this seem strange? That Cerberus isn't reacting to him at all. Even Miso says that's actually true. Is it always on guard like that? But last time we came here, it tried to attack us right away as soon as it saw us. How's that possible? And we notice, my friend, that the monster actually starts to move. And Taisuk says, "I think we must understand the situation. We have to help him." But Miso thinks to herself, "No, it looks like it's not trying to attack at all. It seems like it's ready to obey him." Then a notification pops up from the system saying that Cerberus from the Ice Hell recognizes him as a higher rank being, and Cerberus will soon enter into complete obedience. And our hero says this with full confidence. Who would have thought it would be this easy? I'm gonna wrap this up real quick. And sure enough, a notification pops up from the system saying he defeated the toughest boss, Cerberus from the Ice Hell. And our hero says, "I felt like killing something that was ready to obey me was wrong. But I can't move forward unless I do something like this." He gets a notification from the system that he earned the C rank title Shrinking Skill, and that's how our hero becomes. And we find out that this skill will cut the cooldown time for skills in half. So our hero says, "If I apply it to a specific skill, I think it would be perfect with healing." And of course, the cooldown for healing was 30 seconds. So just imagine when he adds this thing to it. Anyway, my friend Miso comes over and says, "Hey Shen, wait up." He looks at her surprised and asks, "Is something wrong or what?" But suddenly we notice something appears right next to our hero. And he says, "Damn, now that I think about it, I never told him about my skills, right?" And since I was always hunting alone, so it never crossed my mind to explain something like that to him. Don't tell me she's gonna ask me for ownership now. But she says to him, "Hey Shem, since you defeated the Cerberus by yourself, you can keep it." So our friend Shen is surprised by her, and he tells her, "That's a relief. Thank you. But did you talk to everyone about this beforehand, or did you make the decision on your own?" She tells him, "Of course I talked to them, and they're all okay with it." So our hero laughs and says, "Thank you all." And he thinks to himself, "I'm gonna need to find a way to use my skills without getting caught next time." Then Miso says to him, "Alright, in that case, let's leave here now, and go back to what you were doing." So our hero says to her, "Go back to what I was doing? What do you mean?" She tells him, "Every time there are magical leaks. Isn't there something you have to do every time?" Our hero is completely shocked and stunned here. He says to her, "Don't tell me. You knew?" She smiles at him, "Dear me self," and she says, "Yes. Actually, I've known for a very long time. That was right after we finished my important area. The first one, the one I was with you in. And I told you I was gonna leave and let you be, and that was when I was about to leave. I was wondering what you were doing on your own, so I looked back, and I understood everything. That's when I discovered your secret." Our hero thinks to himself, "Damn, the player's unique skill is basically his whole life. Oh, Miso, you figured everything out." But she talks to him and says, "You're one of those players who have a kind of ritual. Isn't that right? I've seen a lot of players like that, who have the same way as you. So don't worry about us and just enjoy your time." And of course, our hero realizes that she understood him. And our hero, treats the things that happen to him in a not so great way and all that. Then Miso's friend takes her inside and tells her, "Come on, we have to leave now. We need to give him a little privacy." Our hero thinks to himself, "I think there's a big misunderstanding happening here. Even though having my secret exposed would have been way worse. And it would have been really hard for me to deal with later on. But whatever, I don't really mind what they think right now. Let's just start our meal now." Then suddenly he gets a notification from the system about the Ice Relic, which is a golden family heirloom. It's a support equipment item, and it's an accessory. It has a special effect, which is freezing. It gives them plus 10 to evasion and plus 10 to defense. It's said that the bitter cold, mimicking the harshness of winter, is sealed inside this heart, and it's ready to freeze the world. Anyway, my friend, I don't even want to tell you what our hero does with his heart, of course. They continue on. Then we see Juhi ready to unleash her attack. She says, "This is the last one." So Miso tells her, "Well done you. All of this, girl, is thanks to you." Even Shin says, "Yeah, all of this, girl, is thanks to Juhi." Then Shin kind of hesitates. He asks, "Are you sure there's no problem with this? Even if we gather all the dead orc bodies here, will the boss monster really come to eat them?" And what we find out, my friend, is that all the responsibility is on her now, because she's the one who moved all these bodies to one place. So Shin tells her, "Burhorin, the boss monster here will do anything for a meal." So she asks him, how do you know something like that?" But our hero doesn't answer. He just says that out of nowhere, Taisuk. Quickly, light a fire. So Miso tells him, "You're just dodging the question, come on." Anyway, my friend, he really does light the fire, and they hide a little ways away. And Taisuk says it's been 20 minutes so far. So he says, "Shin, my friend, he should be here any moment now." But our hero is shocked when the monster actually starts to move. And he says, "Oh my god." Everyone gets ready, and the monster actually starts to appear, and it's really terrifying. I can't even tell you how huge it is. The final boss, the giant frozen bear. Then we see Miss Miso standing there thinking to herself, and she says, "It's true that Shin's plan made things a lot easier for us, but..." And then we see Shin standing alone in front of that bear. She continues, saying, "No matter what, isn't the situation he's in really dangerous?" Then we see Shin again, and he's bleeding from his mouth. It's clear that he's in bad shape. And just a few minutes earlier, we remember what happened and find out how Shin ended up in this situation. Miso asks him, "What do you mean by that, Shin?" He tells her, "I meant everything I said." She says to him, "Are you serious about being the bait all by yourself?" And he replies, "There's no other choice. If we want to end this quickly and safely, then this is the best way. Because giant monsters usually share a certain trait. There's a specific reaction that happens when they lose a huge amount of their health, the state known as devouring. In the devouring state, monsters become physically stronger and a lot more violent, and they develop a tendency to devour everything around them. That's why we gathered all the giant corpses as bait. Otherwise, we'd be the target. And after we use up the bait, what could happen then?" So based on this idea, while Jui was gathering the giant's corpses through the gate, we prepared juniper wood, which has a really strong sedative effect, along with the bait. But there's one problem. How do we drain the monster's health enough to push it into the devouring state? And yeah, don't overthink it, because its form creates an environment where all of you can easily deal damage to it. And that's why this is my job. So I'm gonna ask you to trust me. Basically, my friend, what they want is to sedate this monster so they can defeat it. But to do that, they have to reach a certain level in the monster's blood so that it's actually ready to eat the food they've put the sedative in. So basically, our hero's now trying to drain its strength. And now we jump to the present, where he's asking, how? How could I possibly do something like that? I'm on the brink of death right now. I mean, I've come a long way up to this point, haven't I? And that's why I thought today I'd be able to take a few hits. But why is it so insanely strong? Our hero tries to block one of its attacks as fast as he can, and the ground beneath is literally getting destroyed from the sheer force of it. He says, "Do I still not have enough strength paints, even after all this? If I keep blocking like this without attacking, I could actually die. From now on, I have to dodge everything." So our hero quickly dodges those attacks as fast as he can. He circles above the bear to attack it, but he notices that the bear is looking at him and thinks to himself, "Damn, it's reacting really fast. Damn it. Was jumping the mistake or what?" The bear charges at our hero at full speed, ready to devour him. And it was just about to do exactly that. But from a distance, an arrow starts heading toward it. And it's from that girl, Miso. She shouts, now, Shen!" Our hero smiles and says, "Miso, thanks to you, I was able to survive today." At full speed, he swings his sword toward the bear. The bear literally sees its last moments flash before its eyes. Full charge. Yep, our hero is using the full charge technique. He actually manages to strike the bear with the ice technique, causing it massive damage. Our hero says, "I did it. The freezing skill I just got from the frozen heart. I thought it wouldn't work because of skill resistance, but it actually did. And now, in this situation, it's my turn, beautiful." He charges at the bear and lands a blow on its legs. That's when Miso says to Taisuk, "Hey, Taita." He tells her, "I know, I'm gonna crush the biggest one of them right now." Then he gets his fireball ready, like, "All right, my dear, here comes my fireball." He says, "Hey Shin, get out of my way now." Shin smiles, seeing that Taisuk is using the Flamingo Blue Flame skill. He fires it at the bear at full speed, and it actually manages to throw the bear far away. The amount of damage was way beyond expectations. Our hero says, "At this level, there's no doubt we've reached the required health points." At that moment, the bear has reached its panic state. He gets really angry. The energy around the huge wild bear changes. The bear literally attacks and loses control. Our hero says, "It's really working." The damage was enough. The bear entered a devouring state, and our hero says, exactly as planned, the devouring state. Supposedly now the bear will devour anything around it. And our hero says, damn, is the devouring state supposed to be this violent? The bear has literally transformed to a whole new level. Taisuke says, is this the devouring state? This is terrifying in every sense of the word. Miso asks, hey Taisuke, what is Juhi doing? He replies and tells her that Juhi is still getting ready. And now, my friend, we see Juhi trying to use her power. Miso says she'll do it at the right time, won't she? So Taisuke tells her this isn't the time to discuss something like that. What matters most right now is whether Shin can hold out or not. We literally see, my friend, that the bear can't find anything to eat, so it keeps attacking Shin, trying to finish him off. Shin thinks to himself, Juhi still hasn't finished getting ready. Damn it. Why am I in a situation like this? Literally, guys, Shin is running and his inevitable death is chasing right behind him. He says, damn it. If we get to this point, I won't be able to dodge these attacks. I'm gonna have to take him head on. He activates his hallucination skill, my friend, and then he starts attacking him. And you see Juhi, who already has her technique ready. She says, I'm ready now. You see her like that, Blee? Of course, because this technique is really hard on her. She's moving a huge pile of corpses to where they are. She says that the teleportation has started now. And she goes ahead and uses her ability, my friend. The corpses appear in the place. And now the bear actually finds something else to eat besides our hero. Everyone runs over to Juhi and asks her if she's okay now. She answers them and says, I'm fine. I just used a lot of mana, that's all. Anyway, our hero says, that was really close. If the attack hadn't missed its target a little while ago, I would have been devoured right then and there. And sure enough, my friend, a notification pops up from the system saying that the giant wild bear is now starting to be affected by the strong sedative effect of the mysterious Snow Mountain juniper. So our hero says, this is great, but since it worked, that means we pulled it off, right? Or what do you think? And then, my friend, we see the bear after it finishes its meal and all that. It starts moving toward him, but it's literally bleeding from everywhere. And a notification pops up from the system to confirm it. Congratulations! You have defeated the final boss, the Great Bear Jersey. And just like that, the bear collapses to the ground, and another notification pops up from the system for our hero saying, now the mysterious gate to the ice hell has opened. So Miso says, you really put in a huge effort, Shin. He laughs and tells her, not at all, we all took part in this. A notification pops up from the system saying he received a huge amount of levels as a reward for holding his ground. Our hero says, this dungeon was tough in every sense of the word. Anyway, my friend Juhi comes over and says that everyone did an amazing job. Miso even tells her, you did a great job too. Shin says, what happened, and the fact that you agreed to my plan was honestly a really reckless move. And when I pushed him, he knew, but she tells him, thanks to this plan, I think I've seen the limits of my abilities. So because of that, I have no problem at all. Shin laughs and says, alright then, if that's the case, I'll count on you again to do something like this. And he says to himself, honestly, I'm really grateful for the friends who stuck with me through risky plans like this. But still, even if they hadn't followed me, I would have kept going until the end. Anyway, because the doors I faced in my past life have always ended in tragedy. The average survival rate in the gate I went after, because of its good rewards, was 90%, since the raid was carried out with experienced members, not amateurs. So the survival rate was pretty high. But that remaining 10% death rate would eventually catch up with someone. And what I mean here is his close friends. This time, it wasn't just me. Good players were always on the edge of death. Progress is important, but if there's another goal in this life, it's to prevent unnecessary deaths. He says this while looking at his current team. And up until now, my friend, our hero seems deeply affected by his past life. Anyway, he says, okay, the reward that we worked so hard to get is right in front of us now. Do we really have to hesitate about taking the reward? As they get closer, a notification pops up from the system saying that the final reward for the gate has now appeared. And our hero says, finally, I'm standing in front of it, the special reward for the first time. As soon as you put your hand inside the special reward for the first time, each reward will be granted separately. Our hero puts his hands in, but suddenly something grabs him, my friend. It's the goddess of luck, and she tells him, now you're gonna witness my true power. Our hero is surprised and says, her true power? After all this anticipation, I'm finally gonna see it? I'm really excited to find out what will appear. And of course, my friend, with the goddess of luck, our hero is definitely gonna get something truly unique. For the first time, a notification pops up from the system saying that player Shin has been granted a unique grade artifact. You can choose one from the list of artifacts. Our hero is surprised and says, unique? What are you saying? I expected something like this, but for it to be of the unique grade, that's really special. And of course, my friend, the goddess of luck, is just acting like it's no big deal at all. Anyway, a notification pops up from the system saying that thanks to the power of the goddess of luck, for artifacts of unique rank or higher, their hidden effect will be activated and you'll definitely receive it. So our hero says, that's right, I forgot, this clause was definitely in the contract. And the goddess of luck tells him that from now on, he should sincerely call her Nuna, the wise big sister Nuna. Our hero says, that's great. It also seems like the rest of the team is busy checking out their rewards right now. Let me think about what I'm going to choose now. There's nothing to hesitate about. And in just one day, my dear, the sword of the great fighting spirit was chosen. And so, he starts to pull it out. He says, I've been thinking about this artifact from the very beginning. And yes, my friend, it looks like the sword of the great fighting spirit is truly a mighty sword. We find out that it's a unique artifact, a weapon with a double handle. The type of weapon is a great sword that adds 500 points to attack, 100 to strength, and 50 to agility. Its hidden effect is the rebound explosion. And this sword, which symbolizes the spirit of the warrior, doesn't just carry immense power, but it also holds the blessing of the hidden wind within the aura created by the Lord of the Fighting Spirit. And with the blessing of the wind, the weapons wielder experiences a 10% increase in regeneration rate. So our hero says, just as expected from a unique artifact. These stats are absolutely amazing. From now on, I'm counting on you, my new sword. But when he picks it up, he finds the sword is really heavy. He says, what's this? Why is it so heavy? So my friend, he activates the lightweight skill and keeps it on permanently with no cooldown period. The system says that thanks to his skill of assimilating the artifact, the skill's current usage restriction has been removed. And as a penalty, the effect of lightweight is reduced by half. And all assimilated artifacts will feel like they weigh no more than 100 grams. That's it. So our hero says, what the heck is this? Is this like an insurance contract or something? Anyway, Miso asks him, is there any problem, Shin? He tells her, no, it's nothing at all. He looks at them and says, but it looks like all of you got some really awesome rewards. Miso replies, yeah, we got artifacts that fit our rank, and it's all thanks to you, Shin. He tells her, I really didn't do anything worth mentioning at all. She says to him, you're saying that, guy. You're really humble. But the facts are undeniable. The credit definitely goes to you. That's why we discussed it among the team members. What do you think about us giving you all the byproducts, like the boss's corpse and the magic stones, Shin? Shin is surprised and says, what are you guys talking about? There's really no need for all this. But then Juhi tells him, no, we have to be clear about these things. We've calculated everyone's contribution, so don't worry. But our hero gets a little annoyed with them and thinks to himself, I can't believe my teammates even thought about this. The monster's corpse alone is worth 600 million, and if you add the rest of the byproducts, it easily reaches 1.5 billion, really. And of course, dear, when you look at Shin, he's not upset at all. He's actually super happy. And he gives her that sly smile This guy is something else. Seriously, guys. He says, I just can't hold back my laughter at all. Anyway, dear, they actually head out through the gate. And he says to that girl, Miso, well, it's unfortunate, but there's nothing we can do about it. We're gonna have to leave now. So he tells her, for sure, let's postpone the celebration till next time. And he thinks to himself, I'm really excited to find out the result as soon as possible. Anyway, Miso tells him, alright, see you later, Shen. He replies, alright, thank you all for the effort you've put in. But as she's walking away, Miso says to him, hey Shin, is it okay if I start talking to you informally from now on? He's surprised and thinks to himself, we stopped doing that. Honestly, I couldn't even say, how dare you? Isn't it rude for a girl like her to speak informally with an adult? But he tells her, you have every right, of course. So she says, alright then, that's fine. Then she tells him, well, in that case, go home safely, Shinopa. Shin is surprised by her saying that. And he replies, alright, you go home safely too. And he's thinking to himself, how much time has passed since I last heard that word, really? After that, dear viewer, there's a scene behind the gate at Shonyo Station where we see our protagonist, Shin, sitting down, and he gets a notification from the system that he has now absorbed the Faded Great Sword. The lightweight condition has been met, and the effect has been reactivated. So our protagonist says, just as I expected, there weren't any additional attributes. That's why there wasn't much for me to absorb. Anyway, he says, but with this, everything has been resolved. Let's see what I've accomplished so far. And just so you know, my friend, Shin's current health points are 1,398, and the number of relic pieces he has consumed is 25. His magic power is 183, and his experience is 408. As for strength, he has 250 and 150. His endurance is 109. His speed is 83 plus 50. His magic is 71. His luck is 169. His evasion is 30. His defense is 62. He has the Rebound Explosion skill, and that's the hidden skill. This skill uses 27 magic power to push the enemy back. The success rate and distance vary depending on the target's resistance to the skill. You can use up to 183 magic power to increase the success rate and distance. He earned the title of Smart Hunter from the C rank. This allows him to recover 1 health point by absorbing blood every time he defeats a small or larger monster. Our hero is really happy with all these awesome stats he just got. He says, just by switching swords, my strength improved this much. And 2 titles and a skill were also added to my panel. And if I increase my luck stats even more, then a notification pops up from the system saying the player's luck stats have exceeded 200, and the critical hit rate has been recalculated. Now, the current critical hit range is about 120% to 600%. So our hero thinks to himself, 600%? I've reached this stage way faster than I did in my previous life. He's feeling pretty happy about it, and he says, at this rate, I'll keep growing. Just wait, Sword Demon Dokyu. I'll catch up to you in this life. But then he gets a notification from the system saying the atmosphere around him has gotten even stranger. So Shin says, after all this, I'm still gonna get my revenge on Shinta Eri. But then he's shocked from behind and says this pattern feels familiar. And he gets a notification from the system that 3 new asteroids are approaching him. The Black King is very interested in your swordsmanship skills. The Bearer of Beauty and Fire praises your fighting spirit. And the Dark Huntress questions your existence in this world, saying you don't belong here. And of course, the Lady of Luck says that this time new asteroids have appeared. And now Shin's fame is rising rapidly. Anyway, our hero Shin is standing in front of these 3. He thinks to himself, I didn't expect the new asteroids to appear this quickly. Well, maybe it's because my growth rate is insane. And the Lady of Luck tells him that she loves to communicate a lot. And that's probably the main reason. So he tells her, stop pretending you can read my mind. Anyway, let's see now who showed up first. The Lion King, the Bearer of Beauty, and Fire. Everyone knows these 2 are real heroes who rose up to become asteroids. But the real reason they're annoyed is this. And we find out, my friend, that the Lion King is scolding him. And the Bearer of Beauty and Fire wants to set him on fire. And the one who says, we quit, damn it, is doing it for this very reason. The previous heroes are really annoying and you can't even talk to them. But then a really dangerous person appeared, the Dark Huntress. That's the last person you want to face as a player. She monitors the dimensional field in real time and constantly roams around, hunting down players who gain extra advantages from system glitches. I heard she's a bounty hunter who targets players committing serious violations. And in my previous life, there was an incident like that. Except for special cases like the Lady of Luck. There was a ranked player who made a double contract, and she relentlessly hunted him down until he completely broke down in a terrifying way. He says, damn, none of these asteroids suit me, and he tells us that, of course, making an asteroid contract is important. It's a decision that changes the rest of a player's life completely. But even so, for now, just having the Lady of Luck around is enough for me. And that means if I wait a little longer. I don't have to aim for something greater. Long live the rulers. Very few players have made contracts with the Lord of the Rulers, a truly legendary presence. I don't like taking risks, but I don't have any other options right now. And he says, I'm sorry, but I don't think I'll be choosing anyone today. And the King of the Lions is shocked by him and says that he's never dealt with anything like this before. The Bearer of Beauty and Fire walks away, saying that he can visit 3 times because he still hopes he'll be accepted. But Shin thinks to himself, even if he comes back 3 times, my answer won't change. But, my friend, he's shocked when the huntress just walks away without saying a word. He barely has time to finish what he's saying before she looks at him and gives him a sly smile. A notification pops up from the systems. The Dark Huntress warns him that one day she'll reveal his hidden secret. So our hero's pretty confused by what she said. He says, "This is really exhausting. I just wanted to avoid all this stubbornness. But it looks like I don't have any choice. Anyway, it seems like the time has come now, right?" He looks at his watch and it's 11:25. He says, "Good, if I leave now I won't be late." The monsters that appear in the next rift are a group of cobreds, just like Cerberus that showed up before. They're influenced by the time of the dog and the wolf, and there's no way I could ever miss something like that. Easy targets, and I'll level up 3 rounds in a single day. Yeah, it's not gonna be easy, but let's give it a shot. At least until the Throne of the Rulers notices me, and by that, I mean the strongest one among all those rulers. Now we're heading to the Q area, the mission zone near Jamstel Station. We see here that the Rift Management Office, which belongs to the Players Association, is on floor basement 4 specifically. We see a woman talking on her phone saying, yes, this is the Rift Management Office of the Players Association in Korea. She looks shocked by what she's hearing and says, there's no way it could be. She says that a rift has appeared at the exit of Bupyeong Station, and all members ready for combat must verify immediately. It's been confirmed now, and we'll start by requesting cooperation from the players who are nearby right away. That's why. But the person on the other end of the phone replies saying, but here it looks like someone is already fighting. She's shocked and says, what? What did you just say? The girl she's talking to replies, yeah, there's already a player at the site and he's fighting right now. So the girl from the association asks, how? How did he even get there in the first place? She answers, I don't know, but anyway, he's fighting the monsters by himself. She tells him, this is dangerous, pull back, but he doesn't respond. She even tells the person with her on the phone that it doesn't really seem that dangerous for him. It's actually dangerous for the monsters. The girl from the association is shocked and says, what are you saying? That the rift that appeared in reality happened 11 years ago after the first collapse. Unlike dungeons or gates, it's an unexpected disaster that could allow monsters to cross over into the real world. But even so, it's not unexpected for me. And we find out, my friend, that 10 minutes earlier, our hero was sitting and waiting for this exact moment. He says, this is about the time. From what I remember, as soon as I leave through this exit, the gate starts to open. And he says, finally, I found it. The crack started from there. What makes me remember this so clearly is for a very good reason. That crack was a real tragedy that caused countless civilian casualties. Well, I'm here this time. So that's why this definitely won't happen. It's a good thing I went back in time. I grew up in an orphanage since I was born. That's why I don't remember what my mom and dad looked like. But even with that, I never felt sad or sorry about anything. But I know very well the pain of losing someone dear to you. That's why they should never forget. And he remembers, dear, the person who saved him when he was young and gave him the chance to live the life he has now. Anyway, our protagonist says to himself that the goal is more important than just being stronger. And indeed, my friend, he starts facing those monsters on his own. There were a lot of them, but of course, as we know, dogs or wolves can't stand a chance against our hero, the dragon. He says that's really good. This skill is working perfectly fine, but it's not showing the same level of impact as it did with Cerberus. Most likely, that's because of the moon. And what we notice is that the moon isn't visible in the sky. He says the moon is completely covered. So that's why they're not fully under my control. Well, that actually makes things better for me. These dogs are scared of him, but the hero takes him out with his massive form. He says this gives me a chance to test out my new skills, and he uses the full charge technique, which of course focuses all the power into one really strong blow. But at that moment, the wolf gives a sly grin. He thought he dodged the attack or something like that. But then our hero suddenly appears next to him on the other side and immediately hits him with a blast of recoil propulsion. And honestly, my friend, that move takes out a huge number of them in one shot. And he sends them right back through the gate they came from. The hero says that the recoil propulsion affects a pretty wide area, and with a full charge, it deals a lot of damage too. So that's why this move should be enough as a wide range attack. On top of that, my luck stats also increase along with the critical hit range. And right now, his critical hit range, my friend, is from 60% to 120%. He tells him, what, you didn't die from a single hit? Honestly, these dogs are literally scared out of their minds, guys. He tells them, looks like you won't go down from just one critical hit or anything. And that's why, this time, He goes after them, my friend, and they get scared and start running away from him. Then he says, let's try to reach the maximum damage. Of course, my friend, that's when a car comes speeding onto the scene. And people from the guild start getting out from all sides. And they say, we're from the Players Association. Where's the person who filed the report? And that's when we find out, my friend, that the player in front of us is Li Xian, level 110. The player's rank is plus B. Then the girl starts explaining to him, of course, about the place where the incident was reported. She tells him, I'm the one who filed the report and all that. And this is the gate. And these are the monsters and all that stuff. So he tells her, all right, let's go somewhere safe and all that. But then, as they're looking around, one of his companions says, hey man, look over there. I think we need to check that out first. And what we find out, my friend, is that the guy talking to him with the glasses is Li Zheng. So, my friend, just so you don't get confused, there's Li Hyun and there's Li Zheng. Anyway, Li Zheng, who's at level 90, says to him, and his player rank is B. You see what's happening in front of us? And what Shin is seeing, my friend, and literally in every sense of the word, he's not leaving the monsters any way out. So Hyun says, Kobold attacker, my friend. Did that give the kobold a headache? Let's attack it first. Young replies, let's go. But Shin tells him, no, I'm good. Nobody interfere. I'll take care of it right now. Young tells on, what do you mean by B? But suddenly, my friend, the direct confrontation title gets activated, which completely isolates the kobold attacker. No ally is within a 5-meter radius of the target except for him, and all your abilities increase by 20%. Our hero Shin continues, saying, I want to test my full power. And he gets a notification from the system that the skill has been activated. Hallucination. The user's body is now enhanced, and the user speed has become faster. And as you can see, my friend, that attacker is coming at him. But this hero says, alright, recoil blast with all my skills activated. Let's see what happens next. And sure enough, my friend, he lands his attack, which literally wipes out the monster in front of him, erasing it from existence. Everyone is shocked by the powerful move our hero just pulled off. They can't even react. Enough with the details and the drama. Then someone comes up to him and says, hey there, you're Shen, right? So Shen asks them, are you guys from the Players Guild? I'm sorry about what just happened. But Hyun tells him, no, don't apologize. Thanks to you, no one got hurt. And honestly, with a rift like that, it's a miracle. So I want to thank you again. So he says, my dear Shin, it's no problem at all. But then one of them speaks up and says, just a guess, but we have to go inside, right? So he asks him, our hero Shin, how did you know? Hyun replies, I heard that most high-level players do something like that. So Yojuk, take us with you if it's not too much trouble for you. So at that point, Jong is terrified by his friend's reaction. He continues and says, we won't get in your way. That's why I just want to see how you hunt. And Dear Shin smiles and says, do whatever you guys want. And he says to himself that these beginners are really tough. Anyway, my dear, they actually go through the gate to finish off the remaining monsters. And we find out that the crack in the middle of Bob Young's station was almost completely erased. And he says, so Jung, why is he moving at that speed? Hyun, my dear, replies to him and says, stop worrying about things like levels and just run. Can't you judge the situation from the battles that happen outside the crack? I'm sure he either has an amazing combat sense or something else. We're gonna follow him and learn from him. So he says, Dear Jung, but there's a problem regarding the amount of health he still has left after all these battles. Hyun is surprised by this and says, okay, but throughout my life as a player, I've always been confident in my endurance. But during the last battle, it was really tough. And dear, we find out that 30 minutes into the rift, right after they entered, they found a huge group of monsters and all that. And they were surrounded from every direction. But Shin told them, stay behind me and leave the rest to me. I knew this was gonna happen, so that's why I brought this corpse with me. He used it as a shield, dear, to protect them. Of course, they were surprised by his forward thinking and all that. And our hero Shin wonders to himself, was bringing them along a mistake I made or what? I can't make any progress while I'm trying to protect them. But I have to stop acting weak. I need to overcome situations like this. Isn't this the only way to become one of the top ranks? And then he draws his sword, dear. Then he throws it, piercing right through the guy who was deflecting the arrows, finishing him off completely. And then he suddenly charges straight at the other one. He tells him, you should have kept your eyes on me and never looked away, kid. And then Park finishes off the other guy. Our hero comes down and says, we've reached the second floor. Let's go. Then you see another guy attacking him and all that. He says, what the heck is going on? I'm glad I acted at the right moment. If I had let my guard down now, I would have been completely torn apart. He's the kobold hero. Who would have thought a powerful boss monster like that would be waiting for us on the second floor? And it's honestly a really strong armored monster in rough shape. It feels like the final boss you face at every gate. But then our hero Shin is shocked when it attacks him again. So he wonders, can I stop this attack using just the cut explosion? No, I can't risk my body in such an uncertain plan. If that's the case, then I have to minimize the damage for everyone while stopping him from launching his attack. Then our hero Shin yells out and swings his sword to strike, and he actually manages to shatter his shield and even smash his head along with it. And he says, what the heck? What's going on? Is this the amount of damage I'm capable of causing? This strike didn't just destroy the shield, it finished him off completely, and it also easily managed to defeat the kobold hero, who is known for his legendary high defense. I don't think I've reached the required stats yet. So if that's the case, if it happened like this, then is this the pure power of the spirit sword? And of course, the remaining monsters are all shocked by what they're seeing in front of them. Then our hero Shin laughs and says, now I get it. This is the reason. And of course, they're watching him as he laughs with that weird laugh of his. Then our hero charges at them and finishes off the rest with ease and incredible speed. And of course, he gets the rare war loot, specifically the magic movement boots, which, by the way, have Latin inscriptions, and they contain a blessing from the spirit of the earth. They allow the wearer to move 3 times faster on non-hostile terrain. And in all other situations, the user will get double the normal speed. So our hero puts them on and says, this is perfect timing. I really wanted them, especially since kobolds are more possessive than goblins. I've heard they usually search for rare artifacts. And sure enough, our hero puts on those boots. And he feels this strange sense of agility. He says, are these exactly my size or what? Anyway, this is supposed to make my attacks a lot easier. And on top of all that, he looks down at the rest of the monsters below, and at the group that was him. He says, they're way better in combat than I expected. Since they're still alive up to now, he says, looks like this raid is going to be easier than I thought. 5 silver tier rewards, and 4 gold tier ones, and 1 platinum. Those alone are worth more than 150 million. And on top of all that, defeating the kobold pack on the way restored my health completely. That's more than enough for our weekly meetings. And he just sits there laughing, my friend. He says, I really like the effects of this new title. Which are the effects of the Smart Hunter? And pretty much everything that's happening now is thanks to this skill. Anyway, he arrives at this strange place. It's a gate glowing with a terrifying red light. He says that ominous aura finally appeared. Shock Pop Young. The central chamber, the king's treasure. He's shocked, my friend, by the aura. And he's even more shocked by what he saw when he went inside. He says, what is this? What is it that I'm seeing in front of me? Is all this money or what? Do I really have to just take everything here and that's it? But while he's still stunned by all that money, he says, I should just forget about growth and goals and live my life and become a billionaire, man. Then he notices, my friend, that someone is attacking him from behind and was about to finish him off. But, my friend, our hero's going at full speed. He attacks that monster from behind. The monster is shocked by his incredible speed. He says, it's the same pattern again. I'm sick of you guys, man. All you have are sneaky skills and stuff like that. And then, my friend, that monster moves down too and dodges the attack. So our hero Shin is shocked. He says, how did he manage to dodge the attack from such a close distance? It's like all these kobolds lured me here on purpose. He notices, my friend, that the monster is getting ready to attack him again. And we find out that this is the final boss. The kobold king, the emperor. So our hero tries to avoid that technique. And then he uses his full charge. And he says that was really dangerous. If I hadn't dodged the attack with the full charge, my body would have been completely pierced. He falls to the ground and says this guy is a really annoying opponent. Then Hyun and Jung, the 2 guys, arrive at the place where the gate is. Exactly. And they say, did he really go all out or what? And when they come in, they say, Mr. Shen, we're sorry for being late. But they're shocked when they see what's happening in front of them. Just the aura of the monster alone is enough to terrify him and make him freeze in place. And a notification pops up from the system saying there's an abnormal condition, the aura of intimidation, because of the special gaze of the kobold king. So they're terrified, man. They can't even breathe. They're like, what is this? The boss? My body can't even move. But Shen, man, he goes straight for that boss. Oh, he says to him, are you trying to challenge us? Take your eyes off me. And what does he do? He uses level 1 recovery skill, and thanks to the recovery skill, the abnormal condition is cancelled, which is the intimidation effect, and the monster is shocked at the person in front of him. Our hero comes at him and actually manages to injure him, and the system notifies him that because the Kobold King's resistance to skills is so high, the Demon Strike couldn't be activated. Our hero wanted to use it to increase his damage, and he says, I created a temporary opening using recovery, but unfortunately the stat difference is huge unless he's afflicted with paralysis. Anyway, that intimidation effect from a moment ago, if that's the reaction time of players at level 100, then it's clear that its effect is way stronger than the Goblin Lord we defeated before. He smiles and says, but unfortunately, I wasn't able to get it last time. That's why this time, I'm definitely gonna get it. That intimidation skill is gonna be mine. And just like that, he charges straight at the monster itself, which is now completely enraged and acting totally differently. The system notifies him that the Kobold Lord is now launching random fire attacks. And sure enough, it starts firing off wild attacks in every direction. Our hero tries to block him as much as he can, and he tries to move back, but the monster lunges at him again, and is getting ready too. More attacks were coming, and of course, my friend, that move where it jumped into the air to strike again, that was a smart move. Our hero says, it's a clever monster. It knows I have a full charge ready. That's why it's keeping its distance from me, to maintain some space and try to drag me into a war of attrition, as far as I can tell. Its intimidation effect has a longer cooldown than its recovery, so if I waste this time, honestly, I could end up dying, unable to do anything because of the intimidation. And I absolutely can't let this fight drag on. Damn, if only I had a way to attack from a distance, even just once. Wait, that's it. That's the solution. And now we see Dear Jung talking to Hyun, asking him, hey, are you okay? And Dear Hyun replies, yeah, I'm fine. I haven't experienced anything this abnormal before, so that's why I hesitated a bit. But then they notice that our hero is actually blocking all those attacks from the monster, fighting back with incredible ferocity. So Dear Jung says, but why does Mr. Shin seem totally fine in the middle of all this chaos? Does he have some kind of skill that lets him resist abnormal conditions or something like that? Then Yun says, even if he does have one or two skills like that. So it wouldn't be surprising, but wait, what's this? What's this unsettling feeling? I feel something strange. Hold on, the arrows are gradually sinking in deeper. Damn it. I should have sensed this earlier, damn it, Mr. Shen. So Shen is killing the monster and telling her, it's over now what you're doing. And just as it's over, my dear, as he goes down to pick up those gold coins, he notices that his leg is completely sinking beneath him. And Shen didn't even notice what happened, and the monster starts to gather its strength to strike her, because that's what it does. Shen has no way to block this attack, and it actually manages to hit him and take him down. The monster smiles, my friend, and looks pleased with itself. But suddenly, the monster is shocked when it hears Shen's voice again, saying, you're so foolish, do you really think you're the only one with the plan or what? Of course, my friend, Shen has a skill that protects him from frontal attacks. If you remember it, that means if there's an unavoidable strike, he can drain his own blood to travel, drop it, and completely nullify it. So he's able to dodge an attack like that and instantly recover all his health in the blink of an eye. So he tells him, we're done here, come on my friend. And thanks to the sacrifice effect, the attack in front of him is cancelled and all his health points are fully restored. He tells him, you should have realized that when I was taking your hits, and now it's too late. He says, my dear, I've activated the hallucination skill, which greatly enhances the user's body and significantly increases their speed. He also says, now it's your turn to take the hits. You bastard! He says, my dear, I'm using the backward blast and I'm heading straight for that monster at full speed using the coins. He adds, with this move, I can actually pierce the monster's body in several places. Everyone is shocked by what they're seeing in front of them. Jonga says to him, the gold coins got embedded in the monster's body just like shotgun pellets. That's something with some seriously impressive power. Even Azizi himself is shocked. He says, this is insane. I've seen countless players up until now, but I haven't seen a player with such a high level of combat sense like this in a long time. And we see, my friend, Yashna giving this wicked smile. He charges straight at the monster after pretty much bringing it to its knees. He tells him, you were a tough opponent, weren't you? But then he smiles and says to him, and in the end, let's keep watching the fight all the way to the finish. My friend charges at her, and thanks to the fact that his sword is completely unsheathed, our hero goes in for the finishing blow. And sure enough, the system notification pops up showing that he has successfully defeated the Kobold King. So hats off to my friend. The scenes that happen next in the story will get even more interesting. We'll find out more in the upcoming episodes. But as always, let's try to hit a record number of likes and send blessings upon the Prophet, peace be upon him. May the best prayers and peace be upon him. This was General with you, and by the way, since Instagram is being updated, my handle will appear on your screen. If you'd like, go ahead and follow. There are more clips coming soon, God willing. Take care and may God protect you. let's continue, my friend. After that, our hero finishes off that dog, and God willing, he feels it from the system, which tells him his levels have increased a lot. He's granted a title from the category that's placed before Cold-Blooded. And of course, my friend, this title was carefully crafted by its owner when he recalled his memories of entering the cell. What this does is, for 2 hours, it puts all players, including you, into a state of immunity from intimidation, so they're not affected by intimidation at all. The important thing is, our hero says, this is the first time I've gotten a planetary title. I've seen it before. Anyway, finally, he looks behind him and sees that the technique he's been waiting for so long has finally appeared, the intimidation technique. And of course, my friend, he gets the Talisman of Despair, which is an auxiliary piece of equipment with a special effect, Intimidation. It makes the screams of the Kobold clan akudos, which sound like wailing. All the enemies exposed to this scream are consumed by despair, quickly losing their fighting spirit. And, my friend, he also gets the Boots of Pursuit, which are regular equipment but a golden family heirloom. As the name suggests, they're specialized for quick pursuit and are made for movement. And you can pull Bill back more easily than you can move him forward. In other words, my friend, it's all about dodging backward. Anyway, he also has the Scout's Pendant, which lets him detect any intent to kill that's focused on him, or the presence of enemies within a 100-meter range, showing up as a red light source. And our hero, Sheeny Azif, even tells himself on top of all that the other pieces look delicious. Just by looking at them, he says, I'll keep them for now and devour them later. But at that moment, one of the guys with him interrupts and says, Mr. Sheeny. So Sheeny sits up and replies, yes, what happened? Is there something wrong? The guy says, yeah, we need to get out of here right now. The rift is starting to close. Our hero says, the rift is closing now? I thought this was a big deal. It was supposed to be. It just closes normally, after the area's taken over. But wait a second, he hesitates for a moment and starts looking around, my friend, at all the treasures that were in the place. He's like, I'm not going to take any of these things, and those are the city's sons, and they're both being dragged away, and he's screaming, seeing his fortune right in front of his eyes. He dreamed of being one of those who could take it, even just 1% of what's inside there. And then, my friend, as he's leaving through the gate, he sees everyone else just taking pictures and coming out, the group from inside loaded up with bags slung over their shoulders. Everyone is shocked by what they're seeing in front of them, asking, what is this? What's with this strange atmosphere? Did something bad happen or what? And of course, everyone sits down to question Shan, saying, welcome, Said. Shan, we're from the Play magazine. So Shan smiles at them, and the reporter continues and says, as the hero who saved the Boyoung station. They ask him, could you please say a few words? So Shan responds, a hero? What are you talking about? He laughs in a sarcastic way. Meanwhile, somewhere else, specifically in the gloomy town of Liabin, in a first-class training room underground, we see the girl. And my sister Miso is sitting there training in front of a bunch of goblins, which she summoned in some strange way. The one who summoned them asked her, are you sure about this? 3 B-class golems have been fully summoned. That's it, let's get started. And, my dear, we find out that this girl's name is Jo Hyun from the Korean Players Association, a sorceress and summoner. Her rank is B+. Anyway, my friend, the battle really starts between the goblins and the girl, Misel's sister, and it turns out to be an all-out brawl. It's such a fierce fight, she doesn't even break a sweat. In no time, that goblin is completely crushed. And of course, using every kind of technique and attack possible, she tears through those goblins, slicing her blade through them like a knife through butter. And after she finishes him off, she says, just as I expected, this is the best I can hope to achieve in a mock battle in the training room. Yeah, good performance, but I came here so I wouldn't forget how I felt today. But then she remembers that moment, my friend, when she was trying to hit, to strike, and she was saying she wanted to kill that person. She wonders, will I ever get another chance to do that? Was I supposed to ask for her phone number or what? But then Misel stepped in, and as for that annoying girl, she just walked away. But right at that moment, my friend, on the news, you see a breaking news bulletin. It was about the appearance of the crack that happened today at Boyoung Station. So Terry is really surprised by this, and she looks at the news a bit confused. Anyway, the news continues. They say, according to reports, that only one player was near the site at the time, and he handled the crack all by himself. Terry is shocked and says, a crack? But at that moment, the announcer continues and says, and now we're going to interview the player. The one who managed to do something like that. And Terry, my friend, is completely stunned when she sees who the player is. It's none other than the hero, Lashin. When the announcer asked him, how does it feel to be a champion now? and questions like that. But he just said that he did his duty, nothing more. Of course, the announcer and everyone else were surprised by how humble he was, but honestly, he really didn't care about all that. The important thing is, as you say, Terry, I never expected to see him in a situation like this again. And on the other side, my friend, as for Chen, the announcer gave him a sharp look like, why? How come? According to what was reported by the Players Association, that was his opponent. I heard that the estimated level of the beast was around 150. Is Akmal's level still lower compared to the beginning Chen? Facing him must have been really tough. Chen responds to them and says, yes, level is very important, but I don't consider it the decisive factor that determines victory or defeat. So then, that girl Tiari says to herself, he's actually right to say something like that, and to say it with such confidence. It means he's able to assess his skills objectively. I felt that from the last time, but now it seems like he's mysteriously and suspiciously mature, like a player who's been through tough challenges. All of this, more than once, makes you think maybe he was trained by a master. There's a chance he made a pact with a warlord, or maybe struck a deal with a warlord like himself. And of course, my friend, that's a totally explosive and top secret surprise. That girl Terry made a pact with a ruler, and that's why her power is legendary. Then, the next day, my friend, at Shin's house, we see him sitting there getting ready. My friend, he's preparing his meal so he can eat like a king. He gets into his eating mode, and because it's a fancy meal, honestly, the eating mode, or the place itself, it's like a special zone with its own vibe, and now he's saying it's time to eat. And finally, we find out that the family heirlooms he got yesterday are intimidation, detection, and a backstep move. He's telling us that all of them are useful skills. Does this all come down to luck stats? Well, that's really great. Let's keep going like this. If things keep going this way, I'll be able to develop in the direction I want. The important thing, my friend, is that he's telling us, and he says that after the players started to get stronger, most swordsmen still had this stereotype. They couldn't break out of the idea that a swordsman relies only on strength and endurance. But in the end, when monsters with different patterns started to appear, the swordsmen who didn't chase after strength began to fall apart. And so, the swordsmen started to lose their standing. Little by little, or actually, what I remember is that with the appearance of the sword demon, Dokyoung-su, the whole model of swordsman changed. He took off his armor to increase his agility, accepted his weak defense, and relied on skills with high utility instead of destructive power. In other words, he became a swordsman who could handle any situation. You could say he invented the style of the all-around swordsman. It's true that I didn't change my style in my previous life because of my pride, but in this life, things are going to be completely different. And we find out, my friend, that the Talisman of Despair, the Boots of Stealth, and the Necklace of Exploration are now ready to be absorbed. Our hero says that their effect will literally be very limited. He really respects that. And honestly, let's just forget about the food, the talk, and all this nonsense. So we head out to the front, outside. And you see, there are journalists and a lot of people from the group there with him. And someone says all worked up, "Hey man, you let us in last time." So security responds to him, and he tells him, "How many times do I have to repeat this? That was a mistake." And of course, an argument breaks out here and a fight over there between the journalist and security downstairs. Someone sticks his head out the window and says, "What are these people even doing, seriously?" And now, after thinking about it, how did they even manage to get up here last time? Last time? I pay a lot of money just to prevent things like this from happening. I'm gonna leave the laundry. Man, I wanted to chat with you for a bit. Fresh air. But the scene I'm seeing right now is just making things worse. Let's go back inside quietly and rest for a bit. Yeah. Anyway, I don't have any plans for the future. That's why I don't know what I'm gonna do. Do I just need the rest today? But then, you notice his phone starts ringing. And it's Shame's phone, guys. It's like every time things start to come down a bit, the phone rings and stirs everything up in there. Anyway, Shame answers and says, "Yeah, hello, who's this?" Someone answers and says, "Hello, Mr. Shame. I'm Kim Ji-hee from the player management department. We met before in the mission area. Do you remember me now?" "Yeah, I remember you. But what's this about?" She tells him, "Oh, it's nothing important. We just wanted to give you a commemorative shield for capturing this rift." He says to her, "A commemorative shield?" and thinks to himself, "For a while now they've been calling me a hero and want to give me a shield, honestly. By my standards, this is just embarrassing, to the point that my face is turning red right now from embarrassment, which is only natural, because compared to the elite players who can withstand all the attacks, the crack I just patched up now doesn't even count. It's like a drop in a vast ocean. We're still so far from deserving that kind of praise. So he says, "No, my dear, I apologize, but I must humbly refuse." So she says, "Okay, fine. I won't pressure you. But at the very least, before you claim the right or privilege to enter the cell you requested, just like that, I mean, the cell of the Silent Land." So our hero steps forward, completely focused, and says, "So it's been approved?" She replies, "Yes. Thanks to your recent achievement, the approval from upper management went through smoothly." So our hero thinks to himself, the Silent Land is a dungeon where most of the prominent monsters use abnormal status skills, specifically slumber. And then he remembers the past for a moment when he was sitting here with his friend Daya, whom he lost, and Daya says to him, "Are you thinking about your sister Sweet again?" So he sits down with him and says, "I got used to looking at her picture every time I finish a raid, and now..." And after thinking about it, he realizes that the whole issue has been weighing on him ever since she left me. My sister. So he replies, "By the way, what was the name of the dungeon your sister was raiding in the last run?" At that moment, he answered him. He told him, "The Silent Land. My sister was a player who relied heavily on her skills." He goes on, "In that critical moment, she was completely helpless. If only I had been there at the time. I would have cleared that dungeon easily and without any trouble. But there's no point in regretting it now. If I could really go back in time, I wouldn't be surprised by what I'm saying, my friend. I'd be a little sad, maybe." Redette, full of enthusiasm, replied, "Yes, get everything ready right away. I'm going into the dungeon for sure." And he thought to himself, this is the dungeon I have to clear, something that will change so many things in the future. And about Risenlever, the hero of Shin, yes, her name is Risenlever. I think I didn't really know what she was. I mean, it's like a knockoff from Sukjuma, you know? My friend says since it's a new car, the driving experience is totally different. I wanted to spend my money on antiques, and I would have if I could, but last week when I went to support Bob Young because of the Echo incident, I realized the situation was really bitter. There's nothing. The problem is that I attract attention, but I really don't want to get that kind of attention ever again. I'm not going to put myself out there. Public transportation again in my life. Anyway, during all this, he gets a call from the Players Association. It's from the employee named Kim Ji-hee, and Shin answers, "Yes, go ahead," and she says, "Hi Shin, welcome. Today is the day of the Silent Land raid, so I called you in advance to confirm your arrival." So he replies to her, "I'm on my way now and I'm about to arrive," and she responds, "Alright, got it, that's understood. Another employee at the site will take over for me from this moment on." And he says he can't stop thinking about it. When I think about the whole thing, time really flies by. I just focused on training so I could check off my accumulated achievements, and a whole week have already passed just like that ever since I came back from the rift. Ugh, I really want to test my new skills very soon. My body is now ready for combat. But at this moment, he's surprised by something. There's a huge crowd. He asks, "What's going on?" So he tries to see what's actually happening here. And he finds that the traffic officers are trying to get things under control and all that, and he wonders, could it really be a traffic jam? At that moment, I actually made sure to come during rush hour in the traffic jam. What's going on here? This traffic jam is taking way too long to clear up. What's really happening? Did another accident happen or what? But then suddenly, everything comes to a stop. Man, he doesn't even notice the guy in front of him, the one he was talking about, who sacrificed his shields and used his trick, just so he could win the fight. He stood right in front of his eyes at the gate. The guy named Doug Youngsu is one of the elite future mercenaries, unmatched by anyone. He's shocked, man, to find himself in this area. And what we have in front of us here is dungeon number 21, the Yaida intersection. Fans are everywhere filming him. The reporter asks, "How's it feel to get all this fan love?" Whatever that means. This reporter is a total pro. As the champion emerged, they weren't even after Mr. Apgarino. I don't get the favoritism. Anyway, he says, "It's an honor." Surprised, she thinks, what a mountain of dryness. Is he just answering without any care? Is it because he's arrogant about his fame? Anyway, she goes along with it and says, alright. So, what's your plan for tackling the dungeon?" He tells her, "A plan?" "What plan?" "I don't have anything new. I'm just gonna beat up the monsters, nothing more. That's all there is to it." She finds him strange for being like that. And honestly, part of her personality actually likes this, and she likes his tough, no-nonsense attitude a bit. Anyway, she thinks to herself that, after considering it, his bluntness is actually kinda charming. This guy really does have his own kind of charm. Of course, the person helping her with the design is shocked by her and tells her, "Get a grip, woman! What are you doing?" But in the middle of all this chaos, some people notice Shen's car. He tells them, "Just park it," But Shem gets shocked and says, I spaced out like that, and seeing this situation is really annoying. People have seen me now, and suddenly the cameras and filming start focusing on him in that moment. Then someone comes up behind Do Young-soo and says to him, that's the player who crossed the rift all by himself. I heard that in the last round, he fought using a style similar to that of my young lady. The Young-soo smiles and replies, I know. The other guy is surprised and asks, you know? And he says, of course, my dear. Meanwhile, on the other side, and of course, like I told you, you know I'm right about this. I mean, just look at the other guy. He used to be a distributor, and now he's still a distributor. The one who went to our hero guys. Seriously, stop making these distinctions. The mom is talking to that distributor and asks him, Shen, why did you come here? Shin replies, it was just a coincidence, honestly. The distributor looks at him, surprised, and says, you didn't come here for that. The challenge Dougie or something like that, he replies. Shin says, challenge for what? Someone asks, why change cars? Is it fully loaded? What's the price? Shin replies, just a coincidence. Another person says, a coincidence? At least answer the second question. We don't understand. Batana thinks to himself, damn, I didn't realize I was drawing attention. Dougie Young-soo is thinking, how do I get out of the situation I'm in right now, at this very moment? And in this video, we see Doug Young-soo, who sees him and gets really excited and even smiles. Batana thinks to himself, did he laugh? No, was he making fun of me? I don't understand what that smile meant, but even if it was just a coincidence, I'm lucky I saw him. Because after seeing him, I realized that I still have a long way to go. Anyway, my friend, Doug Young-soo, starts moving. He tells the person with him, come on, let's go too. The guy replies, I don't understand, young master. And that's when dear Do Young-soo thinks to himself, I've met a lot of promising players up until now, but this kid is completely different. He doesn't look at me with envy or admiration, he sees me as an obstacle he has to overcome. I've never seen anything like this before. Shin Sang-hun, that was his name, right? I think we'll meet again someday. And now, my dear, let's head to dungeon number 66, known as a Silent Land. Sure enough, Shinli arrives there and gets out of his car. He thinks to himself, just as expected, DOK Young-soo never disappoints. Even now, he's standing there without moving an inch. I couldn't spot a single flaw in him at all. The encounter with him is still stuck in my mind to this moment. It's strange, really. The higher the goal, the greater the thrill of the chase. Hold on, I'm gonna catch up to you at a terrifying speed, DOK Young-soo. But at that moment, the hero stops in his tracks when he hears someone speaking and looks over. And he sees that there's a girl talking, she's an employee of the Players Guild, and he approaches her. Today was supposed to be our day to break through the Silent Land. Honestly, my friend, even if today isn't your day, you should still go for it. Honestly, that girl is a perfect 10, really, just saying. And who is she with? Suddenly, the player gets interrupted by someone named Shin. So Shin steps in and asks her, is there a problem or something? My phone number is 02. No, what's going on? Pull yourself together. Anyway, the employee says to him, hey Shin, you showed up. And then that hot girl says to him, you came at exactly the right time. Come here, let's get to work, come on. And you act recklessly just to mess with someone, and then you leave me hanging, and people hear about it in a couple of places. You have to maintain professional ethics between the players. So our hero says to himself, damn. At that time, I realized that today is actually the day. Yes, it's definitely her face today. I was confused because my memory was hazy. Today is the day that girl lost her brother in the Silent Land. And she says, what's wrong with me like this? Then she tells him, come on, are you even listening to me or what? Am I just talking to myself? Anyway, our hero thinks to himself, I never imagined her personality would be so tough. My grades? Well, if you look at her brothers, I mean, he's kinda cute, he might even like him, but is the situation reversed now or what? Anyway, their personalities are completely opposite. Alright, there's no need for me to sugarcoat things in situations like this. She cuts me off like that and says, because you started talking to me here. So he gets closer for that reason and tells her, what's the big deal? Like, what if I took this gate? And he thinks to himself, sometimes there are situations where you just have to be firm. Taken aback, he continues, didn't you feel wronged? Don't you have the right to act? Stunned and stammering, shocked by his reaction, he simply says, I'm here. According to the schedule that was set with the association, is there any problem? He just leaves her like that and walks away, telling her, I'm going into this dungeon, come on. So the employee says, up to this point, everything's fine. But that girl gets really mad and says to him, don't move, hey, come here. Of course, her friends hold her back, trying to calm her down. And she literally starts yelling like, Serena, listen, trust me, I'll take care of him and get rid of him right now. Anyway, our hero was just thinking to himself, Was it really necessary for me to take today off too? Or what, guys? Seriously. Am I just regretting everything I do or what? Anyway, he finally gets to the entrance of the Silent Land, and honestly, my friend, the entrance to the Silent Land is just that. The entrance to the Silent Land. Look, the place looks so depressing and ugly, guys. Anyway, when he goes in, everything turns black and white, and even the smell. There's this stench of rot everywhere. He's like, what the heck is this? But whatever, that's what you'd expect, since most of the monsters are here. But he barely gets a chance to finish the sentence before the ground beneath him starts to bleed, and these weird things begin to emerge from underground. Dear viewer, it's a strange monster with no facial features at all. He's just clawing around and our hero's like, what is this weird zombie? Even he's shocked by it. And as soon as the zombie touches him, a notification pops up for our hero saying he's been inflicted with an abnormal status, silence, because of the ghoul's attack. You won't be able to use any skills for 0.5 seconds. So our hero says, damn, does silence even trigger at the very last moment? But then, my friend, he pulls out his massive sword and slams it right into that monster's head. Its name is Nasik. But even after he finishes it off, Nasik calls for backup. Right in front of him, there are more than one waiting for him. Our hero says, damn, let's go. In short, I have to avoid launching any attacks and keep my skill usage to an absolute minimum. But he says, like, what are you guys talking about? He means that this battle depends on your gear, right? And all the skills I gathered are basically useless. But it looks like they forgot what I'm actually best at, which is fighting. Then, dear viewer, in the Korean Players Association, in the meeting room of the 4 Scouts team, we see, dear viewer, a woman speaking. And she says the next player up for discussion is the player Shin Sang-yoon. Then one of the people sitting there says, what's this? And the girl says, isn't he the guy who was facing off against Do Kyung? Hey, he left a really strong impression. Honestly. Right. I heard he's only been active for a month since he woke up and stopped carrying his gear around. And as we can see, my friend sighs. And they say he's kind of a legend. And someone says, hey, that's the guy. He's really tough for the Chung brothers to deal with. And what we know, my friend, is that he's called one of the Korean players from the forests. And they say Yu Hong are the leader of the 4 Scouts. So he replies to the guy saying, yeah, that's true. He's become a famous player lately. So he says, no doubt about it, my friend. He's a fast-growing player. But can we really say that he's a very exceptional case? Or are there similar cases, like Kim Soo, for example, or Tae Iyari and Do Kyung, right? So they reply saying, I see it the same way. And as we know, my friends, the one speaking here is Minji. And he says that the ones who show rapid growth always stand out. It's true that the court's decision to rely on honesty deserves high praise, but since we can't accurately determine how dangerous it is, I think we need to be cautious before making a judgment about him. It could simply be just a case, nothing more. The media handled it skillfully, but then there was another incident. He says, I'm not like that. And finally, today marks the 100th time, Deputy Commander, that you've been interrupted by Lee and all the chaos, with everyone leaving. You're not one for small words, but your segment number is honestly impressive. He tells them, wrap it up a bit. Stop standing up for Lee, who clearly seems to be on her own. Then the commander asks, do you have something you want to say to me? She replies, yes, I apologize for the rude interruption, but the reason is that the person who started this, I've actually been following for a long time. And we know, my dear, this is the leak. It's a strategic revelation for the 4 Scouts team. Anyway, she continues and says, I have data that I've analyzed. About what days and about what exactly? We hope we can review it ourselves first, so you realize that he's not just an ordinary player at all, as you all know. All of you, this is the usual statistical graph for the development of regular players. The level number is at 50. And if we simplify it, the estimates show that Shin Sang-yoon's level falls roughly within this range, and this is the expected development curve for Shin Sang-hun. So everyone gets shocked and can't see what's ahead of them. They know the curve shot up and say, oh my god, this is impossible. Are you trying to make your own ideal version? Did you let your emotions control you? But it must be that you were chasing something all this time. Remember, you're a scout, and it's your duty to stay objective. As for the skills, there's no problem, but he just can't get your attention to the right signals. The one who possesses it and owns it, my dear 11, he says that this number perfectly applies to the evolution of DOK Young, known as the Demon Swordmaster. So she says to him, everything you're mentioning right now is based on objective data, and it's correct. So I personally met all of Chung Sang-young's companions in the dungeon, or of course that group. She interrupted them sarcastically and started talking, but that's not our topic, so let's continue. He says the first question is, what are the most notable traits of Master Chung? And the one who answered here is his brother, or the one he considers his brother anyway. He told her, honestly, he has so many strange qualities that it's hard to pinpoint just one. So she says to him, for example, if we talk about his skills or his combat sense, I'd find that really interesting. He smiles and tells her, yeah, when it comes to skills, that's not something you joke about with him. I've never seen anyone use a paralysis comparison like that before, and most likely, you haven't seen anyone else like him. But if that was the only thing, it would just be another advantage, nothing more. There's really nothing extraordinary about it. But the reason he's truly exceptional, I'd say, is the combat sense he was born with. She goes on and says the next question is, how do they evaluate Mr. Shad's combat sense? Of course, the people he teamed up with in Miso's group and the others, he definitely stood out as the main attraction. And Miss Jahi said that Brother Shen was really exceptional. So she asks, do you mean he's outstanding compared to other players at the same level? Jahi replies and says, no, not just up to that point. If that were the case, we wouldn't have talked about him this way. And our friend here says that it's hard to put into words. But it's not just that he's skilled at sword fighting, the basics of combat itself are his main strengths. It's as if he's a seasoned player. He's been through all kinds of battles. To reach the level he's at now, she says to them, hey guys, why just one moment? Can you explain a bit more? So they start telling her that the movements were kinda strange. It felt like he could predict every move the beasts made and understood their ways, and their instincts too. He was able to take them down with ease. Usually, regular players, when they face danger, you see a moment of hesitation or a small slip-up. Isn't that right? But with him, we never saw anything like that. You'd think, yeah, if they haven't gained a lot of experience, there should be some hesitation or little mistakes in their moves. But they go on to say that for Mr. Shaden, it was never like that. He would act immediately without letting overthinking hold him back. There was never a chance for delay. He would take out anyone in front of him, so they ask, why is that? You could say he has extremely sharp senses. And our friend replies, exactly, that's it. Senses that have been carefully trained. No matter what situation he faces, he's able to handle it with full force, and is always ready to deal with it. It's as if he's been trained for it over and over before, and now he's bringing all that to this very moment. When she is to tell me, in short, and with everything I just mentioned, what sets Mr. Shin apart is that his instincts are almost like a form of prediction. On top of that, Mr. Shin's combat sense is at least at an A+ level. And if we take into account the speed of his development from the analysis, so I see him as qualified to become an S-rank player. Now, back to Shin, who's training like this and taking down monsters and all that. He says the number of monsters is massive, really huge here in the area he entered, if you remember. And at this moment, we see MJ, who's getting upset like that. And she says, is this nonsense gonna go on until the end? I can't take it anymore before you say anything like that. Do you even understand what S-rank really is? She replies, yes, I completely understand that. So he asked her, okay, you're saying he can predict things. What exactly is he predicting? You mean Shin already knew about the rift beforehand and that's how he got his titles? Is that what you mean? Don't tell me he also went back in time or something. Let's just get it over with. She asks, what do you mean went back in time? Your reaction is expected, Vice Captain. He cuts in, Lee, you're annoying me. The captain interrupts, all of you, be quiet. Are you gonna argue at every meeting or what? Anyway, since we've agreed that Shin isn't just an ordinary person, starting today, Lee, you'll officially be responsible for keeping a close eye on him, and don't expect any extra support. We're still in the first phase. You understand? She replies, understood, I'll do my very best. And now, we're back to Shin, my friend. He's still in that cell he entered. He says that the smell of monster blood can be nasty, but the blood of that boy in particular is definitely even more disgusting. These bastards just show up out of nowhere, which makes them really hard to deal with. But wait, I remember I recently got this skill. So he activates his skill. He says, I should have used it from the start. It's a support skill. It clearly shows the locations of monsters within a 100-meter range. This is gonna make things easier for him. And sure enough, my friend, our hero starts seeing the monsters' locations which light up in red. He says, what the heck? Are there really this many monsters around me and I didn't even notice? I was planning to take out most of them before I left here. Then he sees a flying monster. Turns out, it's just a tiny fly. He's shocked it's even called a monster. But as soon as he gets close to it, it explodes, my friend. And it deals a ton of damage, like seriously destructive. He says, damn, that's not just any fly. Good thing I realized what was happening quickly and only ended up with minor burns. If I'd hesitated even a moment longer, my hand would have been gone for good. But having a fly like that around means there are magic-type monsters nearby. I need to get out of here right now because this place has literally become dangerous. If a huge swarm of flies surrounds you, you'll see a sorcerer summoning them, or maybe even a whole group of them. On the other side, we go back to our guy here, MJ, and he says to her, Kaylee. She replies, yeah. He tells her, now I understand why you're so in a Shin. But aside from his combat sense, you didn't mention anything about his skills or titles. If your intuition is right, then it seems like Shin has ways to make up for any shortcomings on his own. Do you think I'm wrong? She answers him, no. In fact, the danger is exactly that. But it's just a theory. Now, at this moment, we go back to Shin, and he's facing off against those mages. She continues saying, but even if it's a slim chance, what would happen if we assumed that theory was true? And that he doesn't need anyone to fight in any raid. And sure enough, you see Shin, my friend. And he took those hits head on with his shield. He became a defender in the blink of an eye. You'd say, wow, that's a really strange skill. And it was active, my friend. The defensive forward, imagine a sword that's also a shield at the same time. It consumes 2 mana points per second. And if the barrier drops, he has to reactivate the skill again. And now he's saying, isn't this cool or what? At the same moment, MG was saying that Shin Sang-young is an exceptional player by all standards. A few days earlier, my friend in the underground training room beneath the players building, you'd see Shin, and it's like he was already training on these techniques before even entering the dungeon. He tells us that it's been almost 3 days since he started this routine, except for special cases like activating optimal artifacts. So the method for acquiring a skill is extremely simple, and that's through persistent, repetitive practice. By using common clues, you can acquire basic automatic skills with relative ease. But getting special active skills like full charge, these methods just don't work at all, because the process requires repeated actions under very specific conditions. And for that reason, players who discover these methods never share them. They do this to maintain their uniqueness and advantage. That's why getting these skills is almost impossible unless it's by pure chance. But even so, I was a player with a ton of experience in the end. And what we know, my friend, is that this is how he got the defensive sword skill. All those mages are shocked by what they're seeing and terrified. They start using their techniques again to send more spells his way. And Shin continues, my friend, saying that the defensive sword skill he barely managed to get is an excellent defensive skill, no doubt about it. But its biggest flaw is that it prevents you from moving forward. But even with that, so Shin chooses to take on all those spells. He decides to go after those mages. He says every restriction has a way out. And that's always the case. He uses his charging technique. But you see, some of the undead mages cast a multi-flaming hell spell at Shin. But Shin, my friend, dodges them off. He says it's already too late. And he takes them all out in the blink of an eye. But from a distance, my friend, you see that someone is watching Shin. And it looks like he's a really powerful knight. He senses his monsters dying. Shin is shocked when those mages die, because something strange comes out of them. He says, is that a purple mana crystal? That's a high quality mana crystal that usually sells for over 100 million won. The deeper you go into high level dungeons, the greater the rewards. No doubt about it. I have to take it after I finish this tower dungeon. Now, I'll head to the deepest point in the dungeon using the detection skill. A monster has been detected by the skill. But wait a second, just one monster. Where are all the other monsters that used to pile up here? Is this the only monster? Where is it? But suddenly, the monster disappears, my friend, and then it appears right behind them in the blink of an eye. Our hero is shocked and looks behind him. He says, there's definitely something behind me. It's too late now. Is it to my right, my left, or behind me? I don't understand anything anymore. Damn it. Either way, I must guess the direction by instinct. And sure enough, my friend, he makes a guess. He says, I hope I made the right choice. And indeed, my friend, he manages to dodge that attack, which completely destroys the ground beneath him. He's shocked and says, this is madness. Now I realize the monsters weren't just disappearing into thin air. They were all terrified just because this creature showed up, a monster that can't tell friend from foe. It wipes out everyone without any mercy. He's the Knight of Death. The fallen knight charges at our hero to take him down. Head on. Our hero says, I don't know why a monster like this appeared in front of me. It's supposed to be locked away in the deepest cell. How did it get here? But facing him one-on-one, now I understand. That bastard is the one who killed my companion's younger sister. The mid-level boss, the Knight of Death, is filled with regret and anger. I'm not gonna let this go in this life. And then, my dear, Shin charges at full speed to strike him with his sword too. But honestly, our hero's barely able to block the attacks. The pressure on him is just too much. He says, every blow from him is heavier than I can handle. The Knight of Death really is a powerful beast, just like his name suggests. A monster from the undead. A knight born from death, to be more precise. He's the spirit of a dead swordsman brought back into an empty body. His main skill is the ever-active Silent Swamp. Its effect never wears off. It's a skill that silences any creature that touches the black aura around him. The association assumed he could be easily defeated with the help of a ranged player. And compared to the ghoul monster inside the dungeon, the silent ground stats were estimated at level 120. And that was the biggest mistake the association made, because the true power of the Knight of Death isn't something trivial like the Silent Swamp. It's the spirit of the swordsman that resides within him. In other words, if the swordsman whose spirit this is was skilled, then the Knight of Death becomes exponentially more dangerous. The association realized this way too late, and later corrected the threat level on the Silent Ground. Damn. Later on, it was revealed that the Knight of Death and the Silent Ground, in terms of danger level, is classified somewhere between -S or A+. That's an unnatural power. And at that moment, my friend, you see that Shin is literally lying on the ground, bleeding from everywhere. He says, "This is extremely dangerous. This time, I might actually die for real." He doesn't know what to do. He says, "This is just pitiful. Every time I say I'm gonna die, it actually gets harder than the last time. People don't change that easily. Every time things get more dangerous for me, the weakest thoughts come up first. At this rate, I haven't changed at all." He shouts, "You bastard! Why are you looking at me like that? Come at me and attack me, you damn coward." And then the knight shows off a bit. He looks at him with pure anger. Then he charges at him at full speed. Shin thinks to himself, this guy's really tough. He's coming after me without suspecting a thing. In this situation, if I face him head on, it would be suicide in every sense of the word. My health is really low right now. There must be a way for me to regain my strength. And we find out, my friend, that there are 17 monsters detected around him. And their numbers keep increasing, 18, 19, and so on. So our hero says, just as I expected, they took advantage of the Death Knight's position and escaped from the fight. They chose to take up position in the deepest depths of the dungeon. And then he just walks right up to him, my friend, heading straight to their exact location. And they're all staring at him, getting ready to attack. But our hero slips past them in the blink of an eye. And he literally brings that knight right behind him. And our hero does this, my friend, so he can use a smart hunter technique. When he kills a medium or larger monster, he absorbs its blood and regains 5 health points. So basically, he takes it down to get his health back. He says, thanks to the Smart Hunter effect, I recovered 35 health points. The secret clues I got last time from the Echo gave me more speed, so now it's easier for me to keep watch. Very good. I'll recover my energy little by little. But here, the Death Knight attacks everyone around him and wipes them out in the blink of an eye. He's really close to him, but our hero thinks to himself, I have to go deeper into the dungeon. The deeper areas are completely silent. But he's shocked when he finds a huge group of monsters in front of him. He says, I didn't think there would still be this many left. That's enough for me to almost fully recover my energy. And now, the next plan. But he doesn't get the chance to continue and finds the Death Knight is really close to him. He says, damn! But the Death Knight's strike hits all the monsters in front of him. Our hero dodges it at the very last moment. He says, damn, that bastard, his last attack wasn't aimed at me. The truth is, he figured out what I'm doing. He realized now that I'm trying to recover my energy. He's really crazy. He slaughtered all his comrades just so I wouldn't level up again. So our hero charges at him, and he gets ready to deliver the finishing blow. He says, no problem, I have enough energy now. And I saw a gap in his defense. I'm gonna hit him head on with the finishing blow. But then a problem happens, my friend. The attack gets broken, and he can't use it anymore. So our hero is completely shot. A notification pops up saying you're now inside the Death Knight's Silent Swamp. All your skills are disabled. Our hero's stunned and says, damn. And literally, my friend, the Death Knight strike is just about to hit him. Yeah, it's basically over now. It hits him and literally finishes him off. His health points drop all the way to 0. He says, damn it, I had sworn that I would not ignore the Swamp of Silence. I put all the energy I had gathered into it in the blink of an eye. Damn it, me. I could never end up like him. I will never give up. And he remembers my dear friend when he used to say to him, brother, please, I only want one favor. When I die, bury me close to my sister Soha. Please. So Shin tells him, stop talking like that, it's bad luck. Who said you're gonna die? The rescue team will be here soon and they'll save you. He says, really? That's great. But Shin tries to wake him up. He tells him, stay with me. But unfortunately, at that moment, he had already passed away. Shin is deeply heartbroken over losing his friend. And now we go back to the present moment when the Grim Reaper had already struck him and all that. Shin says, it's true, I was wrong from the start. All of this happened because I tried to save my energy for the final battle. My judgment was completely wrong. Repeating mistakes endlessly will end here and now. Yes, it'll definitely end here. This is the end, you damn bastard. It's either victory or defeat. The madness skill activates. He says, I will never give up here because of my goal. I have to let go of the past. And we see, my friend, that the knight literally disappears in the blink of an eye to attack him. But our hero also disappears in the blink of an eye to dodge that strike. And he says, because I can't live ignoring what I'm able to protect. So I have to be really strong. And honestly, my friend, I can't even tell you. The blows are so fast, you can't see them with the naked eye. Blow after blow, block after block, it's relentless. Everything's happening so fast. Even the side hits are tearing up his arm. He says there's no hope of facing him in a direct power struggle. But from the last confrontation, I realized something. The one thing I have over him, and the knight tries to hit him like that, but our hero dodges that strike. And he keeps going to land another hit, but our hero charges at him at full speed. He says, no matter how many blows you throw, if they don't hit their mark, they're pointless. A notification pops up from the system saying it's about to activate the burning strike. The chance of a burning strike depends on the player's luck stat. The current range is 120% to 600%. So literally, my friend, if it just hits 600, everything will be over. And what happens is that the burning strike multiplier for this attack actually reached 600%. Our hero manages to hit the knight with it, which sends him flying far away. And now our hero's just waiting, and he tells him, stop pretending to be dead. Get up, you lowlife. I know you're not finished yet. The knight's shield is literally shattered and lying on the ground. He starts mumbling some strange words, and a notification pops up from the system saying that the Death Knight is sacrificing the last spark of his life. All of the Death Knight's physical abilities skyrocket. Our hero says, finally, now we're gonna have a real fight. And because of that price, the Death Knight, he starts explaining to us, saying that Death Knights, despite their different levels, all share one trait. When their energy drops below 10%, a fixed combat pattern appears, and after 10 seconds, they self-destruct. He calls this pattern the deadly chase game. Basically, they take out their target and themselves. It's like, I'm not dying alone, my friend. So our hero just stands there waiting for him to attack. And sure enough, my friend, the Death Knight's aura spreads everywhere. Our hero says, with my current energy, just one hit from him would be enough to finish me. Even thinking about defeating him is just suicide. In this situation, I'm the prey. And honestly, my friend, the knight is like a lion among sheep, but I can't let him swallow me up. Not ever. Even the prey has a role to play in the next 10 seconds. I'm gonna run away with everything I've got. And honestly, my friend, he's trying to dodge the blows as fast as he can, but the Death Knight can't see anything in front of him. He's trying to charge at our hero, but our hero's strength is fading. He just can't run any faster than this. All of this, all these moves literally happened in just 1 second, my friend. Time is passing harder than anything else. Seconds feel like minutes or even hours. It's really tough. He says this time is unbelievable, and our hero tries to escape to get away, but the knight uses his sword, summoning it with his energy. And all of this, my friend, happened in just 2 seconds. He says to our hero, where do you think you're going? Come here. He tries to strike him so he can't grab his sword, but he actually dodges away, because if he gets his sword, things will get really dangerous. And another second passes, my friend. Now there are only 7 seconds left. The Death Knight gets even more furious. He charges at our hero like a rabid dog. Another second goes by. Now it's down to 6 seconds. Our hero says, I'm an idiot. I still have a long way to go. And my body has already started to give out. It feels like my lungs are completely failing now. I can't run any faster than this. I'm just hoping my body can hold out a little longer. Just a little bit more. Another second passes, my friend. Now there are 5 seconds left. Our hero literally collapses to the ground, unable to move any further. The Death Knight moves toward him. Now, my friend, there are 4 seconds left. The Death Knight is about to touch our hero. A system notification appears. You are now entering the Death Knight Silent Swamp Zone. You won't be able to use any skills. Our hero says, damn, I'm conscious right now. And there's no chance for me to use any of my skills. And literally, in just a moment, he's gonna finish me off. Think for a bit. You have to think. If I don't find a solution, I'm gonna die here for sure.